Chapter 31 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 31. News from Cressley Common. A pretty medley was revolving in old Mildred's brain as she stood outside this door on the gallery. The epileptic old soldier, the puce Gros de Naples, Tom, on outpost duty on Cressley Common. Had he come back? Charles Fairfield perhaps in the house, and that foolish, poor young wife in her room in the centre, and herself the object of all this manoeuvring and conspiring. Quite unconscious. Mildred had a good many wires to her fingers just now. Could she possibly work them all and keep the show going? She was listening now, wondering whether Master Charles had arrived, wondering whether the young lady was asleep, and wondering, most of all, why she had been fool enough to meddle in other people's affairs. What the dickens was it to her if they was all in kingdom come? If Mildred was a roastin', they wouldn't, not one of 'em, walk across the yard there to take her off the spit. La bless you, not a foot. Mildred was troubled about many things. Among others, what was the meaning of those oracular appeals of the Dutchwoman, in which she had seemed to know something of the real state of things? Down went Mildred Tarnley, softly still, for she would not risk waking Alice, and at the foot of the second staircase she paused again. All was quiet. She peeped into Tom's little room under the staircase. It was still empty. Into the kitchen she went. Nothing had been stirred there. From habit she trotted about and settled and unsettled some of the scanty ironmongery and earthenware, and peeped with her candle aloft into this corner and that, and she removed the smoothing iron that stood on the window-stool, holding the shutters close, and peeped into the paved yard, tufted with grass, high over which the solemn trees were drooping. Then, candle in hand, the fidgety old woman visited the back door. The latch was in its place, and she turned about and visited the panelled sitting-room. The smell of flowers was there, and on the little spider table was Alice's workbox, and some little muslin clippings and bits of thread and tape, the relics of that evening's solitary work over the little toilet, on which her pretty fingers and sad eyes were now always employed. Well, there was no sign of Master Charles here, so with a little more pottering and sniffing, out she went, and again to the back door, which softly she opened, and she toddled across the uneven pavement to the back door, and looked out, and walked forth upon the narrow road that, darkened with thick trees, overhangs the edge of the ravine. Here she listened, and listened in vain. There was nothing but the soft rush of the leaves overhead and the faint visitings of the night air. And across the glen at intervals came the ghastliest of sounds, between a long-drawn hiss and shiver from a lonely owl. Interrupted at intervals by this freezing sound, the old woman listened, and muttered now and again a testy word or two. What was to be done if, by mischance or blunder of Tom's, the master should thunder his summons at the hall door? Down, of course, would fly his young wife to let him in and be clasped in his arms, while from the low window of the Dutchwoman that evil tenant might overhear every word that passed, and almost touch their heads with her downstretched hand. A pretty scene it would lead to, and agreeable consequences to Mildred herself. The woman's insane. She's an evil spirit. Many a time she would have brained me in a start of anger if I hadn't been sharp. The mark of the cut-glass decanter flung at my head is in the door-case at the foot of the stairs this minute, like the scar of a bill-hook. The mad beast! I thank God she's blind, though there's an end o' them pranks anyhow. but she's a limb o' the evil one, and where there's a will there's a way, and blind though she be, I would not trust her." She walked 2 or 3 steps slowly toward Cressley Common, from which direction she expected the approach of Charles Fairfield. No wonder Mildred was fidgeted. There were so many disasters on the cards. If she could but see Charles Fairfield, something at least might be guarded against. This wiry old woman was by no means hard of hearing. Rather sharp, on the contrary, was her ear. But she listened long in vain. Fearful lest something might go wrong within doors during her absence, she was turning to go back, when she thought she heard the distant clink of a horseshoe on the road. Her old heart throbbed suddenly, and frowning as she listened, with eyes directed towards the point of approach, softly she said, "Hush," as if to quiet the faint rustle of the trees. Stooping forward, she listened, with her lean arm extended, every wrinkled knuckle of her brown hand and every black-rimmed nail distinct in the moonlight. Yes, it was the clink of trotting horseshoes. She prayed heaven the blind woman might not hear it. There was a time when her more energetic misanthropy would possibly have enjoyed a fracas such as was now to be apprehended. But years teach us the value of quiet. The providential instincts of growing helplessness disarm our pugnacity, and all but quite reprobate spirits grow gentler and kinder as the hour of parting with earth approaches. Thus had old Mildred taken her part in this game, and as her stake became deeper and more dangerous, her zeal burnt intensely. Nearer and sharper came the clink, and old Mildred in her anxiety walked on, sometimes 5 steps, sometimes 20, to meet the rider. It was Tom who appeared, mounted on a mule. I think he took Mildred for a ghost, for he pulled up violently more than 20 yards away and said, "Lord, who's that?" "It's me, Tom, Mrs. Tarnley." "And is he coming?" "I hardly knowed you, Mrs. Tarnley." "No, I met him near the stone." "Not a comin'?" urged Mildred. "No, thank God. Well, and what did you tell him?" "I told him your message. He first asked all about the young lady, and then I told him how she was, and then I told him your message." "I?" "Word for word," and he drew bridle and stood a while thinking, and he wished to know whether the mistress had spoke with her. Mr. Harry's friend, I mean. And I said I didn't know, and he asked was the house quiet, and no high words going, nor the newcomer giving any trouble, and I said no, so far as I knowed. Then says he, "I think, Tom, I had best let Master Harry settle it his own way, so I'll ride back again to Darwin, and you can come over to the old place for the horse tomorrow, and tell Mildred I thank her for her care of us, and she shall hear from me in a day or 2, and tell no one else, mind, that you have seen me." Well, I asked was there anything more, and he paused a bit, and says he, "No, not at present." And then again says he, "Tell Mildred Tarnley I'll write to her, and let her know where I am, and mind, Tom, you go yourself to the post office, and be sure the letters go only to the persons they are directed to. Your mistress is to her, and Mildred's to her, and don't you talk with that person that I hear has come to the Grange, and if by any chance she should get into talk with you, you must be wide awake and tell her nothing, and get away from her as quick as you can. It's easy to escape her, for she's blind." "So she is," affirmed Mildred, "as that wall. Go on." Then says he, "Good night, Tom. Get ye home again." So I wished him Godspeed, and I rode away. And when I was on a bit, I threw a look back again over my shoulder, and I saw him still in the same spot, no more stirring than the stone at the roadside, thinking, I do suppose. "And that's all?" said Mildred. "That's all." Bring in the beast very quiet, Tom, unless you leave him in the field for the night, and don't be clapping at doors or jingling of bridle bits. That one has an ear like a hare, and she'll be asking questions. And when you've done in the stable, come you in this way, and I'll let you in softly. And don't you be talking within doors above a whisper. Your voice is rough, and her ear is as sharp as a needle's point." Tom gave her a little nod and a great wink. He got off the mule and led him on the grass toward the stable yard. And old Mildred at the same time got in softly by the other entrance, and in the kitchen awaited the return of Tom. She sat by the fire, troubled in mind, with her eyes turned askance on the windows. What a small thing is a human body, and what a gigantic moral sphere surrounds that little centre. That blind woman lay still as death on a 6-foot-long bedstead in a remote chamber. But the direful circuit of that sphere which radiated thence enveloped old Mildred Tarnley, go where she would, and outspread even the bourne of the night, which Charles Fairfield was to travel that night. For Mildred Tarnley something of molestation and horror was in it, which forbid her to rest. Tom came into the yard, and Mildred was at the door, and opened it before he could place his hand on the latch. "Put off them big shoes, and not a word above your breath, and not a stir, but get ye in again to your bed as still as a mouse," said Mrs. Tarnley in a hard whisper, giving him a shake of the shoulder. "You'll give me a mug of beer, Mrs. Tarnley, and a lump of bread, and a cut of cheese wouldn't hurt me. I'm a bit hungry. If you won't, I must even take a smoke, for I can't sleep as I am." "Well, I'll give you a drink and a bit of bread and cheese. Did ye lock the yard door?" "No," said Tom. "Well, no, never you mind. I'll do it," said Mildred, stopping him. "And go ye straight to your room, and here's the lantern for you. And now get ye in, and not a sound, mind. You give me your pipe here, for you shan't be stinking the house wi' your nasty tobaccy." So Tom was got quick to his bed, and Mildred sat down again by the kitchen fire to rest for a little, feeling too tired to undress. "Well, I do thank God of His mercy he's not a comin'. I do. Who can tell what would be if he was? And now if only Master Harry was sure to keep away, all might go right. Yes, all might go right. Oh, ho, ho! I wish it was, and my old head at rest, for I'm worked worse than a horse, and wore off my feet altogether." And all this time she was looking through the kitchen window with dismal eyes from her clumsy oak chair by the fire, with her feet on the fender, and her lean shanks as close to the bars as was safe, shaking her head from time to time as she looked out on the back outlines of the trees which stood high and gloomy above the wall at the other side, against the liquid moonlit sky. End of chapter 31. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 32 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 32. An Unlooked-for Return. In spite of her troubles, as she sat by the fire looking out through the window, fatigue overcame Mildred, and she nodded. But her brain being troubled and her attitude uneasy, she awoke suddenly from a sinister dream, and, as still unconscious where she was, her eyes opened upon the same melancholy foliage and moonlit sky, and the dim enclosure of the yard, the scenery on which they had closed. She saw a pale face staring in upon her through the window. The fingers were tapping gently on the glass. Old Mildred blinked and shook her head to get rid of what seemed to her a painful illusion. It was Charles Fairfield who stood at the window, looking wild and miserably ill. Mildred stood up and he beckoned. She signed toward the door, which she went forthwith and opened. "Come in, sir," she said. His saddle by the stirrup leather and his bridle were in his hand. Thus he entered the kitchen and dropped them on the tiled floor. She looked in his face, he looked in hers. There was a silence. It was not Mildred's business to open the disagreeable subject. "Would you please like anything?" No supper, thanks. Give me a drink of water. I'm thirsty. I'm tired, and we're quite to ourselves?" "Yes, sir. But wouldn't ye better have beer?" answered she. "No, water, thanks." And he drank a deep draught. "Where's the horse, sir?" she asked after a glance at the saddle, which lay on its side on the floor. "In the field, the poplar field, all right. Well? Tom told you my message, sir?" she asked, averting her eyes a little. "Yes, where is she? Asleep?" "The mistress is in her bed, asleep, I suppose." Yes, and quite well, Tom says. And where is you sent me word there was someone here. I know whom you mean. Where is she?" "In the front bedroom, the old room. It'll be over the hall door, you know. She's in bed and asleep, I'm thinking, but best not make any stir. Some folks sleep so light, you know." "It's late," he said, taking out his watch, but forgetting to consult it. "And I dare say she is. She came tonight, yes. And she's tired, or ought to be, a long way." He walked to the window and was looking with the instinct which leads us always in dark places, to look toward the light, above the dusky trees, to the thin, luminous cloud that streaked the sky. "Pretty well tired myself, Mr. Charles. You may guess the night I've put in. I was almost sleeping myself when you came to the window. Tom said you weren't a-comin'. 'Tis a mercy the yard door wasn't locked. 5 minutes more, and I'd have locked it." "It would not have mattered much, Mildred. You'd have climbed and pushed up the window, mayhap. No, I'd have walked on. A feather would have turned me from the door as it was." He turned about and looked at her dreamily. "Oh, where?" she inquired. "On anywhere. On into the glen. If you are tired, Mildred, so am I. You need a good sleep, Master Charles. A long sleep, Mildred. I'm tired. I had a mind, as it was, to walk on and trouble you here no more." "Walk on? Hoot! Nonsense, Mr. Charles. 'Tisn't come to that. Given up your house to one like her? I wish I was dead, Mildred. I don't know whether it was a good or an evil angel that turned me in here. I'd have been easier by this time if I'd gone on and had my leap from the scour to the bottom of the glen." "None o' that nonsense, man," said Mildred sternly. "Ye have brought that poor young lady into a doubtful pass, and ye must stand by her, Charles. You're come of no cowardly stock, and ye shan't gie her up, and your babby that's comin', poor little thing, to shame, and want for a lack of a man's heart under your ribs. I say, I know nowt of the rights of it, but God will judge ye if ye leave her now." High was Mrs. Tarnley's head, and very grim she looked as with her hand on his shoulder she shook up Master Charles from the drowse of death. "I won't, old Tarnley," he said at last. You're right. Poor little Alice, the loving little thing." He turned suddenly again to the window and wept in silent, strange tears of agony. Old Tarnley looked at him sternly askance. I don't think she had much pity for him. She was in no wise given to the melting mood, and hardly knew what that sort of whimpering meant. "I say," she broke out, "I don't know the rights of it. How should I? But this I believe. If you thought you were truly married to that woman that's come tonight, you'd never have found it in your heart to act such a villain's part by the poor, young, foolish creature upstairs, and make a sham wife of her. Never, never, by heaven! I'm no more that wretched woman's husband than I married to you. Mildred knew better than marry anyone. There's little I see but tears and wrinkles, and oftentimes rags and hunger comes of it. But 'twill be done, marryin' and givin' in marriage, says the Scriptures. 'Tis so now. 'Twas so when Noah broke into the ark, and 'twill be so when the day of judgment breaks over us." "Yes," said Charles Fairfield abstractedly. "Of course that miserable woman sticks at no assertion. Her idea is simply to bully her way to her object. It doesn't matter what she says, and it never surprised me. I always knew if she lived she'd give me trouble one day, but that's all, just trouble, but no more. Not the slightest chance of succeeding, not the smallest. She knows it, I know it. The only thing that vexes me is that people who know all about it as well as I do, and people who of all others should feel for me, and feel with me, should talk as if they had doubts upon the subject now." "I didn't say so, Master Charles," said Mildred. "I didn't mean you. I meant others. Quite a different person. I'm utterly miserable. At a more unlucky moment all this could not have happened by any possibility. Well, I'm sure I never said it. I never thought but one thing of her, the foul-tongued wicked beast." "Don't you talk that way of her," said Charles savagely. "Whatever she is, she has suffered. She has been cruelly used, and I am to blame for all. I did not mean it, but it is all my fault." Mrs. Tarnley sneered, but said nothing, and a silence followed. "I know," he said in a changed way, "you mean kindly to me. Be kind to yourself. I hold it's the best way in this bleak world, Mr. Charles. I never was thanked for kindness yet. You have always been true to me, Mildred, in your own way. In your own way, mind, but always true. And I'll show you yet, if I'm spared, that I can be grateful. You know how I am now, no power to serve anyone, no power to show my regard." "I don't complain of nothing," said Mildred. "Has my brother been here, Mildred?" he asked. "Not he." "No letters for me?" asked he. "Nothing, sir." "You never get a lift when you want it." "Never," said Charles, with a bitter groan. "Never was a fellow driven harder to the wall. Never a fellow nearer his wits' ends. I'm very glad, Mildred. I have someone to talk to, one old friend. I don't know what to do. I can't make up my mind to anything. And if I hadn't you just now, I think I should go distracted. I have a great deal to ask you. That lady you say has been in her room some time. Did she talk loud? Was she angry? Was there any noise?" "No, sir." "Who saw her?" "No one but myself, and the man as drove her." "Thank God for that. Does she know about did she hear that your mistress is in the house?" "I said she was Master Harry's wife, and told her. Lord forgive me! that he was here continually and you hardly ever, and then only for a few hours at a time. That's very good. She believed it? Every word so far as I could see. I told a deal of lies. Well, and what more? And the beginning of sin is like the coming in of waters, and 'twill soon make an o'er-wide gap for itself, and lay all under. Yes, and you really think she believed all you said? Aye, I do, answered she. Thank God again, said he with a deep sigh. Oh, Mildred, I wish I could think what's best to be done. There are ever so many things in my head. She felt a trembling, she thought, in the hand he laid upon her arm. Take a drink of beer. You're tired, sir, said she. No, not much. Never mind. I'm better as I am. How has your mistress been? Well, middlin', pretty well. I wish she was quite well, Mildred. It's very unlucky. If the poor little thing were only quite well, it would make everything easy. But I daren't frighten her. I daren't tell her. It might be her death. Oh, Mildred, isn't all this terrible? Bad enough, I can't deny. Would it be better to run that risk and tell her everything? He said. Well, it is a risk, and a great one, and it might be the same as putting a pistol to her head and killing her. 'Tis a trying time with her, poor child, and a dangerous bed. And mind ye this, if there's any talk like that, and the crying and laughing fits, mayhap, that comes with it, don't ye think but the old cat will hear it, and then in the wild talk is out in no time, and the fat in the fire. No, if she's to hear it, it can't be helped, and the will of God be done. But if I was her husband, I'd sooner die than tell her, being as she is. No, of course no. She must not be told. I'm sure you're right, Mildred. I wish Harry was here. He thinks of things sometimes that don't strike me. I wish Harry would come. He might think of something. He would, I dare say. He would, I'm certain. I wish that woman was back again where she came from, said Mildred, from whose mind the puce gross in Naples was fading, for she had a profound distrust of her veracity, and the police looked very like a puce-coloured lie. Don't, Mildred, don't, like a good creature. You won't, for my sake, speak harshly of that unhappy person, he said gently this time, and laying his hand on her shoulder. I'm glad you are here, Mildred. I'm very glad. I remember you as long as I can remember anything. You were always kind to me, Mildred. Always the same. True as steel. He was speaking with the friendliness of distress. It is in pain that sympathy grows precious, and with the yearning for it returns something of the gentleness and affection of childhood. She's come for no good, said Mildred. She's sly and she's savage, and if you don't mind me saying so, I often thought she was a bit mad. Focus has them fits, you know. They does get sometimes queerish. We can talk of her by and by, said he. What was in my mind was about a different thing. For 1,000 reasons I should hate a fracas. I mean a row with that person at present. You know yourself how it might affect the poor little thing upstairs. Oh, my darling, what have I brought you into? Well, no help for spilled milk, said Mildred. What was you thinking of? Oh, yes, thank you, Mildred. I was thinking, yes, if your mistress was well enough for a journey, I'd take her away from this. I'd take her away immediately. I'd take her quite out of the reach of that restless person. I ought to have done so at once, but I was so miserably poor, and this place here to receive us, and who could have fancied she'd have dreamed, in her state of health, and with her affliction, her sight, you know, of coming down here again. But I'm the unluckiest fellow on earth. I never by any chance leave a blot that isn't hit. Don't you think, Mildred, I had better not wake your mistress tonight to talk over plans? Don't you go near her. A sight of your face would tell her all wasn't right. I had better not see her, you think? Don't see her. So soon as you know yourself what you're going to do with her, and if you make up your mind tonight, so much the better. Write you to tell her what she's to do, and give me the letter, and I'll give it to her as if it came by a messenger. And take you my counsel. Don't you stop here a minute longer than you can. Leave before daybreak. You're no use here. And if she finds you, 'twill but make bad worse. When will ye lie down? You'll not be good for nothing tomorrow, if you don't sleep a bit. Lie down on the sofa in the parlour, and your cloak is hanging in the passage. And be out of the house by daybreak, and I'll have a bit of breakfast ready before you go. And there's Lady Windle, I didn't tell you, offered to take care of Alice, your mistress, and she need only go there for the present. But that might be too near, and I was thinking it might not do. Best out of reach altogether when ye go about it, said Mildred. Sit here if you like it, or lie down, as I said, in the parlour. And if you settle your mind on any plan, just knock at my door, and I'll have my clothes about me, and be ready at call. And Tom's in his old crib under the stair, if you want him to get the saddle on the horse. And I won't take down the fire. I'll have it handy for your breakfast. And now I can't stop talking no longer, for Mildred's wore off her feet. Will ye take a candle, or will ye stop here? Yes, give me a candle, Mildred, thanks. Don't mind the cloak. I'll get it myself. I will lie down a little and try to sleep. I wish I could. And if you waken, shake me up in an hour or two. Something must be settled before I leave this. Something shall be settled. And that poor little creature out of reach of trouble and insult. Don't forget. Good night, Mildred. And God bless you, Mildred. God forever bless you. End of chapter 32. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 33 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 33. Charles Fairfield Alone. Charles Fairfield talked of sleeping. There was little chance of that. He placed the candle on one of the two old oak cupboards, as they were still called, which occupied corresponding niches in the wainscoted wall, opposite the fireplace, and threw himself at his length on the sofa. Tired enough for sleep he was, but who can stop the mill of anxious thought into which imagination pours continually its proper grist? In his tired head its wheels were turning, and its hammers beat, with monotonous pulsation and whirl, weariest and most wasting of fevers. He turned his face, like the men of old, in his anguish to the wall. Then he tried the other side, wide awake, and literally staring from point to point, in the fear and fatigue of his vain ruminations. Then up he sat, and flung his cloak on the floor, and then to the window he went, and opening the shutter, looked out on the moonlight, and the peaceful trees that seemed bowed in slumber, and stood, hardly seeing it, hardly thinking in his confused misery. One hand in his pocket, the other against the window-case, to which the stalwart good fellow Harry had leaned his shoulder in their unpleasant dialogue and altercation. Harry, his chief stay, his confidant and brother. Dare he trust him now? If he might, where could he find him? Better do his own work. Better do it indifferently than run the risk of treason. He did not quite know what to make of Harry. So with desultory resolution he said to himself, "Now I'll think in earnest, for I've got but 2 hours to decide in." There was a pretty little German village, quite out of the ordinary route of tourists. He remembered its rocks and hills, its ruined castle and forest scenery, as if he had seen them but yesterday. The very place for Alice, with her simple tastes and real enjoyment of nature. On that point, though, under present circumstances, by short journeys, they should effect their retreat. In 3 hours' time, he would himself leave the Grange. In the meantime, he must define his plans exactly. He must write to Harry. He must write to Alice, for he was quite clear he would not see her. And, after all, he might have been making a great deal too much of this odious affair, which, rightly managed, might easily end in smoke. Pen, ink, and paper he found, and now to clear his head and fix his attention. Luckily he had £100 in his pocket-book. Too hard that, out of his miserable pittance, scarcely £500 a year. He should have to pay £200 to that woman who never gave him an easy week, and who seemed bent on ruining him if she could. By the dull light of the mutton fat which Mildred had furnished him, he wrote this note: "My darling little woman, you must make Dulcibella pack up your things. Tom will have a chaise here at 11 o'clock. Drive to Wykford and change horses there, and go on to Lonsdale, where I will meet you at last. Then and there your own poor, loving Rye will tell you all his plans and reasons for this sudden move. We must get away by easy stages, and baffle possible pursuit, and then a quiet and comparatively happy interval for my poor little fluttered bird. I live upon the hope of our meeting. Out of reach of all trouble we shall soon be, and your poor Rye happy, where only he can be happy, in your dear presence. I enclose £10. Pay nothing and nobody at the Grange. Say I told you so. You will reach Lonsdale if you leave Carwell not later than 11 before 5. Don't delay to pack up any more than you actually want. Leave all in charge of old Mildred, and we can easily write in a day or two for anything we may want. Ever my idolized little woman, your own poor, adoring Rye." So this was finished. And now for Harry. "My dear Harry, how you must hate the sight of my hand. I never write but to trouble you. But as you will perceive, I am myself in trouble more than enough to warrant my asking you again to aid me, if it should lie in your way. You will best judge if you can, and how you can. The fact is that what you apprehended turns out to be true. That person, who, however, I may have been at one time to blame, has certainly no right to charge me with want of generosity or consideration, seems to have made up her mind to give me all the annoyance in her power. She is at this moment here at Carwell Grange. I was absent when she arrived, and received timely notice, and perhaps ought to have turned about, but I could not do that without ascertaining first exactly how matters stood at Carwell. So I am here, without any one's being aware of it, except old Mildred, who tells me that the person in question is under the impression that it is you, and not I, who are married, and that it is your wife who is residing in the house. As you have been no party to this deception, pray let her continue to think so. I shall leave this before daybreak, my visit not having exceeded 4 hours. I leave a note for poor little Alice. telling her to follow me tomorrow, I should say this morning, to Lonsdale, where I shall meet her, and thence we get on to London, and from London my present idea is to make our way to some quiet little place on the Continent, where I mean to stay quite concealed until circumstances alter for the better. What I want you, and beg of you to do for me at present, is just this: to sell everything at Carwell that is saleable, the horse, the mule, the 2 donkeys, the carts, plough, etc., etc. In fact, everything out of doors, and lent the farm to Mildred's nephew, who wanted to take it last year. It is including the garden, 19 acres. I wish him to have it, provided he pays a fair rent, because I think he would be kind to his aunt, old Mildred. He must stipulate to give her usual allowances of vegetables, milk, and all the rest from the farm, and she shall have her room and a kitchen, and her £8 a year as usual. Do, like a good old fellow, see to this, and try to turn all you can into money for me. I shall have miserably little to begin with, and anything you can get together will be a lift to me. If you write under cover to J. Dilke at the old place in Westminster, it will be sure to reach me. I don't know whether all this is intelligible. You may guess how distracted I am and miserable, but there is no use in describing. I ought to beg your pardon 1,000 times for asking you to take all the trouble involved at this request. But, dear Harry, you will ask yourself who else on earth has the poor devil to look to in an emergency but his brother. I know my good Harry will remember how urgent the case is. Any advice you can spare me in my solitary trouble will be most welcome. I think I have said everything, at least all I can think of in this miserable hurry. I feel so helpless. But you are a clever fellow, and always were, so much cleverer than I, and know how to manage things. God bless you, dear Harry. I know you won't forget how pressed I am. You were always prompt in my behalf, and I never so needed a friend like you, for delay here might lead to the worst annoyances. Ever, dear Harry, your affectionate brother, Charles Fairfield, Carwell Grange. It was a relief to his mind when these letters were off it, and something like the rude outline of a plan formed. Very tired was Charles Fairfield when he had folded and addressed his letters. No physical exertion exhausts like the monotonous pain of anxiety. For many nights he had had no sleep, but those wearying snatches of half-consciousness, in which the same troublous current is still running through the brain, and the wasted nerves of endurance are still tasked. He sat now in his chair, the dim red light of the candle at his elbow, the window shutter open before him, and the cold, serene light of the moon over the outer earth and sky. Gazing on this, a weary sleep stole over his senses, and for a full hour the worn-out man slept profoundly. Into this slumber slowly wound a dream, of which he could afterwards remember only that it was somehow horrible. Dark and direful grew his slumber thus visited, and in a way that accorded well with its terrors. He was awakened. End of Chapter 33. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 34 of The Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Dustin Thomas. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Awake. In his dream, a pale, frightened face approached him slowly, and recoiling, uttered a cry. The scream was horribly prolonged as the figure receded, He thought he recognized someone, dead or living he could not say, in the strange, greasen face, fixed as marble, that with enormous eyes had looked into his. With this sound ringing in his ears, he awoke. As in the case with other over-fatigued men on whom at length slumber had seized, he was for a time in the attitude of wakefulness before his senses and his recollection were thoroughly aroused, and his dream quite dissipated. Another long shriek, and another he heard. Charles recognized, he fancied, his wife's voice. Scared and wide awake, he ran from the room, to the foot of the stairs, up the stairs. A tread of feet he heard in the room, and the door violently shaken, and another long, agonized scream. Over this roof and around it is the serenest and happiest night. The brilliant moon, the dark azure, and wide field of stars make it a night for holy thoughts, and lovers' vigils, so tender and beautiful. There is no moaning night wind, not even a rustle in the thick ivy. The window gives no sound, except when the gray moth floating in its shadow taps softly on the pane. You can hear the leaf that drops of itself from the treetop, and flits its way from bough to spray to the ground. Even in that gentle night there move, however, symbols of guilt and danger, while the small birds, with head over wing, nestle in their leafy nooks. The white owl glides with noiseless wing, a murderous phantom, cutting the air. The demure cat creeps on, softly as a gray shadow, till its green eyes glare close on its prey. Nature, with her gentleness and cruelty, her sublimity and meanness, resembles that microcosm, the human heart, in which lodge so many contrarieties, and the shabby contends with the heroic, the diabolic with the angelic. In this still night Alice's heart was heavy. Who can account for those sudden, silent, but terrible changes in the spiritual vision which interpose, as it were a thin-colored medium between ourselves and the realities that surround us? How all objects, retaining their outlines, lose their rosy glow and golden lights, and on a sudden fade into dismalest gray and green. Dulcibella, do you think he's coming? Oh, Dulcibella, do you think he'll come tonight? He may, dear. Why shouldn't he? Lie down, my child, and don't be sitting up in your bed so. You'll never go to sleep while you're listening and watching. Nothing but fidgets, and only the wider awake the longer you watch. Well, I know it. And many a long hour I laid awake myself, expecting and listening for poor Crane a-comin' home with the cart from market long ago. He had his failings, as who has not? Poor Crane, but an honest man, and good-natured, and would not hurt a fly, and never a wry word out of his mouth, except in maybe one or two, which he never meant them, when he was in liquor, as who is there, Miss Allie, will not be sometimes. But he was a kind, handsome fellow, and sore was my heart when he was taken. And Dulcibella wiped her eyes. 27 years agone last Stephen's Day, I buried him in Wyvern churchyard, and I tried to keep the little business a-goin', but I couldn't make it pay nohow, and when it pleased God to take my little girl 6 years after, I gave all up, and went to live at the vicarage. But as I was saying, miss, many a long hour I sat up a-watchin' for my poor Crane on his way home. He would sometimes stop a bit on the way, wi' a friend or two, at the Cat and Fiddle. 'Tis was the only thing I could ever say wasn't quite as I could 'a' liked in my poor Crane. And that's how I came to serve your good mother, miss, and your poor father, the good Vicar o' Wyvern. There's not been none like him since, not one, no indeed. You remember Mamma very well? Like yesterday, miss, said old Dulcibella, who often answered that question. Like yesterday, the pretty lady. She always looked so pleasant, too, a smiling face, like the light of the sun coming into a room. I wonder, Dulcibella, there was no picture. No picture, no, miss. Well, you see, Miss Allie, dear, them pictures, I'm told, cost a deal of money, and they were only beginning, you know, and many a little expense, and Wyvern Vicarage is a small livelihood at best, and ye must be managin' if ye'd keep it, and good to the poor they was with all that, and gave what many a richer one wouldn't, and never spared trouble for them. They counted nothin' trouble for no one. They loved all, and lived to one another, not a wry word ever. What one liked, to other loved, and all in the light o' God's blessing. I never seen such a couple, never. They doted on one another, and loved all, and they too was like one angel. Lady Windle has a picture of poor Mamma, very small, what they call a miniature. I think it quite beautiful. It was taken when she was not more than 17. Lady Windle, you know, was ever so much older than Mamma." "Aye, so she was. 10 year or more, I dare say," answered Dulcibella. "She is very fond of it. Too fond to give it to me now, but she says, kind aunt, she has left it to me in her will. And oh, Dulcibella, I feel so lonely." "Lonely? Why should you, darling? We a fine handsome gentleman to your husband, that will be Squire o' Wyvern. Think o' that, Squire o' Wyvern. And that's a greater man than many a lord in Parliament. And he's good-natured, never a hard word or askew look, always the same quiet way wi' him. Hoot, miss, you mustn't be talking that way. Think o' the little baby that's a-comin'. You won't know yourself for joy when you see his face, please God. And I'm a-longing to show him to ye." "You good old Dulcibella," said the young lady, and her eyes filled with tears as she smiled. "But poor Mamma died when I was born. And oh, Dulcibella, do you think I shall ever see the face of the poor little thing? Oh, no, wouldn't it be sad?" "You're not be talking that nonsense, darling. 'Tis sinful. We all that God has given you, a comfortable house over your head, and enough to eat, and good friends, and a fine, handsome husband that's kind to you, and a blessed little child a-comin' to make every minute pleasant to all that's in the house. Why, 'tis a sin to be fretting like that. And as for this thing or that thing, or being afeard, why, everyone's afeard, if they let themselves, and not 1 in 1,000 comes by any harm. And 'tis sinful, I tell ye, for ye know well you're in the hands o' the good God that takes care of ye till now, and take ye out o' the little nursery o' Wyvern Vicarage, and ye warn't the length o' my arm, and not a friend near but poor, foolish old Dulcibella, that did not know where to turn. And your aunt, that only went out as poor as your darling Mamma, brought home well again from t'other end of the world, and well-to-do, your own living kith and kin, and good friends raised up on every side, and the old Squire, Harry Wyvern, although he be a bit angered for a while, he's another good friend, that will be sure to make it up, whatever it is came between him and Master Charles. Hot blood's not the worst blood. Better a blow in haste and a shake hands after than a smile at the lips and no goodwill with it. I tell you, they're not the worst. They hot-headed, hard-fisted, outspoken folk, and I'll never forget that day to him, when he brought you home that had no home, and me that was thinking oh naught but the workhouse. So do or say what he will, God bless him for that day, say I, for 'twas an angel's part he did, said old Dulcibella. So I feel. God knows, so I feel, said Alice, and I hope it may all be made up. I'm sure it will. And oh, Dulcibella, I have been cursed of so much sorrow and bitterness. She stopped suddenly, her eyes full of tears, but she restrained them. That's the way you'll always be talking. I'd like to know where they'd be without you. Every man that marries will have care, more or less. 'Tis the will o' God, and if he hadn't, he'd never think of him. And 'tis a short life at the longest, and a sore pilgrimage at the best. So what he pleases to lay on us, we must even bear, we a patient heart. For we can't, we a cheerful, for we his blessing, till all end well. Amen, said Alice, with a cheerier smile, but a load still at her heart. I hope so, my good old Dulcibella. What should I do without you? Wait, hush. Is that a noise outside? No. I thought I heard a horse's tread, but there's nothing. It's too late now. There's no chance of him tonight. Do you think, Dulcibella, there's any chance? Well, no, my dear. It's getting on too late. A deal too late. No, we must even put that clean out of our heads. You'll not get a wink of sleep if you be listening for him. Well, I know them fidgets, and many a time I lay on my hot ear, now this side, now that, listening till I could count the veins. Oh, my head beating like a watch, and myself only wider and wider awake every hour. And more full eye, and, well, a hearty home with 'em, time enough and not a minute sooner for all my watching. And mind ye, what I often told ye when you were a wee thing, is you'll find it true to the end o' your days. A watchpot never boils. Alice laughed gently. I believe you are right, Dulcibella. No, he won't come tonight. It was only a chance, and I might have known. But perhaps tomorrow? Don't you think tomorrow? Very like enough. Tomorrow, Daylight, mayhap to breakfast. Why not? She answered. Well, I do think he may. He said perhaps tonight, and I'm sure he'll think how his poor wife is watching and longing to see him, and as you advise, I'll put that quite out of my head. He has so many things to look after, and he only said perhaps. And you think in the morning. Well, I won't let myself think so. It would be too delightful. I won't think it. But it can't be many days, I'm sure, and I won't keep you up any longer, dear old Dulcibella. I've been very selfish, so good night. And they kissed, as from little Allie's infancy they had always done, before settling for the night. Good night, and God love it. It must be frettin', and God bless you, my darling Miss Allie. And you must get to sleep, or you'll be looking so pale and poor in the morning, he won't know you when he comes. So with another hug and a kiss they parted, and old Dulcibella leaving her young mistress's candle burning on the table, as was her wont, being nervous when she was all alone, and screened from her eyes by the curtain. With a final good night and another blessing she closed the door. Is there ever an unreserved and complete confidence after marriage? Even to kind old Dulcibella she could not tell all. As she smiled a little farewell on the faithful old soul, her heart was ready to burst. She was longing for a good cry all to herself, and now, poor little thing, she had it. She cried herself, as children do, to sleep. An hour later, the old grange was silent as the neighboring churchyard of Carwell. But there was not a household in the parish, or in the country, I suppose, many of whose tenants, at that late hour, were so oddly placed. In his chair in the oak-panelled room downstairs sat Charles Fairfield, in that slumber of a tormented and exhausted brain, which in its first profound submersion resembles the torpor of apoplexy. In his forsaken room lay on the pillow the pale face of his young wife, her eyelashes not yet dry, fallen asleep in the sad illusion of his absence. Better, perhaps, than his presence would have been, if she had known but all. In her crib downstairs, at last asleep, lie the frightened Lily Dodger, her head still under the coverlet, under which she had popped it in panic, as she thought on the possible return of the tall unknown, and the lobe of her ear still flaming from the discipline of her vice-like pinch. Under his slanting roof, in the recess of the staircase, with only his coat off, stretched on the board of his back, with one great horny hand half shut under his bullet head, and the other by his side, snored honest Tom, nothing the less soundly for his big mug of beer and his excursion to Cressley Common. For a moment, now we visit the bedside of good old Dulcibella. An easy conscience, a good digestion, and an easy place in this troublesome world are favorable to sound slumbers. In very tranquillity she slept, with a large handkerchief pinned closely about her innocent bald head, and a nightcap of many borders outside it, her thick, well-thumbed Bible, in which she read some half-dozen verses every night, lay with her spectacles upon its cover, on the table by the brass candlestick. Mildred Tarnley, a thin figure with many corners, lay her length in her clothes, her old brown stuff gown, her cap, and broad, faded ribbons binding her busy head, and her darned black worsted stockings still on her weary feet, ready at call to jump up, pop her feet again into her misshapen shoes, and resume her duties. In her own solitary chamber, at the deserted side of the house, the tall stranger, arrayed in a white woolen night-dress, lay her length, not stirring. After Mildred Tarnley had gotten herself stiffly under her kilt, she was visited with certain qualms about this person, recollections of her abhorred activity and energy in old times, and fears that the grim white woman was not resting in her bed. This apprehension grew so intense that, tired as she was, she could not sleep. The suspicion that, barefooted, listening, that dreadful woman was possibly groping her way through the house made her heart beat faster and faster. At last she could not bear it no longer, and up she got, lightened her candle with a match, and in her stockings glided softly through the passage, and by the room where Charles Fairfield was at the time at his letters. He recognized the step to which his ear was accustomed, and did not trouble himself to inquire what she was about. So softly, Mildred Tarnley found herself at the door of the unwelcomed guests, and listened. You would not have supposed old Mildred capable of a nervous tremble, but she was profoundly afraid of this awful woman, before whose superior malignity and unearthly energy her own temper and activity quailed. She listened, but could hear no evidence of her presence. Was this woman there at all? Lightly, with her nail, she tapped at the door. No answer. Then very softly she tried the door. It was secured. But was the old soldier in the room still, or wandering about the house with who could fathom what evil purpose in her head? The figure in white woolen was still there. She had been lying on her side, with her pale features turned toward the door as Mildred approached. Her blind eyes were moving in their sockets. There was a listening smile on her lips, and she had turned her neck awry to get her ear in the direction of the door. She was just as wide awake as Mildred herself. Mildred watched for a time at the door, irresolute. Excuse enough, she bethought her, in the feeble state in which she had left her, had she for making her a visit. Why should she not open the door boldly and enter? But Mildred, in something worse than solitude, was growing more and more nervous. What if that tall, insane miscreant were waiting at the door, in a fit of revenge for her suspected perfidy, ready to clutch her by the throat as she opened it, and to strangle her on the bed? And when there came from the interior of the room a weary bleating, "Hey-oh!" she was absolutely bounced backward, and for a moment froze with terror. She took a precaution as she softly withdrew. The passage, which is terminated by the old soldier's room, passes a dressing room on the left and then opens, on the other side, upon a lobby. This door is furnished with a key, and having secured it, Mrs. Tarnley, with that key in her pocket, felt that she had pretty well imprisoned that evil spirit, and returned to her own bed more serenely, and was soon lost in slumber. End of Chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 35. Restless. Some lean, nervous temperaments, once fairly excited, and in presence of a substantial cause of uneasiness, are very hard to reduce to composure. After she had got back again, Mildred Tarnley fidgeted and turned in her bed, and lay in the dark with her tired eyes wide open, and imagining one after another all sorts of horrors. She was still in her clothes, so she got up again and lighted a candle, and stole away, angry with herself and all the world on account of her fussy and feverish condition, and crept up the old stairs, and stealthily reached again the door of the old soldier's room. Not a sound, not a breath, could she hear from within. Gently she opened the door, which no longer resisted. The fire was low in the grate, and half afraid to look at the bed, she raised the candle and did look. There lay the Dutchwoman, so still that Mrs. Tarnley felt a sickening doubt as she stared at her. Lord bless us! She's never quite well. I wish she was somewhere else, said Mrs. Tarnley, frowning sharply at her from the door. Then, with a little effort of resolution, she walked to the bedside, and fancied doubtfully that she saw a faint motion as of breathing in the great resting figure, and she placed her fingers upon her arm, and then passed them down to her big hand, which, to her relief, was warm. At the touch, the woman moaned and turned a little. Faugh! What makes her sleep so like dead? She'd have frightened me, almost, if I did not know better. Some folks can't do nowt like no one else. And Mildred would have liked to shake her up and bid her snore like other people, and give over her unnatural ways. But she did look so pale and fixed, and altogether so unnatural, that Mrs. Tarnley's wrath was overawed, and rather uneasily she retired and sat for a while at the kitchen fire, ruminating and grumbling. If she's a-goin' to die, what for she come all the way to Carwell? Wasn't Lunnon good enough to die in? Mrs. Tarnley only meant to warm her feet on the fender for a few minutes, But she fell asleep, and wakened, it might be a quarter of an hour later, and got up and listened. What was it that overcame old Mildred on this night with so unusual a sense of danger and panic at the presence of this woman? She could not exactly define the cause, but she was miserably afraid of her, and full of unexplainable surmises. "I can't go to bed till I try again. I can't. I don't know what's come over me. It seems to me, Lor be wi' us, as if the evil one was in the house, and I don't know what I should do. And there's not o' any avail I can do. But quiet I can't bide, and sleep won't stay wi' me while she's here. And I'll just go up again to her room, and if all's right then, I will lie down and take it easy for the rest of the night, come what come may, for my old bones is fairly wore out, and I can't hold my head up no longer." Thus resolved and sorely troubled, the old woman took the candle again and sallied forth once more upon her grisly expedition. From the panelled sitting-room, where by this time Charles Fairfield sat in his chair locked in dismal sleep, came the faint red mist of his candle's light, and here she paused to listen for a moment. Well, all was quiet there, and so on, and into the passage, and so into the great hall, as it was called, which seemed to her to have grown chill and cheerless since she was last there, and so again cautiously up the great stair with its clumsy banister of oak, relieved at every turn by a square oak block terminating in a ball, like the head of a gigantic ninepin. Black looked the passage through the archway. At the summit of this ascent, and for the first time Mildred was stayed by the sinking of a superstitious horror. It was by putting a kind of force upon herself that she entered this dark and silent gallery, so far away from every living being in the house, except that one of whom secretly she stood in awe, as of something not altogether of this earth. This gallery is pretty large, and about midway is placed another arch, with a door-case, and a door that is held open by a hook. And as often happens in old houses, a descent of a couple of steps here brings you to a different level of the floor. There may have been a reason of some sort for the uncomfortable introduction of so many gratuitous steps in doorways and passages, but certainly it must have exercised the wits of the comparatively slow persons who flourished at the period of this sort of architecture, and prevented the drowsiest from falling asleep on the way to their bedrooms. It happened that as she reached this doorway, her eye was caught by a cobweb hanging from the ceiling. For a sharp old servant like Mrs. Tarnley, such festoonery has an attraction of antipathy that is irresistible. She tried to knock it with her hand, but it did not reach high enough, so she applied her fingers to loosen her apron and sweep it down with a swoop of that weapon. She was still looking up at the dusty cord that waved in the air, and as she did so she received a long pull by the dress from an unseen hand below, a determined tweak, tightening and relaxing as she drew a step back and held the candle backward to enable her to see. It was not her kitten, which might have playfully followed her upstairs. It was not a prowling rat making a hungry attack. A low titter accompanied this pluck at her dress, and she saw the wide, pale face of the Dutchwoman turned up towards her with an odious smile. She was seated on the step, and her shoulder leaning against the frame of the door. "You thought I was asleep under the coverlet," she drawled, "or awake perhaps in the other world, dead. I never sleep long, and I don't die easily. See? And what for are ye out of your bed at all, mum? You'll break your neck in this house if ye go walking about, wi' its cranky steps and stairs, and you blind. When you go blind, old Mildred, you'll find your memory sharper than you think, and steps and corners and doors and chimney pieces will come to mind like a picture, What was I about?" "Well, what was ye about?" "Sure I am, I don't know, Mum." "No, I'm sure you don't," said she. "But you should be in your bed. That I know, Mum." Still holding her dress, and with a lazy laugh, the lady made answer: "So should you, old lass, a pair of us gadders. But I had reason. I wanted you, old Mildred. Well, Mum, I don't know how you'd have found me, for I sleep in the 5-cornered room, 2 doors away from the spicery. You'd never have found me. I'd have tried, hit or miss. I would not have stayed where I was," answered the old soldier. "What, not in the stateroom, Mum? The finest room in the house, so 'twas always supposed." "So be it. I don't like it," she answered. "Ye didn't hear no noises in it, sure?" demanded Mildred. "Not I," said the Dutchwoman. "Another reason, quite, girl. And what the dal is it? It must be summat grand, I take it, that makes ye better here, sittin' on a hard stair, than lyin' your length on a good bed." "Right well said, clever Mildred. What is the stateroom without a quiet mind?" replied the old soldier, with an oracular smile. "What's the matter wi' ye mind, Mum?" said Mildred testily. "I'm not safe there from intrusion," answered the lady, with little pauses between her words to lend an emphasis to them. "I don't know what you're afeard on, Mum," repeated Mrs. Darnley, whose acquaintance with fine words was limited, and who was too proud to risk a mistake. "Well, it's just this. I won't be pried upon by that young lady." "What young lady, Mum?" asked Mrs. Darnley, who fancied she might ironically mean Miss Lily Dogger. "Harry Fairfield's wife, of course. What other?" "I choose to be private here," said the Dutch dame imperiously. "She'll not pry. She don't pry on no one. And if she wished it, she couldn't." "Well, there's nothing between us, woman, but the long closet where you used to keep the linen, and the broken furniture and rattle-traps." "Rattle-drabs," she pronounced the word. "And she'll come and peep. Every woman peeps and pries." "Beeps and bries," she called the words. "I peep and pry." "She'll just pretend she never knew any one was there, and she'll walk in through the closet door and start, and beg my pardon, and say how sorry she is, and then go off and tell you next morning how many buttons are on my pelisse, and how many pins in my pincushion, and let all the world know everything about me." "But she can't come in." "Why?" "Why? Because, Mum, the door is papered over." "Fine protection paper," sneered the lady. "I saw her door locked myself before 'twas papered over," said Mildred. "Did you, though?" said the lady. "With my own eyes," insisted Mildred. "I'd rather see it with mine," joked the blind lady. "Well, see, we'll make a long story short. If I consent to stay in that room, I lock the door that opens into it. I'll have a room and not a passage, if you please. I won't be peeped on or listened to. If I can't choose my company, I'll be alone, please." "And what do you want, Mum?" asked Mildred, whose troubles were multiplying. "Another room," said the lady doggedly. Mildred paused. "Well, did I ever?" pondered Mrs. Darnley, reading the lady's features sharply as she spoke. But they were sullen, and for aught she could make out, meaningless. "Well, it will do if ye can have the key, I take it, and lock your door yourself." "Not so well as another room, if you'll give me one, but better than nothing." "Come along then, Mum, for another room's not to be had at no price, and I'll gie ye the key. And then, when you lock it fast, I may sleep easy." What's that your parson used to say? The wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest. Plenty of wicked people going, Mrs. Tarnley, and weary enough am I, sighed the great pale Dutchwoman. There's two on us, so, Mum, said Mildred, as she led the lady back to her room. And having placed her in her armchair by the fire, Mildred Tarnley took the key from the brass-headed tack on which it hung behind the bedpost. "Here it is, Mum," she said, placing the key in her groping fingers. "What key is it?" asked the old soldier. "The key of the long linen closet that was." "And how do I know that?" she inquired, twirling it round in her large fingers, and smiling in such a way as to nettle Mrs. Tarnley, who began, "Ye may know, I take it, because Mildred Tarnley says so, and I never yet played a trick. I never tells lies," she concluded, pulling up on a sudden. "Well, I know that. I know your truth itself, so far as human nature goes, but that has its limits, and can't fly very high off the ground. Come, get me up. We'll try the key. I'll lock it myself. I'll lock it with my own fingers. Seeing is believing, and I can't see, but feeling has no fellow. And not doubting you, Mrs. Tarnley, I'll feel for myself." She placed her hand on Mrs. Tarnley's shoulder, and when she had reached the corner at the further side of the bed, where the cupboard door, as she knew, was situated, with her scissors' point, where the crevice of the door was covered over with the paper, she ripped it asunder, notwithstanding the remonstrances of Mildred, who told her she was leaving it not worth a rag off the road. All round the door, which thus freed, and discovering by her fingertips the point at which the keyhole was placed, she broke the paper through, introduced the key, turned it, and with very little resistance pulled the door partly open, with an ugly grimace and a chuckle at Mildred. Then, locking it fast, she said, "And now I defy Madam, do all she can, and you'll clap the table against it to make more sure. And so I think I may sleep, don't you?" Mildred scratched above her eyebrow with one finger for a moment, and she said, "Yes, ye might have slept, I'm thinking, as sound before, if ye had a mind, Mum." "What the dickens does the lass mean?" said the blind woman, with a sleepy laugh. "As if people could sleep when they like. Why, woman, if that was so, there would be no such thing as fidgets." "Well, I suppose, no more there wouldn't. No more there wouldn't. I may take away the tray, Mum?" "Let it be till morning. I want rest. Good night. Are you going? Good night." "Good night, Mum," said Mildred, making her stiff little curtsy, although it was lost upon the lady, and a little thoughtfully she left the room. The old soldier listened, sitting up, for she had lain down on her bed, and as she heard the click-clack of Mildred's shoe grow fainter. "Yes, good night, really, Mildred. I think you need visit no more tonight." And she got up and secured the door that opened on the gallery. "Good night, old Tarnley," she said, with a nod and an unpleasant smirk, and then a deep and dismal sigh. Then she threw herself again upon her bed and lay still. Old Mildred seemed also to have come to a like conclusion as to the matter of Bertha visiting for the night, for at the door, on the step of which the Dutch woman, sitting a few minutes before, had startled her, she looked back suspiciously over her shoulder, and then shutting the door noiselessly, she locked it, leaving that restless spirit a prisoner till morning. End of chapter 35. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 36 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 36. Through the Wall. Alice had slept quietly for some time. The old clock at the foot of the stairs had purred and struck twice since she had ceased listening and thinking. It was for all that time an unbroken sleep, and then she wakened. She had been half conscious for some time of a noise in the room, a fidgeting little noise that teased her sleep for a time, and finally awoke her completely. She sat up in her bed, and heard, she thought, a sigh in the room. Exactly from what point she could not be certain, nor whether it was near or far. She drew back the curtain and looked. The familiar furniture only met her view. In like manner all round the room. Encouraged by which evidence, she took heart of grace and got up, and quite to satisfy herself made a search, as timid people will, because already morally certain that there is no need of a search. Happily, she was spared the terror of any discovery to account for the sound that had excited her uneasiness. She turned again the key in her door, and thus secured, listened there. Everything was perfectly still. Then into bed she got, and listened to silence, and in low tones talking to herself, for the sound of her own voice was reassuring. She reasoned with her tremors. She trimmed her light, and made some little clatter on the table, and bethought her that this sigh that had so much affrighted her might be no more than the slipping of one fold of her bed curtain over another, an occurrence which she remembered to have startled her once before. So after a time she persuaded herself that her alarm was fanciful, and she composed herself again to sleep. Soon, however, her evil genius began to worry her in another shape, and something like the gnawing and nibbling of a mouse grated on her half-sleeping ear from the woodwork of the room. So she sat up again and said, "Hish!" Now toward the window, now toward the fireplace, now toward the door, and all again was quite still. Alice got up, and throwing her dressing-gown about her shoulders, opened the window shutter and looked out upon the serene and melancholy landscape which this old-fashioned window with its clumsy sashes and small panes commanded. Sweet and sad these moonlit views that so well accord with certain moods, but the cares at Alice's heart were real, and returned as she quite awoke with a renewed pang, and the cold and mournful glory of the sky and silvered woodlands neither cheered nor soothed her. With a deep sigh she closed the shutter again, and by the dusky candle light returned to her bed. There at last she did fall into a quiet sleep. From this she awoke suddenly and quite. Her heart was throbbing fast, but she could not tell whether she awoke of herself or had been aroused by some external cause. "Who's there?" she cried, in a fright, as she started up and looked about the room. Exactly as she called, she thought she heard something fall, a heavy and muffled sound. It might have been a room or two away, it might have been nearer, but her own voice made the sound uncertain. She waited in alarm and listened, but for the present all was again quiet. Poor little Alice knew very well that she was not herself, and her reason took comfort from her consciousness of the excited state of her nerves. "What a fool I am!" she whispered with a sigh. "What a fool! Everything frightens me now. I've grown such a coward. Oh, Charlie, Charlie! Oh, Rye darling! When will you come back to your poor wife? When shall this dreadful suspense be over, and quiet come again?" Then poor little Alice cried, after the manner of women, bitterly for a time, and then, as she used in all trouble, she prayed and essayed to settle again to sleep. But hardly had she begun the attempt when it was terminated strangely. Again she heard the same stealthy sound, as of something cutting or ripping. Again she cried, "Hish! Hish!" but with no effect. She fancied, at the far corner of the room, about as high as she could easily reach, that she saw some glittering object. It might be a little bit of looking-glass pass slowly and tremulously along the wall, horizontally, and then with the same motion in a straight line down the wall, glimmering faintly in the candlelight. At the same time, was a slight trembling of that part of the wall, a slight, wavy motion, and, could she believe her eyes, a portion of the wall seemed to yield silently, an unsuspected door slowly opened, and a tall figure, wrapped in a flannel dress, came in. This figure crouched a little with its hand to its ear, and moved its head slowly round as if listening in all directions in turn. Then softly, with a large hand, it pushed back the door, which shut with a little snap, as if with a spring lock. Alice all this time was gazing upon the visitor, actually freezing with terror, not knowing whether the apparition was that of a living person or not. The woolen-clothed figure with large feet in stockings and no shoes on advanced, the fingers of one hand sliding gently along the wall. With an aspect fixed on the opposite end of the room, and the other hand a little raised in advance, it was such a fixed, listening look, and groping caution of motion, as one might fancy in a person getting along a familiar room in the dark. The feeling that she was not seen made Alice instinctively silent. She was almost breathless. The intruder passed on thus until she had reached the corner of the room, when she felt about for the door-case, and having got her hand upon it, she quickly transferred it to the handle, which she turned, and tried the door 2 or 3 times. Oh! What Alice would have given at this moment that she had not locked it, believing, as she now did, that the stranger would have passed out quietly from the room if this obstruction had not presented itself. As if her life was concentrated in her eyes, Alice gazed still at this person, who paused for a few seconds, and lowering her head, listened fixedly. Then very cautiously she, with the tips of her fingers, tried, was it to turn the key in the lock, or to extricate it? At all events she failed. She removed her hand, turned a little, stood still, and listened. To Alice's horror, her business in the room was plainly not over yet. The woman stood erect, drawing a long breath, holding her underlip slightly in her teeth, with just a little nip. She turned her face toward the bed, and for the first time Alice now quite distinctly saw it, pale, seamed with smallpox, blind. This large face was now turned toward her, and the light of the candle, screened by the curtain from Alice's eyes, fell full upon its exaggerated and evil features. The woman had drawn in a long full breath, as if coming to a resolution that needed some nerve. Whatever this woman had come into the room for, Alice thought with hope that she, at all events, as she stood pallid and lowering before her, with eyes white with cataract, and with brows contracted in malignant calculation, knew nothing, as she undoubtedly saw nothing of her. Still as death sat Alice in her terror, gazing into the sightless face of the woman, little more than 2 yards removed from her. Suddenly the short space disappeared, and with 2 swift steps and an outstretched hand she stood at the bedside and caught Alice's nightdress and drew her forcibly towards her. Alice as violently resisted. With a loud scream she drew back, and the nightdress tore, but the tall woman instantly grasped her nearer the shoulder, and scrambling on the bed on her knees, she dragged her down upon it, and almost instantly struck at her throat with a knife. To make this blow she was compelled to withdraw one hand, and with a desperate spring Alice evaded the stroke. The whole thing was like a dream. The room seemed all a cloud. She could see nothing but the white figure that was still close, climbing swiftly over the bed, with one hand extended now, and the knife in the other. Not knowing how she got there, she was now standing with her back to the wall, in the further corner of the room, staring at the dreadful figure in a catalepsy of terror. There was hardly a momentary pause. She was afraid to stir lest the slightest motion should betray her to the search of this woman. Had she, as she stood and listened sharply, heard her breathing? With sudden decision, long light steps, and her hand laid to the wall, she glided swiftly toward her. With a gasp, Alice awoke, as it were from her nightmare, and, almost wild with terror, fled round the bed to the door. Hastening, jostling by the furniture, gliding, on the whole, very adroitly after her, her face strained with a horrible eagerness and fear, came the blind woman. Alice tried to pull open the door. She had locked it herself, but in her agitation forgot. Now she seized the key and tried to turn it, but the strong hand of the stranger, in forcing it round a second time, had twisted it so that it was caught in the lock and would not turn. Alice felt as people feel in dreams when pursuit is urgent, and some little obstruction entangles flight and threatens to deliver the fugitive into the hands of an implacable pursuer. A frantic pull and a twist or two of the key in vain, and the hand of the pursuer was all but upon her. Again she sprang and scrambled across the bed, and it seemed, enraged by the delay, and with a face sharpening and darkening with insanity, the murderess, guided by the sound, flung herself after her. And now, through the room and lobbies pealed shrieks of murder, as Alice flew before the outstretched hand of the beldame who balked of her prey, following with reckless fury, careless now against what she struck or rushed, and clawing the air, as it seemed, within an inch of Alice's shoulder. Unequal as it appeared in this small pen, the struggle to escape could not have lasted very long. The old closet door, thinly covered with paper, through which the sharp knife had glided almost without noise, was locked, and escape through it as hopeless as through the other door. Through the window she would have thrown herself, but it was fastened, and one moment's delay would have been death. Had a weapon been in her hand, had she thought of it in this extremity of terror, her softer instincts might have been reversed, and she might have turned on her pursuer and fought, as timid creatures have done, with the ferocity of despair, for her life. But the chance that might have so transformed her did not come. Flight was her one thought, and that ended suddenly, for tripping in the upturned carpet, she fell helplessly to the floor. In a moment, with a gasp, her pursuer was kneeling by her side, with her hand in her dishevelled hair, and drawing herself close for those sure strokes of the knife with which she meant to mangle her. As the eyes of the white owl glare through the leaves on the awakening bird, and its brain swims, and its little heart bounces into a gallop, seeing its most dreadful dream accomplished, escape impossible, its last hour come, then the talons of the spectre clutch its throat, and its short harmless life is out. So might it have been with pretty Alice. In that dreadful second of time, all things that her eyes beheld looked strange in a new reality. The room contracted, and familiar things were unlike themselves, and the certainty and nearness of that which she now knew, all her life before, was but a dream to her. What an infidel, what a fool she had been! Here it was, and now death. The helpless yell that burst from her lips, as this dreadful woman shuffled nearer on her knees, was answered by a crash from the door burst in, and a cry from a manly voice. The door flew wide, and Alice saw her husband, pale as death. With a single savage blow he stretched her assailant on the floor. In another moment, Alice, wild with terror, half fainting, was in his arms. And did he strike her? Good God! He had struck her. How did she lie there bleeding? For a moment a dreadful remorse was bursting at his heart. He would have kneeled. He could have killed himself. Oh, manhood! Gratitude! Charity! Could he, even in a moment of frenzy, have struck down any creature so, that had ever stood to him in the relation of that love? What a rush of remembrances and hell of compunction was there, and for a rival! She, the reckless, forlorn, guilty old love, cast off, blasted with deformity and privation, and now this last fell atrocity. Alice was clinging to him. The words, "Darling, darling, my Rye, my saviour, my Rye," were in his ears, and he felt as if he hated Alice, hated her worse even than himself. He froze with horror and agony as he beheld the ineffaceable image of that white, blood-stained, twitching face, with sightless eyes, and on the floor those straggling locks of changed grizzled hair that once were as black as a raven's wing, to which he used to compare them. O maddening picture of degradation and cruelty! To what had they both come at last? But an iron necessity was upon him, and with an energy of hypocrisy he said, "Alice! My treasure! My darling! You're safe, aren't you?" "Oh, darling, yes," she gasped. "Not here! You mustn't stay here! Run down! She's mad! She's a mad woman! Not here a moment!" Half stunned and dreamy with horror, Alice glided down the stairs, passing honest Tom, who was stumbling up, half awake, but quite dressed, excepting his coat. "Run, Tom! Help your master, for God's sake! There's something dreadful!" she said as she passed him with her trembling hands raised. "Where, ma'am, might be?" said Tom, pausing with a coolness that was dreadful, she thought. There! In his room, my room! Go, for heaven's sake!" Up ran Tom, making a glorious clatter with his hobnails, and down ran Alice, and just at the foot of the old stair she met Mildred Tarnley's tall, slim figure. The old woman drew to the banister and stood still, looking darkly and shrewdly at her. "Oh, good! Mildred! Oh, Mrs. Tarnley, for God's sake, don't leave me!" "And what's the row, ma'am? What is it?" asked Mrs. Tarnley, who with her lean arms supporting the poor trembling young lady who clung to her. "Oh, Mrs. Tarnley, take me with you. Take me out. I can't stay in the house. Take me away, into the woods, anywhere out of the house." Well, come down, come along," she said, more tenderly than was her wont, and watching her face hard from the corner of the eyes, she was convinced that the old soldier was the cause of these horrors. "Put your arm over my shoulder, ma'am. There, that's it, and I'll put mine round you, if you don't think I'm making too bold. There now, you're more easy, I think." And as they got on through the passage, she asked, "'Twas you that scritched, hey?" I dare say, did I?" "Aye, did ye? With a will, whoever scritched. You seen summat, and what may ye have seen that frightened ye like that?" "We'll talk by and by. I'm ill. I'm horribly ill. Come away." "Come then, if you like best, ma'am," said Mildred Tarnley, leading her through the kitchen, and by the outer door into the open air. But she had hardly got a step into the yard when the young lady, holding her fast, stopped short in renewed terrors. "Oh, Mildred, if she follows us, if she overtook us out here?" "Who, ma'am? Who you referred on? Is it that crazy blind woman, or who?" "Oh, Mildred, yes, it is she. Oh, Mildred, where shall we go? Where can I hide myself? There's nowhere safe." "Now you're just driving yourself distracted, you be. What for need ye fear her? She's crazy, I'll not deny, but she's blind too, and she can't follow ye here if she was so minded. Why, she couldn't cross the stile, nor follow ye through a spinney. But see, you've nowt but your dressing gown over your night clothes, and your bare feet. Odds I'll not go wi' ye. You'll come back, if ye must come abroad. You'll get your cloaks and your shoon." No, Mildred, I'll go as I am," cried the terrified lady, at the same time hurrying onward to the yard door. "Well," said the old woman, following, "wilful lass will ha' her way, but you'll clap this o'er your shoulders." As she placed her own shawl on them, and together they passed into the lonely woodlands that, spreading upwards from the glen of Carwell, embower the deep ravine that flanks the side of the Grange, and widening and deepening, enter the kindred shadows of the glen. End of chapter 36. Recording by Adrian Stevens.
Chapter 37 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 37. A Messenger. Alice had not gone far when she was seized with a great shivering, the immediate process by which from high hysterical tension nature brings down the nerves again to their accustomed tone. The air was soft and still, and the faint grey of morning was already changing the darkness into its peculiar twilight. "You'll be better presently, dear," said the old woman, with unaccustomed kindness. "There, there, you'll be nothing the worst when A's done, and you'll have a cup of tea when you come back." Under the great old trees near the ivied wall which screens the court is a stone bench, and on this old Mildred was constrained to place her. "There, there, there, rest a bit, rest a little bit. Hi, crying? Well, cry if ye will, but you'll hae more to thank God than to cry for, if all be as I guess." Alice cried on with convulsive sobs, starting every now and then with a wild glance toward the yard gate, and grasping the old woman's arm. In a very few minutes this paroxysm subsided, and she wept quietly. "'Twas you, Mum, that cried out. I take it, frightened mayhap?" "I was, yes. I'll wait a little and tell you by and by. Horribly, horribly. You needn't be afeard here, and me beside ye, Mum, and daylight a comin', and I think I could gie ye a sharp guess at the matter. Ye saw her ladyship, I do suppose. The old soger, Mum. There's a sight might frighten a body, like a spirit a'most. A great white-faced blind devil." "Who is she? How did she come? She tried to kill me. Oh, Mrs. Tarnley, I'm so terrified." And with these words, Alice began to cry and tremble afresh. "Hey, tried to kill ye, did she? I'm glad of that, right glad o't. 'Twill rid us of trouble, ma'am. But la, think of that. And did she actually raise her hand to you?" "Oh, yes, Mrs. Tarnley, frightful. I'm saved by a miracle. I don't know how. The mercy of God only." She was clinging to Mrs. Tarnley with a fast and trembling grasp. "Zooks, the lass is frightened. Ye has seen sights tonight, young lady, ye'll remember. Young folk loves pleasure and the world and themselves, or well to trouble their heads about death or judgment, if the Lord in his mercy didn't shake 'em up from their dreams and their sins. Awake thou that sleepest, says the word, calling loud in a drunken ear. At dead o' night, wi' the house all round a fire, as the parson says. He's a good man, though I may ha' seen better in old days in Carwell pulpit. So 'tis all for good, and in place o' crying you should be praising God for startling ye out o' your carnal sleep, and making ye think o' him, and see yourself as ye are, and not according to the flatteries o' your husband and your own vanity. Ye'll pardon me, but truth is truth, and God's truth first of all. And who'll tell it ye, if them as within hearing won't open their lips? And I don't see that Mr. Charles troubles his head much about the matter. He is so noble, and always my guardian angel. Oh, Mrs. Tarnley, tonight I must have perished, if it had not been for him. He is always my best friend, and so unselfish and noble." "Well, that's good," said Mildred Tarnley coldly. "But I'm thinking something ought to be done wi' the catamountain in there, and strike while the iron's hot, and they'll never drive home that nail, ye'll find, more like to go off when all's done wi' your pocket full of money. 'Tis a sin while so many an honest soul wants, and I'll take that just into my own old hands, I'm thinking, and sarve her out as she would better women." "Isn't she mad, Mrs. Tarnley?" asked Alice. "And if she's mad, to the madhouse wi' her. And if she's not, where's the gallows high enough for her? The dangerous harridan! For one way or t'other, the fiend's in her, and the sooner judgment overtakes her, and she's in her coffin, the sooner the devil's laid. and the better for honest folk. If she is mad, it accounts for everything. But I feel as if I never could enter that house again. And oh, Mrs. Tarnley, you mustn't leave me. Oh, heavens, what's that?" It was no great matter. Mrs. Tarnley had got up, for the yard door had opened, and someone passed out and looked round. It was the girl, Lily Dogger, who stood there looking about her under the canopy of tall trees. "Hoot, mum, 'tis only the child, Lily Dogger, and well pleased I am, for I was thinking this minute how I could get her to me quietly. Here, Lily, come here, ye goose-cap, do you see me?" So, closing the door behind her, the girl approached with eyes wide open and a wonderfully solemn countenance. She had been roused and scared by the sounds which had alarmed the house, huddled on her clothes, and seeing Mrs. Tarnley's figure cross the window, had followed in a tremor. Mrs. Tarnley walked a few steps towards her, and beckoning with her lean finger, the girl drew near. "Ye'll have to go over Cressley Common, girl, to Wykford. Ye know Wykford?" "Yes, please'm." "Well, ye must go through the village and call up Mark Topham. Ye know Mark Topham's house with the green door by the bridge end?" "Yes, please, Mrs. Tarnley, mum." "And say he'll be wanted down here at the Grange, for murder, mind. And go ye unto Mr. Rodney at t'other side of the river, Squire Rodney of Rydell. Ye know that house too?" "Yes'm," said the girl, with eyes momentarily descending and face of blanker consternation. "And ye'll tell Mr. Rodney there's been bad work down here, and murder all but done, and say ye've told Mark Topham, the constable, and that it is hoped he'll come over himself to make out the writin's, and send away the prisoner as should go. We being chiefly women here, and having to keep Tom Clinton at home to mind the prisoner, ye understand, and keep all safe, having little other protection. Now run in, lass, and clap your bonnet on, and away wi' ye, and get ye there as fast as your legs will carry ye, and take your time coming back, and you may get a lift, for they'll not be walking, and you're like to get a bit of breakfast down at Rydell. But if ye shouldn't, here's twopence, and buy yourself a good bit of bread in the town. Now ye understand? Yes'm, please. And ye'll not be making mistakes, mind?" "No, mum." "Then do as I bid ye, and off ye go," said Mrs. Tarnley, dispatching her with a peremptory gesture. So, with a quaking heart, not knowing what dangers might still be lurking there, Lily Dogger ran into the yard on her way to her bonnet, and peeped through the kitchen window, but saw nothing there in the pale grey light but still life. With a timid finger she lifted the latch and stole into the familiar passage, as if she were exploring a haunted house. She had quaked in her bed as thin and far away the shrill sounds of terror had penetrated through walls and passages to her bedroom. She had murmured, "Lord bless us," at intervals, and listened, chilled with the sense of danger associated in her imagination with the stranger who had visited her room and frightened away her slumbers. And she had jumped out of bed and thrown on her clothes in panic, and blessed herself, and pinned and tied strings, and listened and blessed herself again, and seeing Mrs. Tarnley cross the window, accompanied by someone else whom she did not then recognize, and fearing to remain thus deserted in the house more than the risk of being blown up by Mrs. Tarnley, she had followed that grim protectress. Now, as on tiptoe she recrossed the kitchen with her straw bonnet in her hand, she heard of a sudden cries of fury, and words, as doors opened and shut, reached her that excited her horror and piqued her curiosity. She hastened, however, to leave the house, and again approached and passed by the lady and Mildred Tarnley, having tied her bonnet under her chin, and obeying Mildred's impatient beckon and Run, lass, run! Stir your stumps, will ye?" She started at a pace that promised soon to see her across Cressley Common. Old Mildred saw this with comfort. She knew that broad-shouldered, brown-eyed lass for a shrewd and accurate messenger, and seeing how dangerous and complicated things were growing, she was glad that fortune had opened so short and sharp a way of getting rid of that troubler of their peace. "Come in, Mom. Ye'll catch your death o' cold here. All's quiet by this time, and I'll make the kitchen safe against the world. And Mr. Charles is in the house, and Tom Clinton up and all safe. And who cares a rush for that blind old cat? Not I, for one. She'll come no nonsense over Mildred Tarnley in her own kitchen, while there's a poker to wrap her o'er the pate. Hoot! One old blind limer. I'd tackle 6 of her sort, old as I am, and tumble them one after t'other into the brawl. Never ye trouble your head about that, Mum, and I'll bolt the door on the passage, and the scullery door likewise, and lock 'em if ye like. And we'll get down old Dulcibella to sit wi' ye, and ye'll be a deal less like to see that beast in the kitchen than here. There's Miss Crane," by which title she indicated old Dulcibella, "looking out of her window. Oh, Miss Crane, will you please? Miss Crane, come down and stay a bit wi' your mistress." "Thank God! Is she down there?" exclaimed she. "Come down, Mom, please. She's quite well, and she'll be glad to see ye." Old Dulcibella's head disappeared from the window promptly. "Now, Mom, she'll be down, and when she comes, if ye'd like to hae some one by ye, I'll go in and make the kitchen door fast. And won't ye search it well, Mrs. Tarnley, and the inner room, that we may be certain no one is hid there? Pray do. May I rely on you? Won't you promise?" "There's nothing there, that I promise ye." "But, oh, pray do," urged Alice. "I will, Mom, just to quiet ye. Ye need not fear. I leave her no chance, and she'll soon be safe enough, she shall. Safe enough when she gets on her doublet of stone. And don't ye be frightened yourself for nothing. Just keep yourself quiet, for there's nothing to fear. And if ye will keep yourself in a fever for nothing, ye'll be just making food for worms. Mark my words." As she spoke, old Dulcibella appeared, and with a face of deep concern, waddled as fast as she could toward her young mistress, raising her hands and eyes from time to time as she approached. As she drew nearer, she made a solemn thanksgiving, and, "Oh, my child, thank God you're well. I was a'most ready to drop in a swound when I came into your room just now. Everything knocked topsy-turvy, and a door cut in the wall, and all in a litter. I couldn't know where I was, and someone a-bleeding all across the floor, and one of the big green-handled knives on the floor. Lord a mercy on us, with the blade bent and blood about it. I never was so frightened. I thought my senses was a-leaving me, and I couldn't tell what I might see next, and I ready to drop down on the floor wi' fright. My darling child, my precious, Lord love it, and here it was, barefooted, and but half clad, and come in ye must, dear. 'Tis enough to kill ye. I can scarcely remember anything, Dulcibella, only one thing. Oh, I'm so terrified. Come in, darling. You'll lose your life if you stay here as you are. And what was it, dear? And who did you see?" "A woman, that dreadful blind woman, who came in at the new door. I never saw her before." "Well, dear?" "Oh, Miss Alice, darling, I couldn't have believed. And thank God you're safe after all. That she, I heard a screeching as strong as a dozen, and frightful words as well as I could hear, to come from any woman's lips. Lord help us! Where is she now? Somewhere in the front of the house, darlin', screechin' and laughin', I thought, but heaven only knows. She's mad, Mrs. Tarnley says, and Mr. Fairfield said so too. Master Charles is come, my darling Rye. Oh, Dulcibella, how grateful I should be! What could I have done if he hadn't? So Dulcibella persuaded her to come into the yard, and so through the scullery door, at which Mildred stood, having secured all other access to the kitchen. So in she came, awfully frightened to find herself again in the house, but was not her husband there, and help at hand, and the doors secured. End of chapter 37. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 38 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 38. Unreasonable Bertha. Her husband was at hand, that is to say, under the same roof, and at that moment in the room in which the blind woman was now sitting, bleeding from head and hand, and smiling as she talked, with the false light of a malignant irony. So husband and wife are met again, and what have you to say after so long a time? I have nothing to say. Let my deeds speak. I've given you year by year fully half my income. She laughed scornfully and exclaimed merely, "Magnificent man! Miserable pittance it is, but the more miserable, the harder the sacrifice for me. I don't say I've been able to do much, but I have done more than my means warrant, and I don't understand what you propose to yourself by laying yourself out to torment and embarrass me. What the devil do you follow me about for? Do you think I'm fool enough to be bullied?" A fine question from Charles Fairfield of Wyvern to his wife, she observed with a pallid simper. Wife and husband are terms very easily pronounced, said he. And relations very easily made, she rejoined. He was leaning with his shoulder against the high mantelpiece and looking upon her with a countenance in which you might have seen disdain and fear, mingling with something of compunction. Relations very easily made, and still more easily affected, he replied. Come, Bertha, there is no use in quarreling over points of law. Past is past, as Lenora says. If I have wronged you anything, I am sorry. I've tried to make amends, and though many a fellow would have been tired out long ago, I continue to give you proofs that I am not. That is a sort of benevolence, she said in her own language, which may as well be voluntary, for if it not be, the magistrates will compel it. The magistrates are neither fools nor tyrants. You'll make nothing of the magistrates. You have no rights, and you know it. An odd country, where a wife has no rights. Come, Bertha, there is no use in picking a quarrel. While you take me quietly, you have your share, and a good deal more. You used to be reasonable. A reasonable wife, I suppose, gives up her position, her character, her prospects, whenever it answers her husband to sacrifice these trifles for his villainous pleasures. Your English wives must be meek souls indeed if they like it. I don't hear they are such lambs, though. I'm not going to argue law points. As I said before, lawyers are the proper persons to do that. You used to be reasonable, Bertha. Where's the good in pushing things to extremes? What a gentle creature you are, she laughed. And how persuasive. I'm a quiet fellow enough, I believe as men go, but I'm not persuasive, and I know it. I wish I were. Those whom you have persuaded once are not likely to be persuaded again. Your persuasions are not always lucky, are they? You want to quarrel about everything. You want to leave no possible point of agreement. Things are at a bad pass when husband and wife are so." Charles looked at her angrily for a moment, and then down to the floor, and he whistled a few bars of a tune. "What do you whistle for?" she demanded. "Come, Bertha, don't be foolish. You were once a gentleman. It is a blackguard who whistles in reply to a lady's words," she said, on a sudden stretching out her hand tremulously, as if in search of someone to grasp. "Well, don't mind. Stick to one thing at a time. For God's sake, say what you want and have done with it." "You must acknowledge me before the world for your wife," she answered with a resolute serenity, and raising her face and shutting her mouth, she sniffed defiantly through her distended nostrils. Come, Bertha, what good on earth could come of that?" "Little to you, perhaps." "And none to you." She laughed savagely. "That lie won't do. Bertha, we may hate one another if you will, but is it not as well to try whether we can agree upon anything? Let us just for the present talk intelligibly." "You tried to murder me, you arch-villain." "Nonsense," said he, turning pale. "How can you talk so? How can you? Could I help interposing? You may well be thankful that I did." "You tried to murder me!" she screamed. "You know that's false. I took the knife from your hand, and by doing so, I saved 2 lives. It was you, not I, who hurt your hand." "You villain! You damned villain! I wish I could kill you dead." "All the worse for you, Bertha." "I wish you were dead, and cold in your bed, and my hand on your face to be sure of it." "Now you're growing angry again. I thought we had done with storm and hysterics for a little, and could talk, and perhaps agree upon something, or at all events not waste our few minutes in violence." "Violence, you wretch! Who began it?" "What can you mean, Bertha?" "You've married that woman." "Oh, I know it all. I, your lawful wife living. I'll have you transported, double-dyed villain." "Where's the good of screaming all this at the top of your voice?" he said, at last growing angry. "You wish you could kill me. I almost wish you could. I've been only too good to you, and allowed you to trouble me too long." "Ha, ha! You'd like to put me out of the way." "You'll do that for yourself. Can't you wait? Can't you listen? Can't you have common reason? Just for one moment. What do you want? What do you wish? Do you want every farthing I possess on earth, and to leave me nothing?" "I'm your wife, and I'll have my rights." "Now listen to me. That's a question I need not discuss, because you already know what I believe on the subject." "You know what your brother Harry thinks?" "I know what it is his interest to think." "You daren't say that if he were here, you coward." "And I don't care a farthing what he thinks." "Ha, ha, ha! But if it had been 50 times over what it never was, a marriage, your own conduct long ago would have dissolved it." "And you allow you have married that woman?" "I shan't talk to you about it. How I shall act, or may act, or have acted, is my own affair, and rely upon it, I'll do nothing on the assumption that I ever was married to you." Up stood the tall woman, with hands extended toward him, wide open, with a slightly groping motion, as if opening a curtain. Not a word did she say, but her sightless eyes, which stared full at him, were quivering with that nervous tremor which is so pleasant to see. She drew breath 2 or 3 times at intervals, long and deep, almost a sob, and then, without speaking or moving more, she sat down, looking awfully white and wicked. For a time the old soldier had lost the thread of her discourse. Charles heard a step not very far off. He thought his unreasonable Bertha was about to have a fit, and opening the door, he called lustily to Mildred. It was Mrs. Tarnley. "Will you get some water, or whatever she ought to have? I think she is ill, and pray be quick." With a dark, prying look, Mildred glanced from one to the other. "It's in a madhouse, and not here the like of her should be. We them fits and frenzies," she muttered as she applied herself to the resuscitation of the Dutchwoman. On her toilet was a little group of bottles labelled sal volatile, asafoetida, valerian. "I don't know which is the right one, but this can't be far wrong," she remarked, selecting the sal volatile and dropping some into the water. "La, so it was a sort of fit. See how stiff she was. Lor bless us, I do wish she was under a mad doctor. See how her feet stuck out, and her thumbs tight shut in her fists, and her teeth set." And old Mildred applied the sal volatile vial to the patient's nostrils, and gradually got her into a drowsy, yawning state, in which she seemed to care and comprehend little or nothing of where she was or what had befallen her. "Tell her I stayed till I saw her better, if she asks, and that I'm coming back again. She says she is hurt." "So much the better," said Mildred. "That will keep her from prowling about the house like a cat or a ghost, as she did all night, and no good came of it. And will you look to her wrist? She cut it last night, and it is very clumsily tied up. And I'll come again, tell her." So, with a bewildered brain and a direful load at his heart, he left the room. Where was Alice, he thought. He went downstairs and up again by the back staircase to their room, and there found the wreck and disorder of the odious scene he had witnessed, still undisturbed, and looking somehow more shocking in the sober light of morning. From this sickening record of the occurrences of last night, he turned for a moment to the window and looked out on the tranquil and sylvan solitudes, and then back again upon the disorder which had so nearly marked a scene of murder. "How do I keep my reason?" thought he. "Is there in England so miserable a man? Why should I not end it?" Between the room where he stood and the angle of that bedroom, in which at that moment was the wretch who agitated every hour of his existence with dismay, there intervened but 28 feet in that polyhedric and irregular old house. If he had but one tithe of her wickedness, he had but to take up that poker, strike through, and brain her as she sat there. Why was he not a little more or a little less wicked? If the latter, he might never have been in this present fix. If the other, he might find a short way out of the thicket, hew his way out with a bloody axe, and none but those whose secrecy he might rely on be the wiser. Avaunt, horrible shadows! Such beckoning phantoms from the abyss were not tempters, but simply terrors. No, he was far more likely to load a pistol, put the muzzle in his mouth, and blow his harassed brains out. End of chapter 38. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 39 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 39. An Abduction. So far as a man not very resolute can be said to have made up his mind to anything, Charles Fairfield had quite made up his. Driven thus fairly into a corner to fight his battle now and decisively, he would hold no terms and offer no compromise. Let her do her worst. She had found out his secret. Oh, brother Harry, had you played him false? And she had quoted your opinion against him. Had you been inflaming this insane enemy with an impracticable confidence? Well, no matter now. All the better, perhaps. There was already an end of concealment between that enemy and himself, and soon would be of suspense. God help me! At the eve of what an abyss I stand! That wretched woman, poor as she is, and nearly mad, in a place like London, she'll be certain to find lawyers only too glad to take up her case, and force me to a trial. First a trial to prove a marriage, and make costs of me, and then heaven knows what more. And the publicity, and the miserable uncertainty. And Alice, poor little Alice, merciful heaven! What had she done to merit this long agony and possible ruin? He peeped into the dining-room as he passed, but all was there as he had left it. Alice had not been in it, so at the kitchen door he knocked. "Who's there? Is anyone there?" Encouraged by his voice, old Dulcibella answered from within. The door was opened, and he entered. A few moments' silence, except for Alice's murmured and sobbing welcome, a trembling close embrace, and he said with a gentle look and a faint tone, "Alice, darling, I have no good news to tell. Everything has gone wrong with me, and we must leave this. Let Dulcibella go up and get such things as are necessary to take with you. But, Dulcibella, mind you tell nobody your mistress is leaving this. And, Alice, you'll come with me. We'll go where they can neither follow nor trace us, and let fate do its worst. We may be happier yet in our exile than ever we were at home. And when they have banished me, they have done their worst." His tenderness for Alice, frozen for a time, had returned. As she clung to him, her large, soft grey eyes looking up in his face so piteously moved him. He had intended a different sort of speech, colder, drier, and under the spell of that look had come this sudden gush of a better feeling. The fond clasp of his arm, and the hurried kiss he pressed upon her cheek. "I said, Alice, happier, happier, darling, 1,000-fold. For the present, I speak in riddles. You have seen how miserable I am. I'll tell you everything by and by. A conspiracy, I do believe, an unnatural conspiracy, that has worn out my miserable brain and spirits, and harassed me to death. I'll tell you all time enough, and you'll say it is a miracle I have borne it, as I do. Don't look so frightened, you poor little thing. We are perfectly safe. I'm in no danger, but harassed incessantly, only harassed, and that, thank God, shall end." He kissed her again, very tenderly, and again, and he said, "You and Dulcibella shall go on. Clinton will drive you to Hatherton, and there you'll get horses and post on to Cranswell, and I will overtake you there. I must go now and give him his directions, and I may as well leave you this note. I wrote it yesterday. You must have some money, there is some in it, and the names of the places, and we'll be there tonight. And what is it, darling? You look as if you wished to ask me something." I was going to ask, but I thought perhaps I ought not until you can tell me everything. But you spoke of a conspiracy, and I was going to ask whether that dreadful woman who got into my room has anything to do with it." "Nonsense, child. That is a miserable, mad woman," he laughed dismally. "Just wait a little, and you shall know all I know myself." "She's not to stay here? I mean, of course, if anything should prevent our leaving this today?" "Why should you fancy that?" he asked, a little enigmatically. "Mrs. Tarnley said she was going to the madhouse." "We'll see time enough. You'll see her no more," he said, and away he went. and she saw him pass by the window and out of the yard, and now she had leisure to think how ill he was looking, or rather to remember how it had struck her when he had appeared at the door. Yes, indeed, worn out and harassed to death. Thank God he was now to escape from that misery, and to secure the repose which it was only too obvious he needed. Dulcibella returned with such things as she thought indispensable, and she and her mistress were soon in more animated discussion than they had engaged in since the scenes of the past night. Charles Fairfield had to make a call at Farmer Chubbs's to persuade him to lend his horse, about which he made a difficulty. It was not far up the glen towards Church Carwell, but when he came back he found the Grange again in a new confusion. When Charles Fairfield, ascending the steep and narrow road under which tall trees darkly mounts from the glen of Carwell to the plateau under the grey walls of the Grange, had reached that sylvan platform, he saw there, looking in the direction of Cressley Common, in that dim religious light, Tom Clinton in his fustian jacket, scratching his head and looking, it seemed with interest, after some receding object. A little behind him, similarly engrossed, stood old Mildred Tarnley, with her hand above her eyes, though there was little need of artificial shade in that solemn grove, and again a little to her rear peeped broad-shouldered Lily Dogger, standing close to the threshold of the yard door. Tom Clinton was first to turn about, and sauntering slowly toward the house, he spoke something to Mrs. Tarnley, who, waiting till he reached her, turned about in the same direction, and talking gravely, and looking over their shoulders, as people sometimes do in the direction in which a runaway horse has disappeared, they came to a standstill at the door, under the great ash tree, whose columnar stem is mantled with thick ivy, and there again, looking back, the little girl, leaning and listening, unheeded, against the doorpost. The group remained in conference. Had Charles Fairfield been in his usual state of mind, his curiosity would have been piqued by an appearance of activity so unusual in this drowsy household. As it was, he cared not, but approached, looking down upon the road, with his hands in his pocket listlessly. Mrs. Tarnley whispered something to Tom, and jogged him in the ribs, looking all the time at the approaching figure of Charles Fairfield. The master of the Grange approached, looked up, and saw Tom standing near, with the air of one who had something to say. Mrs. Tarnley had drawn back, a little doubtful, possibly, of the effect on his nerves. "Well, Tom, Chubbs will lend the horse," said Charles. "We'll go round to the stable. I've a word to say." Tom touched his hat, still looking in his face with an inquiring and ominous expression. "Do you want to say anything particular, Tom?" asked his master, with a sudden foreboding of some new ill. "Nothing, sir, but Squire Rodney of Rydell has come over from Wykford." "He's here, is he?" asked Charles, paler on a sudden. "He's gone, sir, please." "Gone, is he? Well, well, there's not much in that. 'Twas only, sir, that he brought 2 men wi' him." You don't mean, what men did he bring?" "Well, they was constable folk, I believe. They must have been, for they made an arrest." "A what, do you mean?" "He made out a writin', and he had me in and questioned me, but I had nowt to tell, sir. And he asked where you was, and I told him as you ordered. I was to say you was gone. He took the mistress's, her story, and made her make an oath on't, and the same wi' the others, Mrs. Tarnley, and the little girl, and the blind woman. She be took up for murder, or I don't know for what, only he said he could not take no bail for her. So they made her sure, and has took her off, I do suppose, to Wykford prison." "Of course that's right, I suppose. All right, eh?" Charles looked as if he was going to drop to the earth, so leaden was his hue, and so meaningless the stare with which he looked in Tom's face. But who sent for him? I didn't." "Damn you, who sent for him?" 'Twasn't I. And who's master here? Who the devil sent for that meddling rascal from Wykford?" Charles's voice had risen to a roar as he shook Tom furiously by the collar. Springing back a bit, Tom answered, with his hand grasping his collar where the squire had just clutched him. "I don't know. I didn't, and I don't believe no one did. It's a smart run from here across the common. I don't believe no one sent from the Grange. I'm sure no one went from this. Not a bit. Not a toe. Not a soul. I'm sure and certain." "What's this? What's this? What the devil's all this, Tom?" said the squire, stamping and shaking his fist in the air, like a man distracted. "Why did you let her go? Why did you let them take her? Damn you! I've a mind to pitch you over the cliff and smash you." "Well, sir," said Tom, making another step or two back, and himself pale and stern now, with his open hand raised, partly in deprecation, "where's the good o' blamin' me? What could I do wi' the law agen me? And how could I tell what you'd think? And 'twarn't no one from this sent for him, not one. But news travels apace, and who's he can stop it? Not me nor you," said Tom sturdily. "And he just came over of his own head and nabbed her. My God, it's done. I thought you would not have allowed me to be trampled on and the place insulted. I took ye for a man, Tom. Where's my horse, by heaven? I'll have him. I'll make it a day's work he'll remember. That damned Rodney coming down to my house with his catchpoles to pay off old scores and insult me." With his fist clenched and raised, Charles Fairfield ran furiously round to the stable yard, followed cautiously by Tom Clinton. End of chapter 39. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 40 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 40. Pursuit. Having her own misgivings as to the temper in which her master would take this coup of the arrest, Mildred Tarnley prudently kept her own counsel, and retreated nearly to the kitchen door, while the éclaircissement took place outside. Popping in and out to see what would come of it, old Mildred affected to be busy about her mops and tubs. After a time, in came Tom, looking sulky and hot. "Is he coming this way?" asked Mildred. "Not him," answered Tom. "Where is he?" "'Twixt this and Wykford," he answered. "Across the common he's riding." "To Wykford, eh?" "To Wykford every foot, if he don't run him down on the way. And when they meet, him and Squire Rodney, 'twill be hot and shrewd work between them, I tell ye. I'd a rid wi' him myself if there was a beast to carry me, for 3 agin 1 is too long odds." "Ye don't mean to tell me," exclaimed Mildred, planting her mop perpendicularly on the ground, and leaning immovably on this sceptre. "Tell ye what? There's going to be rough work like that on the head out?" "Hot blood, ma'am. Ye know the Fairfields. They folk don't stand long jawing. It's like when the blood's up, the hand's up too. And what's he to fight for? Not that blind beldam, sure." "I want my mug of beer," said Tom, turning the conversation. "Yes, sure," she said. "Yes, ye shall have it. But what for should Master Charles go to wry words wi' Squire Rodney? And what for should there be blows and blood spilling between 'em? Nonsense! I can't help 'em. I'd lend Master a hand if I could. Squire Rodney's no fool neither. 'Twill e'en be fight dog, fight bear, and there's 2 stout lads wi' him will make short work o't. You don't think he's like to be hurt, do ye? Well, you know they say fighting dogs comes halting home, He's as strong as two, that's all, and has a good nag under him. Now give me my beer. 'Twon't be nothin', Tom. Don't you think, Tom? It won't come to nothin'. If he comes up wi' them, 'twill be an up and down fight, I take it. 'Twas an unlucky maggot bit him." "Bit who?" "Who but the divil brought Squire Rodney over here?" "Who knows?" answered the dame, fumbling in her pocket for the key of the beer cellar. "I'm going to fetch your beer, Tom." And away she went, and in a minute returned with his draught of beer. "And I think," she said, setting it down before him, "'twas well done, taking that beast to her right place. Do it who might. She's just a bedlam bess, clean out of her wits wi' wickedness, mad wi' drink, and them fits she has. We knows here what she is, and bloody work she'd a made last night wi' that poor young lady that'll never be the same again, the old limb, and master himself, though he's angered a bit because Justice Rodney would not ask his leave to catch a murderer, if ye please, down here at the Grange." "There's more in it, mayhap, than just that," said Tom, blowing the froth off his beer. "To come down here, with your leave or by your leave, to squat in the Grange here like Gypsy would on Cressley Common, as though she was a lady of all, to hurt who she pleased and live as she liked. More in't than that, ye say? What more?" "Hoot! How should I know? Mayhap she thinks she's as good a right as another to a bit and a welcome down here. She was here before, years enough gone by, and long enough she stayed, and cost a pretty penny too, I warrant you. Them was more tired of her than me. Guest ever, welcome never, they say. She was a play actor or something long ago, a great idle hussy. Never would earn an honest penny, nor do nothing useful all her days. Aye, Joan reels ill, and whines worse, and devil a stomach she has to spin. That'll be the way wi' her, I swear. Ha, ha, ha! She'll not be growing richer, I warrant. Left in the mud and found in the mire. They folk knows nowt o' thrift, and small luck, and less good about 'em. If ye heard her talk, Tom, you'd soon know what sort she is, always cravin'. She would not leave a body a shillin' if she could help it. I warrant women, priests, and poultry have never enough," said Tom. "I know nowt about her, nor who she's a looking after here, but she's safe enough now, I take it. And bloody folks, they say, digs their own graves. But as I said, I knows nowt about her, and I say nowt, and he that judges as he runs may e'er take repentance. 'Tis easy judgin' here, I'm thinking. Killin' and murder's near akin, and when Mr. Charles cools a bit, he'll thank Squire Rodney for riddin' his house of that blind serpent. 'Tis something to be so near losin' his wife. So sure as your hand's on that mug, it would have been done while the cat's licking her ear, if he had not bounced in on the minute, and once dead as Adam. Who loseth his wife in sixpence hath lost a tester, they do say," answered Tom with a laugh. "None but a born beast would say so," said Mildred Tarnley with a swarthy flush, and striking her hand sternly on the table. "Well, 'tis only a saying, you know, and no new one neither," said Tom, wiping his mouth with his sleeve and standing up. "But the mistress is a pretty lady, and a kind and a gentle born, as all may see, and I'd give or take a shrewd blow or two, or harm should happen her. You'd be no man else, Tom, and I don't doubt ye. Little thought I last night what was in her head, the sly villain, when I left her back again in her bed, and the cross door shut and locked. Lord a mercy on us! To think how the fiend works we his own, smooth and sly sometimes, as if butter would not melt in her mouth. 'Tis an old saying, when the cat winketh, little wot's mouse what the cat thinketh, said Tom with a grin and a wag of his head. She was neither sleek nor soft, nor sly for that matter, when I saw her. I thought she'd a had her claws in my chops. Such a catamaran I never did see. And how's the young lady? Asked Tom, clapping his greasy hat on his head. Hey, dear, I'm glad ye asked, exclaimed the old woman. Easier she'll be, no doubt, now that devil's gone. But, dearie me, all's in a jumble till Master Charles comes back, for she'll not know, poor thing, what she's to do till he talks wi' her. Now all's changed. And Mildred trotted off for herself, and to hear what the young lady might have to say. End of chapter 40. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 41 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 41. Day-Twilight-Darkness. In their homely sitting room, with old Dulcibella in friendly attendance, Mildred Tarnley found Alice. It is not always that a dreadful impression makes itself immediately manifest. Nature rallies all her forces at first to meet the danger. A certain excitement of resistance sustains the system through a crisis of horror and often for a long time after, and it is not until this extraordinary muster of the vital forces begins to dissolve and subside that the shattered condition of the normal powers begins to declare itself. The scene which had just occurred was a dreadful ordeal for Alice. To recount, and with effort and minuteness to gather into order, the terrific incidents of the night preceding, relate them bit by bit to the magistrate as he wrote them down, make oath to their truth as the basis of a public prosecution, and most dreadful, the having to see and identify the spectre who had murderously assailed her on the night before. Every step affrighted her. The shadow of a moving branch upon the wall chilled her with terror. The voices of people who spoke seemed to pierce the naked nerve of her ear, and to sing through her head. Even for a moment faces kind and familiar seemed to flicker or darken with direful meanings, alien from their natures. In this nervous condition, old Mildred found her. "I come, Mom, to know what you'd wish to be done," said she, standing at the door with her usual grim little courtesy. "I don't quite understand. Done about what?" inquired she. "I mean, Mom, Tom said you asked him to be ready to drive you from here, but as Master han come back, and things has changed a bit here, I thought ye might wish to make a change, mayhap." Oh, thank you, Mrs. Tarnley. I forgot. I've been so frightened. Oh, Mrs. Tarnley, I wish I could cry. I'd be so much better, I'm sure, if I could cry. I feel my throat so odd, and my head so confused. It seems so many days. If I could think of anything to make me cry." Mildred looked at her from the corners of her eyes darkly, as if with a hard heart. But I think she pitied her. "That blind woman's gone, the beast. I'm glad she's away, and you'll be the better of that, Mom. I'm thinking I was afeard of her almost myself ever since last night, and Master Charles is gone too, but he'll be back soon." "He'll come today?" she asked in consternation. "Today, of course, Mom. In an hour or less, I do suppose. And it would not be well done, I'm thinking, Mom, for you to leave the Grange till you see him again, for it's like enough he'll changed his plans." "I was thinking so myself. I'd rather wait here to see him. He had so much to distract him that he may easily think differently by this time. I'm glad, Mrs. Tarnley, you think so, for now I feel confident. I may wait for his return. I think I ought to wait. And thank you, Mrs. Tarnley, for advising me in the midst of my distractions. I just speak my mind, Mum, and counsel's no command, as they say, and I never liked meddlers, and don't love to burn my fingers in other people's brews. So you'll please to mind, Mum, 'tis for your own ear I speak, and your own wit will judge, and I wouldn't have Master Charles looking askew, nor like to be shent by him for what's kindly meant to you. Not that I owe much kindness nowhere, for since I could scour a platter, I ever gave work for wage. So you'll please not tell Master Charles I counselled ye aught in the matter." "Certainly, Mrs. Tarnley, just as you wish." "Would you please wish anything to eat, Mum?" inquired Mildred, relapsing into her dry, official manner. "You'll lose heart, miss, if you don't eat. You must eat." "Thanks, Mildred. By and by, perhaps." Mrs. Tarnley, like many worthy people, regarded eating as a simply mechanical process, and wondered why people affected a difficulty about it under any circumstances. Somewhat hard of heart, and with nerves of wire, she had no idea that a sufficient shock might rob one not only of appetite, but positively of the power of eating for days. Alone for one moment, Alice could not endure to be, haunted unintermittently by the vague but intense dread of a return of the woman who had so nearly succeeded in murdering her, and with nerves shattered in that indescribable degree which even a strong man experiences for a long time after a murder has been attempted upon him perfidiously and by a surprise. The worst panic comes after an interval of many hours. As the day waned, more miserably nervous she became, and more defined her terror of the Dutchwoman's return. That straggling old house, with no less than 4 doors of entrance, favoured the alarms of her imagination. Often she thought of her kind old kinswoman, Lady Windale, and her proffered asylum at her snug house at Olton. But that was a momentary picture, no more. Miserable as she was at the Grange, until she had seen her husband, learned his plans, and knew what his wishes were, that loyal little wife could not dream of going to Olton. She remained there as the shades of evening darkened over the steep roof and solemn trees of Carwell Grange, and more grew the horror that deepened with darkness, and was aggravated and distracted by the continued absence of her husband. In the sitting-room she stood, listening with a beating heart. Every sound, which at another time would have been unheard, now thrilled her with hope or terror. Old Dulcibella in the room was also frightened, more a great deal than she could account for. And even Mildred Tarnley, that hard and grim old lady, was touched by the influence of that contagious fear, and barred and locked the doors with jealous care, and even looked to the fastenings of the windows, and caught some faint shadows of that supernatural fear with which Alice Fairfield had come to regard the wicked woman out of whose hands she had escaped. Now and then, when appealed to, she said a short word or two of reassurance respecting Charles Fairfield's unaccountably prolonged absence. But the panic of the young lady, in like manner, on this point, began to invade her in uncomfortable misgivings. So uneasy had she grown that at last she dispatched Tom, when sunset had come, without a sign of Charles Fairfield's return, writing to Wykford. Tom had now returned. A bootless errand it had proved. At Wykford he learned that Charles Fairfield had been there, had been at Squire Rodney's house and about the town, and made inquiries. his pursuit had been misdirected, and Wykford is a house of correction and reformatory, which institution acts as the prison of ease to the county jail. But that jail is in the town of Hatherton, as Charles would have easily recollected if his rage had allowed him a moment to think. Tom, however, made no attempt further to pursue him on conjecture, and had returned to Carwell Grange, no wiser than he went. End of chapter 41. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 42 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 42. Hatherton. Charles Fairfield, in true Fairfield wrath, had ridden at a hard pace which helped to keep his blood up, all the way to the bridge at Wykford. He had expected to overtake the magistrate easily before he reached that point, and if he had, who knows what might have happened next. Balked at Wykford, and learning there how long a ride interposed before he could reach him, he turned and followed in a somewhat changed mood. He would himself bail that woman. The question, felony or no felony, bailable offense or not bailable, entered not his uninstructed head. Be she what she might, assassin, devil, he could not and would not permit her to lie in jail. Arrested in his own house, with many sufferings and one great wrong to upbraid him with rights imaginary he insisted, but honestly believed in, perhaps by her, with other rights which his tortured heart could not deny, the melancholy rights which are founded on outlawry and disgrace, eleemosynary, but quite irresistible when pleaded with natures not lost to all good, and which proclaim the dreadful equity that vice has its duties no less than virtue. Balked in his first violent impulse, Charles rode his hot horse quietly along the by-road that leads to Hatherton, over many a steep and through many a rut. Yes, pleasant it would have been to lick that rascal Rodney, and upset his dog-cart into the ditch, and liberate the distressed damsel. But even Charles Fairfield began to perceive consequences, and to approve a more moderate course. At Hatherton, was there not Peregrine Hinks, the attorney who carried his brother, Harry Fairfield, whose course, any more than that of true love, did not always run smooth through the short turns and breaks that disturbed it? He would go straight to this artist in all manner of quips and cranks in parchment, and tell him what he wanted. The most foolish thing, perhaps, in the world, to undo that which his good fortune had done for him, and let loose again his trouble. Scandal? What did the defiant soul of a Fairfield care for scandal? Impulsive, reckless, affectionate, not ingenuous, all considerations were lost in the one compunctious feeling. 2 hours later, he was in the office of Mr. Peregrine Hinks, who listened to his statement with a shrewd inflexibility of face. He knew as much as Harry Fairfield did of the person who was now under the turnkey's tutelage, but Charles fancied him quite in the dark, and treated the subject accordingly. "We'll send you down to the jail and learn what she's committed for, but 2 will be necessary. Who will execute the recognizance with you?" "I'm certain Harry will do it in a moment," said Charles. The attorney was very sure that Harry would do no such thing, but it was not necessary to discuss that particular point, nor to insinuate officiously his ideas about the country scandal which would follow his interposition in favor of a prisoner committed upon a charge involving an attempt upon the life of his wife, for the information brought back from the prison was such as to convince the attorney that bail could not be accepted in the case. On learning this, Charles's wrath returned. He stood for a time at the chimney-piece, examining in silence a candlestick that stood there, and then to the window he went, with a haggard, angry face, and looked out for a while with his hands in his pockets. "Very well. So much the worse for Rodney," said he suddenly. "I told you my sole motive was to snub that fellow. He chose to make an arrest in my house. His damned impertinence, without the slightest reference to me, and I made up my mind, if I could, to let his prisoner go. That fellow wants to be kicked. I don't care twopence about anything else, but it's all one. I'll find some other way." "You'd better have a glass of sherry, sir. You're a little tired, and a biscuit." "I'll have nothing, thanks, till I... What was I going to say? Time enough. I have lots to do at home, a great deal, Mr. Hinks, and my head aches. I am tired. But won't mind the wine, thank you. My head is too bad. If I could just clear it of 2 or 3 things, I'd be all right, and rest a little. I've been overworked, and I'll ride over here tomorrow. That will do, and we'll talk it over. And I don't choose that wretched, crazy woman to be shut up in prison because that stupid prig Rodney pleases to say she's insane, and would like to hang her, just because she was arrested at Carwell. And as you say, of course, if she is insane, she's best out of the way. But there are ways of doing things, and I won't be bullied by that vulgar snob. By crikey, if I had caught him today, I'd have broken his neck, I believe. Glad you did not meet him, sir. A row at any time brings one into mischief. But an interference with the course of law, don't you see? A very serious affair indeed." "Well, yes, I suppose so. And there was just another thing. Believing as I do that wretched person quite mad, don't you see? It would be very hard to let her half starve there where they've put her, don't you think? And I don't care to go down to the place there, and all that. And if you'd just manage to let her have this, it's all I can do just now. But it's happening at my house, although I'm not a bit to blame. Puts it on me in a way, and I think I can't do less than this." He handed a banknote to the attorney, and was looking all the time on a brief that lay on the table. Mr. Hinks, the respectable attorney, was a little shy also as he took it. "I'm to say you sent it to... what's her name, by the by?" he asked. "Bertha Velderkaust. But you need not mention me. Only say it was sent to her, that's all. I'm so vexed, because, as you may suppose, I had particular reasons for wishing to keep quiet, and I was staying there at the Grange, you know, Carwell, and thought I might keep quiet for a few weeks. And that wretched maniac comes down there while I was for a few days absent, and in one of her fits makes an attack on a member of my family. And so my little hiding place is disclosed, for of course such a fracas will be heard of. It is awfully provoking. I'm rather puzzled to know where to go." Charles ceased with a faint, dreary laugh, and the attorney looked at his banknote, which he held by the corners, as the mate in Mudford's fine story might at the letter which Vanderdecken wished to send to his long-lost wife in Amsterdam. It was not, however, clear to him that he had any very good excuse for refusing to do this trifling kindness for the brother of his quarrelsome and litigious client, Harry Fairfield, who, although he eschewed costs himself, laid them pretty heavily upon others, and was a valuable feeder for Mr. Hinks's office. This little commission therefore accepted, the attorney saw his visitor downstairs. He had already lighted a candle, and in its light he thought he never saw a man upon his legs look so ill as Charles, and the hand which he gave Mr. Hinks at the steps was dry and burning. It's a long ride, sir, to Carwell. The attorney hesitated. The horse has had some oats, thanks, down here. And he nodded toward the plume of feathers, at which he had put up his beast. And I shan't be long getting over the ground. And without turning about or a look over his shoulder, he sauntered away in the rising moonlight toward the little inn. End of chapter 42. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 43 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 43. The Welcome. Charles rode his horse slowly homeward. The moon got up before he reached the wild expanse of Cressley Common, a wide sea of undulating heath, with here and there a grey stone peeping above its surface in the moonlight like a distant sail. Charles was feverish, worn out in body and mind, literally. Some men more than others are framed to endure misery and live on and on and on in despair. Is this melancholy strength better, or the weakness that faints under the first strain of the rack? Happy that at the longest it cannot be for very long. Happy that a man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, seeing that he is full of misery. Charles was conscious only of extreme fatigue, that for days he had eaten little, rested little, and that his short snatches of sleep, harassed by the repetition of his waking calculations and horrors, tired rather than refreshed him. When fever is brewing, just as electric lights glimmer from the sullen mask of cloud on the eve of a storm, there come sometimes odd flickerings that seem to mock and warn. Every overworked man who has been overtaken by fever in the midst of his toil and complications knows well the kind of tricks his brain has played him on the verge of that chaos. Charles put his hand to his breast and felt in his pocket for a letter, the appearance of which was sharp and clear on his retina, as if he had seen it but a moment before. "What have I done with it?" he asked himself. "The letter Hinks gave me." He searched his pockets for it, a letter of which this picture was so bright, purely imaginary. He was going to turn about and search the track he had traversed for it. But he bethought him, to whom was the letter written? No answer could he find. To whom? To no one. Nothing. An imagination. Conscious on a sudden, he was scared. "I want a good rest. I want some sleep, waking dreams. This is the way fellows go mad. What the devil can have put it into my head?" Now rose before him the tall trees that gather as you approach the vale of Carwell, and soon the steep gables and chimneys of the grange glimmered white among their boughs. There in his mind, as unaccountably, was the fancy that he had met and spoken with his father, old Squire Harry, at the Catstone as he crossed the moor. "I'll give his message. Yes, I'll give his message." And he thought what possessed him to come out without his hat, and he looked whiter than ever. And then he thought, what brought him there? And then, what was his message? Again a shock, a chasm. His brain had mocked him. Dreadful when that potent servant begins to mutiny, and instead of honest work for its master finds pastime for itself in fearful sport. "My God, what am I thinking of?" he said with a kind of chill, looking back over his shoulder. His tired horse was plucking a mouthful of grass that grew at the foot of a tree. "We are both used up," he said, letting his horse, at a quicker pace, pursue its homeward path. Poor fellow, you're tired as well as I. I'll be all right, I dare say, in the morning if I can only sleep. Something wrong, something a little wrong that sleep will cure. All right tomorrow." He looked up as he passed toward the windows of his and Alice's room. When he was out, a piece of the shutter was always open. But if so, tonight there was no light in the room, and with a shock and a dreadful imperfection of recollection, the scene which occurred on the night past returned. "Yes, my God, so it was," he said as he stopped at the yard gate. "Alice, I forget. Did I see Alice after that? Did they tell me? What is it?" He dismounted and felt as if he were going to faint. His finger was on the latch, but he had not the courage to raise it. Vain was his effort to remember. Painted in hues of light was that dreadful crisis before his eyes. But how had it ended? Was he going quite mad? "My God, help me!" he muttered again and again. "Is there anything bad? I can't recall it. Is there anything very bad? Open the door. It is he, I'm sure. I heard the horse," cried the clear voice of Alice from within. "Yes, it's I," he cried in a strange rapture. And in another moment the door was open and Charles had clasped his wife to his heart. "Darling, darling, I'm so glad. You're quite well," he almost sobbed. "Oh, Rye, my own husband, my Rye, he's safe, he's quite well. Come in. Thank God he's back again with his poor little wife. And oh, darling, we'll never part again. Come in, my darling." Old Mildred secured the door, and Tom took the horse round to the stable. And as she held her husband clasped in her arms, tears, long denied to her, came to her relief, and she wept long and convulsively. "Oh, Rye, it has been such a dreadful time, but you're safe, aren't you?" "Quite. Oh, yes, quite, darling, very well." "But, oh, Rye, you look so tired. You're not ill, are you, darling?" "Not ill, only tired. Nothing, not much. Tired and stupid, want of rest." "You must have some wine. You look so very ill." "Well, yes, I'm tired. Thanks, Mildred, that'll do." And he drank the glass of sherry she gave him. "A drop more?" inquired old Mildred, holding the decanter stooped over his glass. "No, thanks, no. It tastes oddly, or perhaps I'm not quite well after all." Charles now felt his mind clear again, and his retrospect was uncrossed by those spectral illusions of the memory that seemed to threaten the brain with subjugation. Better the finger of death than of madness should touch his brain, perhaps. His love for his wife, not dethroned, only in abeyance, was restored. Such dialogues as theirs are little interesting to any but the interlocutors. With their fear and pain, agitated, troubled, there is love in their words. Those words, then, though in him troubled with inward upbraidings, in her with secret fears and cares, are precious. There may not be many more between them. End of chapter 43. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 44 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 44. The Wykford Doctor. A few days had passed, and a great change had come. Charles Fairfield, the master of the Grange, lay in his bed, and the Wykford Doctor admitted to Alice that he could not say what might happen. It was a very grave case, fever, and the patient could not have been worse handled in those early days of the attack, on which sometimes so much depends. People went to and fro on tiptoe, and talked in whispers, and the patient moaned and prattled, unconscious generally of all that was passing. "Awful hours and days of suspense," the doctor said, and perhaps he was right, to kind Lady Windale, who came over to see Alice, and learned with consternation the state of things that, under the special circumstances, her nerves having been so violently acted upon by terror, this diversion of pain, and thought into quite another channel, might be the best thing, on the whole, that could have happened to her. It was now the 6th day of this undetermined ordeal. Alice watched the doctor's countenance with her very soul in her eyes as he made his inspection, standing at the bedside, and now and then putting a question to Dulcibella, or to Alice, or to the nurse, whom he had sent to do duty in the sick-room from Wykford. "Well?" whispered poor Alice, who had accompanied him downstairs, and pale as death drew him into the sitting-room and asked her question. "Well, Doctor, what do you think to-day?" "Not much to report. Very little change. We must have patience, you know, for a day or two, and you need not to be told, my dear ma'am, that good nursing is half the battle, and in better hands he need not be. I'm only afraid that you are undertaking too much yourself. That woman, Marks, you may rely upon, implicitly, a most respectable and intelligent person. I never know her to make a mistake yet, and she has been more than 10 years at this work." "Yes, I'm sure she is. I like her very much. And don't you think him a little better?" she pleaded. "Well, you know, as long as he holds his own and don't lose ground, he is better. That's all we can say. Not to be worse, as time elapses, is, in effect, to be better. That you may say." She was looking earnestly into the clear blue eyes of the old man, who turned them kindly upon her from under his shaggy white eyebrows. "Oh, thank God! Then you do think him better?" "In that sense, yes," he answered cautiously. "But of course we must have patience, and we shall know more, a great deal more, and I do sincerely hope it may all turn out quite right. But the brain has been a good deal overpowered. There's a tendency to a sort of state we call comatose. It indicates too much pressure there, do you see? I'd rather have him talking more nonsense with less of that sleep, as you suppose it. But it isn't sleep. A very different sort of thing. I've been trying to salivate him, but he's plaguey obstinate. We'll try tonight what dividing the pills into 4 each and shortening the intervals a little will do. It sometimes does wonders. We'll see. And a great deal depends on our succeeding in salivating. If we succeeded in effecting that, I think all the rest would proceed satisfactorily. That's one of our little difficulties just at this moment. If you send over your little messenger, the sooner the better, she shall have the pills, and let him take one the moment they come. Pretty flower, that is," he interpolated, touching the petal of one that stood, neglected, in its pot, on a little table at the window. "That's not a geranium, it's a pelargonium. I did not know there were such things down here. And you'll continue. I told her everything else, and go on just as before." "And you think he's better? I mean, just a little?" she pleaded again. Well, you know, I said all I could, and we must hope, you know, that everything may go on satisfactorily, and I'll go further. I'll say I don't see at all why we should despair of such a result. Keep up your spirits, ma'am, and be cheery. We'll do our duty all, and leave the rest in the hands of God." "And I suppose, Dr. Willett, we shall see you tomorrow at the usual hour?" "Certainly, ma'am, and I don't think there will be any change to speak of till probably Thursday." And her heart sank down with one dreadful dive at mention of that day of trial that might so easily be a day of doom. and she answered his farewell and smiled faintly and followed his steps through the passage, freezing with that fear, it seemed, that she did not breathe, and that her heart ceased beating, and that she glided like a spirit. She stopped, and he passed into the yard to his horse, turning his shrewd, pale face with a smile and a nod as he stepped across the door-stone, and he said, "Good-bye, ma'am, and look out for me tomorrow as usual, and be cheery, mind. Look at the bright side, you know. There's no reason you shouldn't." She answered his smile as best she could, but her heart was full. An immense sorrow was there. She was frightened. She hurried into the homely sitting-room and wept in an agony unspeakable. The doctor, she saw, pitied and wished to cheer her, but how dreadful was his guarded language. She thought that he would speak to others in a different vein, and so, in fact, he did. His opinion was clear against Charles Fairfield's chance of ever being on his feet again. It was a great pity, a young fellow. The doctor thought everyone young whose years were 10 less than his own. A tall, handsome fellow like that, and Squire of Wyvern in a year or two, and a good-natured sort of fellow, he heard. It was a pity, and that poor little wife of his, and likely to be a mother soon. God help her. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 45. Speech Returns. The dreaded day came and passed, and Charles Fairfield was not dead, but better. The fever was abating, but never did the vital spark burn lower in living man. Seeing that life was so low in his patient that there was nothing between it and death, the doctor ordered certain measures to be taken. The fever is going, you see, but his strength is not coming, nor won't for a while. It's a very nice thing, I can tell you, to bring him to land with such fine tackle. I brought a salmon 10-pound weight into my net with a bit of a trout rod as light as a rush almost. But this is nicer play. Not, mind you, that I'd have you in the dumps, ma'am, but it will be necessary to watch him as a cat would a mouse. Now you'll have on the table by his bed 3 bottles, decanted all, and ready for use instantaneously. Beside that claret you'll have a bottle of port, and you must also have a bottle of brandy. He'll be always at his tricks, going to faint, and you mustn't let him. Because, ma'am, it might not be easy to get him out of such a faint, and a faint is death, ma'am, if it lasts long enough. Now, you're not to be frightened. Oh, no, Dr. Willett. No, that would not do neither. But I want you clearly to see the importance of it. Let him have the claret to his lips constantly in a tumbler, mind. You can't give him too much, and whenever you see him look faint, you must reinforce that with port, and no mincing of matters, none of your half measures. I'd rather you made him drunk 3 times a day than run the least risk once of the other thing. And if the port doesn't get him up quick enough, you must fire away with the brandy, and don't spare it. Don't be afraid. We'll get him round in time with jellies and other good things. But life must be maintained in the meanwhile, any way, every way, whatever way we can. So mind 3, claret, port, brandy. He held up 3 fingers as he named them, touching them in succession. That's a fire. It's better should burn a bit too fiercely for an hour than sink too low for a second. Once out, out forever. Thanks, Dr. Willett. I understand quite. And you'll be here tomorrow, won't you, at the usual hour? Certainly, ma'am. And it's high time you should begin to take a little care of yourself. You must indeed, or you'll rue it. You're too much on your feet, and you've had no rest, night or day, and it's quite necessary you should, unless you mean to put yourself out of the world, which would not do at all. We can't spare you, ma'am. We can't, indeed. A deal too valuable." For some time Charles Fairfield continued in very much the same state. At the end of 3 or 4 days he signed faintly to Alice, who was in the room with her large soft eyes gazing on the invalid whenever she could look unperceived. She got up gently and came close to him. "Yes, darling," and she lowered her head that he might speak more easily. Charles whispered, "Quite well?" "You feel quite well? Thank God," she answered, her large eyes filling with tears. "Not I, you," he whispered with querulous impatience. "Ain't you?" "Quite, darling." His fine blue Fairfield eyes were raised to her face. With a short sigh, he whispered, "I'm glad." She stooped gently and kissed his thin cheek. "I've been dreaming so much," he whispered. "Will you tell me exactly what happened? Just before my illness, something happened here." In a low murmur, she told him. When she stopped, he waited, as if expecting more. Then he whispered, "I thought so, yes." And he sighed heavily. "You're tired, darling," she said. "You must take a little wine." "I hate it," he whispered. "Tired of it." "But, darling, the doctor says you must. And for my sake, won't you?" The faintest possible smile lighted his pale face. "Kind," he whispered. And when she placed the glass of claret to his lips, he sipped a little and turned away his head languidly. "Enough. Bring me my dressing case," he whispered. She did so. "The key was in my purse, I think. Open it, Allie." She found the key and unlocked that inlaid box. "Underneath there are 2 or 3 letters in a big envelope. Keep them for me. Don't part with them," he whispered. She lifted a long envelope containing some papers, and the faintest nod indicated that they were what he sought. "Keep it safe. Put the case away." When she came back, looking at her, he raised his eyebrows ever so little and moved his head. She understood his sign and stooped again to listen. "She mustn't be prosecuted. She's mad, Allie. Mind." "Darling, whatever you wish." "Good, Allie. That's enough." There was a little pause. "You did not take enough claret, darling Rye. Won't you take a little more for your poor little Allie?" whispered she anxiously. "I'm very well, darling. By and by, sleep is better." So he laid his cheek closer to the pillow and closed his eyes, and Alice Fairfield stole on tiptoe to her chair, and with another look at him and a deep sigh, she sat down and took her work. Silent was the room except for the low breathing of the invalid. Half an hour passed, and Alice stole softly to the bedside. He was awake, and said faintly, "Was it your mother?" "Who, darling?" "Talking." "No one was talking, darling." "I saw her. I thought I heard, not her, someone talking." "No, darling Rye, nothing." "Dreams, yes," he murmured, and was quiet again. Sad and ominous seemed those little wanderings, but such things are common in sickness. It was simply weakness. In a little time she came over softly and sat down by his pillow. "I was looking down, Allie," he whispered. "I'll get it, darling. Something on the floor, is it?" she asked, looking down. "No, down to my feet. It's very long, stretched." Are your feet warm, darling?" "Quite." And he sighed and closed his eyes. She continued sitting by his pillow. "When Willie died, my brother, I was just 15. Then came a pause. Willie was the handsomest," he murmured on. "Willie was elder, 19, very tall. Handsome Willie. He liked me the best. I cried a deal that day. I used to cry alone every day in the orchard or by the river. He's in the churchyard at Wyvern. I wonder shall I see it any more? There was rain the day of the funeral. They say it is lucky. It was a long coffin. The Fairfields, you know." "Darling Rye, you are talking too much. It will tire you. Take ever so little claret, to please your poor little Allie." This time he did quite quietly, and then closed his eyes and dozed. End of chapter 45. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 46 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 46. Harry drinks a glass and spills a glass. About an hour after, old Dulcibella came to the door and knocked. Charles Fairfield had slept a little and was again awake. Into that still darkened room she came to whisper her message. "Mr. Harry's come, and he's downstairs, and he'd like to see you, and he wanted to know whether he could see the master." "I'll go down and see him." "Say I'll see him with pleasure," said Alice. "Harry is here, darling," she said gently, drawing near to the patient. "But you can't see him, of course." "I must," whispered the invalid peremptorily. "Darling, are you well enough? I'm sure you ought not. If the doctor were here, he would not allow it." "Don't think of it, darling Rye. And he'll come again in a few days when you are stronger." "It will do me good," whispered Charles. "Bring him. You tire me. Wait, she can tell him. I'll see him alone. Go, Allie, go." She would have remonstrated, but she saw that in his flushed and irritated looks, which warned her against opposing him further. "You are to go down, Dulcibella, and bring Mr. Harry to the room to see your master. And Dulcibella, like a dear, good creature, won't you tell him how weak Master Charles is?" she urged, following her to the lobby, "and beg of him not to stay long." In a minute or two more, the clank of Harry Fairfield's boot was heard on the stair. He pushed open the door and stepped in. "Hello, Charlie. Dark enough to blind a horse here. All right now. I hear you'll be on your legs again. I can't see you, upon my soul, not a stim a'most, before you see 3 Sundays. You mustn't be tiring yourself. I'm not talking too loud, eh? Would you mind an inch or two more of the shutter open?" "No," said Charles faintly. "A little. There, that isn't much. I'm beginning to see a bit now. You've had a stiff bout this time, Charlie. 'Twasn't typhus, nothing infectious, chiefly the upper story. But you had a squeak for it, my lad. I'd to come over to look after you, but my hands was too full." "No good, Harry. Could not have spoken or seen you. Better now." "A bit shaky still," said Harry, lowering his voice. "You'll get over that, though, fast enough. Keeping your spirits up, I see," and Harry winked at the decanters. "Somewhat better than that rat-gut claret, too. This is the stuff to put life in you. Port, yes." He filled his brother's glass, smelled to it, and drank it off. "So it is, and right good port. I'll drink your health, Charlie," he added, playfully filling his glass again. "I'm glad you came, Harry. I feel better," said the invalid, and he extended his thin hand upon the bed to his brother. "Hoot! Of course you do," said Harry, looking hard at him, for he was growing accustomed to the imperfect light. "You'll do very well, and Alice, I hear, is quite well also. And so you've had a visit from the old soldier, and a bit of a row, eh?" "Very bad, Harry. Oh, God help me," moaned Charles. "She ain't pretty, and she ain't pleasant. Bad without and worse within, like a collier's sack," said Harry with a disgusted grimace, lifting his eyebrows and shaking his head. "She's headlong and headstrong, and so there has been bad work. I don't know what's to be done." "The best thing to be done's to let her alone," said Harry. "They've put her up at Hatherton, I hear." "That's one thing," murmured Charles with a great sigh. "I'm a heartbroken man, Harry." "That's easy mended. Don't prosecute, that's all. Get out of the country when you're well enough, and they must let her go, and maybe the lesson won't do her no harm." "I'm glad I have you to talk to," murmured Charles with another great sigh. "I can't get it out of my head. You'll help me, Harry?" "All I can. 'Tain't much." "And, Harry, there's a thing that troubles me." He paused. It seemed exhausted. "Don't mind it now. You're tiring yourself. Drink a glass of this." And he filled the glass from which he had been drinking his port. "No, I hate wine," he answered. No, by and by, perhaps." "You know best," he acquiesced. "I suppose I must drink it myself." Which necessity he complied with accordingly. "I heard the news, you know, and I'd 'a' come sooner, but I'm taking an action next 'Sizes on a warranty about the Grey filly against that damned rogue farmer Lundy, and had to be off t'other side of Wyvern wi' the lawyer. 'Tain't easy to hold your own wi' the cheating chaps that's going now, I can tell you." "I'm no good to talk now, Harry. You'll find me better next time. Only, Harry, mind, remember, I mayn't be long for this world, and I give you my honour. I swear in the presence of God who'll judge me, I never was married to Bertha. It's a lie. I knew she'd give me trouble some day, but it's a lie. Alice is my wife. I never had a wife but Alice. By God Almighty, that other's a lie. Don't you know it's a lie, Harry?" "Don't be bothering yourself about that now," said Harry coldly, with rather a sullen countenance, looking askance through the open space in the window shutter to the distant horizon. "Long heads, my lad, and lawyers leer for the quips and cranks o' law. What should I know?" "Harry, I know you love me. You won't let wrong be believed," said Charles Fairfield in a voice suddenly stronger than he had spoken in before. "I won't let wrong be believed," he answered coolly, perhaps sulkily, and he looked at him steadily for a little with his mouth sullenly open. "You know, Harry," he pleaded, "there's a little child coming. It would not do to wrong it. Oh, Harry, don't you love your poor only brother?" Harry looked as if he was going to say something saucy, but instead of that he broke into a short laugh. "Upon my soul, Charlie, a fellow'd think you took me for an affidavit man. When did I ever tell nowt but the truth? Sich rot. A chap like me that's faulted always for being too blunt and plain spoken. And as for liking, I'd like to know what else brings me here. Of course, I don't say I love any one all out, as well as Harry Fairfield. You're my brother, and I stand by you according. But as I said before, I love my shirt very well, but I like my skin better. Hey, and that's all fair. All fair, Harry. I'll talk no more now, Harry. I'll lie down for a little, and we'll meet again." Harry was again looking through the space of the open shutter, and he yawned. He was thinking of taking his leave. In this brown study he was interrupted by a sound. It was like the beginning of a little laugh. He looked at Charlie, who had uttered it. His thin hand was extended toward the little table at the bedside, and his long arm in its shirt-sleeve. His eyes were open, but his face was changed. Harry had seen death often enough to recognize it. With a dreadful start he was on his feet, and had seized his brother by the shoulder. "Charlie, man! Charlie! Look at me! My God!" And he seized the brandy bottle and poured ever so much into the open lips. It flowed over from the corners of the mouth, over cheek and chin. The throat swallowed not. The eyes stared their earnest stare, unchanging into immeasurable distance. Charles Fairfield was among the Fairfields of other times. Hope and fear, the troubles and the dream, ended. End of chapter 46. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 47 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 47. Home to Wyvern. When a sick man dies, he leaves his bed and his physic. His best friend asks him not to stay, and sweetheart and kindred concur in putting him out of doors, to lie in a bed of clay, under the sky, come frost or storm or rain. A dumb outcast from fireside, tankard, and even the talk of others. Tall Charles Fairfield of the blue eyes was in due course robed in his strange white suit, boxed up and screwed down, with a plated inscription over his cold breast recounting his Christian and surnames and the tale of his years. If from that serene slumber he could have been called again, the loud and exceeding bitter cry, the wild farewell of his poor little Allie, would have wakened him. But her loving Rye, her hero, slept on, with the unearthly light on his face till the coffin lid hid it, and in the morning the athlete passed downstairs on men's shoulders and was slid reverently into a hearse and went away to old Wyvern churchyard. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Charlie Fairfield was on the ground. Was old Squire Harry there to meet his son and follow his coffin to the aisle of the ancient little church, and thence to his place in the churchyard? Not he. "Serve him right," said the squire, when he heard it. "I'm damned if he'll lie in our vault. Let him go to Parson Maybell, yonder under the trees. I'll not have him." So Charles Fairfield is buried there under the drip of those melancholy old trees, close by the gentle vicar and his good and pretty wife, over whom the grass has grown long, and the leaves of 20 summers have bloomed and fallen, and whose forlorn and beautiful little child was to be his bride, and is now his widow. Harry Fairfield was there, with the undertaker's black cloak over his well-knit Fairfield shoulders. He nodded to this friend and that in the crowd gruffly. His face was lowering with thought, his eyes cast down, and sometimes raised in an apparent glare to the face of some unobserved bystander for a few moments. Conspicuous above other uncovered heads was his. The tall stature and statuesque proportions of his race would have marked him without the black mantle for the kinsman of the dead Fairfield. Up to Wyvern House after the funeral was over went Harry. The old man, his hat in his hand, was bareheaded on the steps. As he approached, he nodded to his last remaining son. 3 were gone now. A faint sunlight glinted on his old features. A chill northern air stirred his white locks. A gloomy but noble image of winter the gaunt old man presented. "Well, that's over. Where's the lad buried?" "Just where you wished, sir, near Vicar Maybell's grave, under the trees." The old squire grunted in assent. "The neighbours was there, I dare say?" "Yes, sir. All, I think." "I shouldn't wonder. They liked Charlie, they did. He's buried up there alone. Well, he deserved it. Was Dobbs there, from Crayborn?" "He was good to Dobbs. He gave that fellow 20 pun once, like a big fool, when Dobbs was druv to the wall, the time he lost his cattle." "He was there?" "Yes, I saw Dobbs there, sir. He was crying." "More fool, Dobbs, more fool he," said the squire. And then came a short pause. "Crying, was he? He's a big fool. Dobbs is a fool." "A man crying always looks a fool. The rum faces they makes when they're blubbin'," observed Harry. "Some of the Wykford folk was there. Rodney was at his funeral." "Rodney? He didn't like a bone in his skin. Rodney's a bad dog. What brought Rodney to my son's funeral?" "He took up with them preachin' folk at Wykford, I'm told, and he came down, I s'pose, to show the swaddlers what a forgivin', charitable chap he is. Before he put on his hat, he came over and put out his hand to me." "And ye took it?" "Ye know ye took it." "Well, the folk was looking on, and he took me so short," said Harry. "Charlie wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have took his hand over your grave. But you're not like us. Never was. You were cut out for a lawyer, I think." "Well, the folk would have talked, ye know, sir." "Talked, sir, would they?" retorted the squire with an angry leer. "I never cared the crack o' a cart whip what the folk talked. Let 'em talk, damn 'em. And ye had no gloves, Dickens says, nor nothin'. Buried like a dog almost, up in the corner there." "Ye told me not to lay out a shillin', sir," said Harry. "If I did, I did. But angry folk don't always mean all they says. No matter. We're done wi' it now. It's over. He was worth ye all," broke out the squire passionately. "I could 'a' liked him, if he had 'a' liked me, if he had 'a' let me. But he didn't. And there it is." So the squire walked on a little hastily, which was his way when he chose to be alone, down the steps with gaunt, stumbling gait, and slowly away into the tall woods close by, and in that ancestral shadow disappeared. Future, present, past. The future, mist, a tint, and shadow. The cloud on which fear and hope project their airy phantoms. Living in imagination and peopled by romance, a dream of dreams. The present only we possess man's momentary dominion. Plastic under his hand as the clay under the potter's. Always a moment of the present in our absolute power. Always that fleeting, plastic moment speeding into the past, immutable, eternal. The metal flows molten by, and then chills and fixes forever. So with the life of man, so with the spirit of man. Work while it's called day, the moment fixes the retrospect, and death the character forever. The heart knoweth its own bitterness. The proud man looks on the past he has made. The hammer of Thor can't break it. The fire that is not quenched can't melt it. His thoughtless handiwork will be the same forever. Old Squire Harry did not talk any more about Charlie. About a month after this, he sent to Crayborn to say that Dobbs must come up to Wyvern. Dobbs' heart failed him when he heard it. Everyone was afraid of old Squire Harry, for in his anger he regarded neither his own interest nor other men's safety. "Ho, Dobbs, you're not fit for Crayborn. The farm's too much for you, and I've nothing else to gie ye." Dobbs' heart quailed at these words. "You're a fool, Dobbs. You're a fool. You're not equal to it, man. I wonder you didn't complain of your rent. It's too much, too high by half. I told Cressley to let you off every rent day a good penn'orth for future. Don't you talk about it to no one. 'Twould stop that." He laid his hand on Dobbs' shoulder, and looked not unkindly in his face. And then he turned and walked away, and Dobbs knew that his audience was over. And the old squire was growing older, and grass and weeds were growing apace over handsome Charlie Fairfield's grave in Wyvern. But the old man never sent to Carwell Grange, nor asked questions about Alice. That wound was not healed, as death heals some. Harry came, but Alice was ill, and could not see him. Lady Windle came, and her he saw, and that good-natured kinswoman made her promise that she would come and live with her as soon as she was well enough to leave the Grange. And Alice lay still in her bed, as the doctor commanded, and her heart seemed breaking. The summer would return, but Rye would never come again. The years would come and pass. How were they to be got over? And oh, the poor little thing that was coming, what a sad welcome! It would break her heart to look at it. Oh, Rye, 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 my darling. So the morning broke and evening closed, and her great eyes were wet with tears. The rain, it raineth every day. End of chapter 47. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 48 of Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 48. A Twilight Visit. In the evening, Tom had looked in at his usual hour and was recruiting himself with his big mug of beer and lump of bread and cheese at the kitchen table, and now the keen edge of appetite removed, he was talking agreeably. This was what he called his supper. The flush of sunset on the sky was fading into twilight, and Tom was chatting with old Mildred Tarnley. "Who'd think it was only 3 weeks since the funeral?" said Tom. 3 weeks tomorrow." "Aye, tomorrow. 'Twas a Thursday, I mind, by the little boy coming from Grace's mill for the laundress's money by noon. 2 months ago, to look at him, you'd have said there was 40 years' life left in him. But death keeps no calendar, they say. I wonder Harry Fairfield isn't here oftener. Though she might not talk with him, nor see him, the sound of his voice in the house would do her good. His own brother, you know." "Dead man, 'tis an old saying, is ken to none," said Tom. "They goes their own gait, and so does the living." "There's that woman in jail. What's to be done with her? And who's to talk with the lawyer folk?" said Mildred. "I'll not come with her to Carwell," said Tom. "Pity he ever set eyes on her, but chances will be, and how can cat help, if maid be a fool? I don't know nothing o' that business, but in this world, nowt for nowt is the most of our wages, and I take it folks know what they are about, more or less." Mildred Tarnley sniffed at this oracular speech, and turned up her nose, and went over to the dresser and arranged some matters there. "The days is shortening apace. My old eyes can scarce see over here without a candle," she said, returning. "But there is a many a thing to be settled in this house, I'm thinking." Tom nodded an acquiescence and stood up and stretched himself and looked up to the darkening sky. "The crows is home in Carwell Wood. 'Twill be time to be turning keys and drawing of bolts," said Tom. "Aye, many a thing I'll want settling, I doubt, down here, and who's to do it?" "Aye, who's to do it?" repeated Mildred. "I tell you, Tom, there is many a thing, too many a thing, more than ye wot of, enough to bring him out of his grave, Tom, as I've heard stories, many a one, with less reason." As she ceased, a clink of a horseshoe was heard in the little yard without, and a tall figure leading a horse, as Charles Fairfield used often to do on his late returns to his home, looked in at the window. In that uncertain twilight, in stature, attitude, and as well as she could see, in face, so much resembling the deceased master of Carwell Grange, that Mrs. Tarnley gasped, "My good Lord, who's that?" Something of the same momentary alarm puzzled Tom, who frowned wildly at it, with his fists clenched beside him. It was Harry Fairfield, who exhibited, as sometimes happens in certain lights and moments, a family resemblance which had never struck those most familiar with his appearance. "Lork, it's Mr. Harry. Run out, Tom, and take his nag, will ye?" Out went Tom, and in came Harry Fairfield. He looked about him. He did not smile facetiously and nod and take old Mildred's dubious hand, as he was wont, and crack a joke, not always very welcome or very pleasant, to the tune of "Nobody's coming to marry me, nobody coming to woo." On the contrary, he looked as if he saw nothing there but walls and twilight, and as heavy laden with gloomy thoughts as the troubled ghosts she had imagined. "How is Miss Ally? How is your mistress?" at last he inquired abruptly. "Only middling?" "Ailing, sir," answered Mildred dryly. "Tell her I'm here, will ye? And there's something to tell her and talk over, and I'll make it as short as I can. Tell her I'd have come earlier, but couldn't, for the sessions at Wykford, and dined with a neighbour in the town, and say I mayn't be able to come up for a good while again. Is she up?" "No, sir, the doctor keeps her still to her bed." "Well, old Dulcie Crane's there, ain't she?" "Aye, sir, and Lily Dogger too. Little good the slut's to me these days." Harry was trying to read his watch at the darkened window. "Tell her all that, quick, for time flies," said Harry. Harry Fairfield remained in the kitchen while old Mildred did his message, and she speedily returned to say that Alice was sitting up by the fire and would see him. Up the dim stairs went Harry. He had not been up there since the day he saw the undertakers at Charlie's coffin, and had his last peep at his darkening face. Up he strode with his hand on the banister, and old Mildred gliding before him like a shadow. She knocked at the door. It was not that of the room which they had occupied, where poor Charles Fairfield had died, but the adjoining one, hurriedly arranged with such extemporized comforts as the primitive people of the household could manage. Homely enough, but not desolate, it looked. Opening the door, she said, "Here's Master Harry, ma'am, a-coming to see you." Harry was already in the room. There were candles lighted on a little table near the bed, although the shutters were still open, and the faint twilight mingling with the light of the candles made a sort of purple halo. Alice was sitting in a great chair by the fire in her dressing gown, pale and looking very ill. She did not speak. She extended her hand. "Come to see you, Ally. Troublesome world, but you must look up a bit, you know. Troubles are but trials, they say, and can't last forever, so don't you be fretting yourself out of the world, lass, and making more food for worms." And with this consolation he shook her hand. I would have seen you, Harry, when you called before. It was very kind of you, but I could not. I'm better now, thank God. I can't believe it still sometimes. And her eyes filled with tears. Well, 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 said Harry. Where's the good of crying? Crying won't bring him back, you know. There. And I want to say a word to you about that woman that's in jail, you know. 'Tis right you should know everything. He should have told you more about that, don't you see, else ye might put your foot in it. Paler still turned Alice at these words. Tell them to go in there, he said, in a lower tone, indicating with his thumb over his shoulder a sort of recess at the far end of the room, in which stood a table with some work on it. At a word from Alice, old Dulcibella called Lily Dogger into that distant alcove, as Mildred termed it. It's about that woman, he continued, in a very low tone. About that one, Bertha. That woman, you know. That's in a Hatherton jail, you remember. There's no good prosecuting that one. Poor Charles wouldn't have allowed it at no price. He said so. I wouldn't for the world, she answered very faintly. No, of course. He wished it, and would like to see his wishes complied with, poor fellow, now he's gone, acquiesced Harry with alacrity. And you know about her? He added, in a very low tone. Oh, no, Harry, no, please, she answered imploringly. Well, it wouldn't do for you, you know, to be getting up in the witness box at the sizes to hang her, you know. Oh, dear Harry, no, I never could have thought of it. Well, you're not bound, luckily, nor no one. I saw Rodney today about it. There's no recognizances. He only took the informations, and I said you wouldn't prosecute, nor I won't, I'm sure, and the Crown won't take it up, and so it will fall through and end quietly, the best way for you, for as I told him, you're not in health to go down there to be battling with lawyers and all sorts. 'Twould never answer you, you know. So here's a slip of paper I wrote, and told him I knew you'd sign it, only saying that you have no notion of prosecuting that woman, nor moving more in the matter. He placed it in her hand. I'm sure it's quite right. It's just what I mean. Thank you, Harry. You're very good. Get the ink and pen, said Harry aloud to Dulcibella. 'Tis downstairs, answered she. I'll fetch it. And Dulcibella withdrew. Harry was poking about the shelves and the chimney-piece. This is ink, said he. Ain't it? So it was, and a pen. I think it will write. Try it, Ally. So it was signed, and he had fairly described its tenor and effect to his widowed sister-in-law. I'll see Rodney this evening and show him this to prevent his bothering you here about it. And, he almost whispered, you know about that woman, or you don't, do you? Her lips moved, but he could hear no words. She was once a fine woman, you wouldn't think, a devilish fine woman, I can tell you, and she says, you know 'twas more than liking, she says she has the whip-hand, oh ye, first come, first served. She's talking a law and all that. She says, but it won't make no odds now, you know. What she says, well, she says she was his wife. Oh God, it's a lie, whispered the poor lady, with white lips, and staring at him with darkening eyes. Well, maybe it is, and maybe it ain't, he answered, but it don't much matter now, and I dare say we'll hear nothing more about it, and dead men's past fooling, you know. Good night, Ally, and God bless you, and take care of yourself, and don't be crying your eyes out like that, and I'll come again as soon as I can, and any business, you know, or anything, I'll always be ready to do for you, and good night, Ally, and mind all I said. Since those terrible words of his were spoken, she had not heard a syllable. He took her icy hand. He looked for a puzzled moment in her clouded eyes, and nodded, and he called to the little girl in the adjoining room. I'm going now, child, and do you look after your mistress. By a coincidence or association, something suggested by Harry Fairfield's looks, was it? Old Mildred Tarnley's head was full of the Dutchwoman when Dulcibella came into the kitchen. You took out the ink, Tom, when you was weighing them oats today, said she, And out went Tom in search of that always errant and mitching article. "I was saying to Tom as he came in, Mrs. Crane, how I hoped to see that one in her place. I think I'd walk to Hatherton and back to see her hanged. The false jade, with her knife, and her puce police, and her devilry, old witch." "Lord, Mrs. Turnley, how can ye?" "Well now, Master Charles is under the mould. I wouldn't spare her. What for shouldn't Mrs. Fairfield make her pay for the pipe she danced to? It's her turn now. When you are anvil, hold you still. When you're hammer, strike your fill." And if I was Mrs. Fairfield, maybe I wouldn't make her smoke for all. "I think my lady will do just what poor Master Charles wished, and I know nothing about the woman," said Dulcibella. "Only they all say she's not right in her head, Mrs. Tarnley, and I don't think she'll slight his last word and punish the woman. 'Twould be the same as sacrilege almost. And what of her? Much matter about a wooden platter, and it's ill burning the house to frighten the mice." Harry Fairfield here sauntered into the kitchen, rolling unspoken thoughts in his mind. The conversation subsided at his approach. Dulcibella made her curtsy and withdrew, and said he to Tom, who was entering with the ink bottle, "Tom, run out, will ye, and get my nag ready for the road. I'll be off this minute." Tom departed promptly. "Well, Mildred," said he, eyeing her darkly from the corners of his eyes, "sorrow comes unsent for. Aye, sure, she's breaking her heart, poor thing." "'Twon't break, I warrant for all that," he answered. "Sorrow for a husband, they say, is a pain in the elbow, sharp and short." "All along o' that ugly Dutch beast, 'twas an ill wind carried her to Carwell," said Mildred. He shut his eyes and shook his head. "That couldn't do nowhere," said he. "2 cats and 1 mouse, 2 wives in 1 house. Master Charles was no such fool. What for should he ever ha' married such as that? I couldn't believe no such thing," said Mrs. Charnley sharply. "2 dogs at 1 bone can never agree in one," repeated Harry, oracularly. "There's no need, mind, to set folks' tongues a-ringing, nor much good in trying to hide the matter, for her people won't never let it rest. I lay ye what ye please, never. 'Twill be strange news up at Wyvern, but I'm afeard she'll prove it only too ready. 'Twill shame us finely." "Well, let them talk. As the bell clinks, so the fool thinks, and who the worse. I don't believe it nohow. He never would have brought down the Fairfields to that, and if he had, he could not have brought the poor young creature upstairs into such trouble and shame. I won't believe it of him till it's proved." "I hope they may never prove it, but what can we do? You and I know how they lived here, and I have heard her call him husband as often as I have fingers and toes, but, bless ye, we'll hold our tongues. You will, eh? Won't you, Mildred? You mustn't be talking." "Tarkin, I had nothing to talk about. Fudge, man, I don't believe it. 'Tis a damn lie from top to bottom." "I hope so," said he. "A shameless liar she was, the blackest I ever heard talk." "Best let sleeping dogs be," said he. There was some silver loose in his trousers pocket, and he was fumbling with it and looking hard at Mildred as he spoke to her. Sometimes, between his finger and thumb, he held the shilling, sometimes the half-crown. He was mentally deciding which to part with, and it ended by his presenting Mildred with the shilling and recommending her to apply the splendid tip to the purchase of tea. Some people experience a glow after they have done a great benevolence. As he walked into the stable-yard, Harry experienced a sensation, but it wasn't a glow, a chill, rather. Remembering the oblique look with which she eyed the silver coin in her dark palm, and her scant thanks, he was thinking what a beast he was to part with his money so lightly. Mildred Tarnley cynically muttered to herself in the kitchen, "Farewell, Frost! Nothing got, nor nothing lost." "Here's the gift, bless him. I mind the time a Fairfield would have been ashamed to give an old servant such avails. Hoot! What's the world a-coming to? 'Tis time we was a-going." But Master Harry was ever the same, A thrifty lad he was, that looked after his pennies sharply, said old Mildred Tarnley scornfully, and she dropped the coin disdainfully into a little tin porringer that stood on the dresser. And Tom came in, and the doors were made sure, and Mildred Tarnley made her modest cup of tea, and all was subsiding for the night. But Harry's words had stricken Alice Fairfield. Perhaps those viewless arrows oftener kill than people think of. Up in her homely room, Alice now lay very ill indeed. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 49. The Heir of the Fairfields. At dead of night, Alice was very ill, and Tom was called up to ride across Cressley Common for the Wykford Doctor. Worse and worse she grew. In this unknown danger, without support of a husband's love or consolation, the pains of hell gat hold of her, and the fear of death was upon her. Glad was she in her lonely terrors to hear the friendly voice of Dr. Willett, as he came up the stairs with a heavy booted step, in hurried conversation with old Dulcibella Crane, who had gone down to meet him on hearing the sound of his arrival. In lower tones the doctor put his questions when he had arrived in his patient's room, and his manner became stern and his measures prompt, and it was plain that he was very much alarmed. Alice Fairfield was in danger, in so great danger that he would have called in the Hatherton doctor or any other to share his responsibility, if the horse which Tom drove had not had as much as he could to do that night in the long trot, and partly canter, to Wykford and back again to the Grange. Alice's danger increased, and her state became so alarming that the doctor was afraid to leave his patient, and stayed that night at the Grange. In the morning he sent Tom to Hatherton with a summons for his brother physician, and now this quaint household grew thoroughly alarmed. The lady was past the effort of speaking, almost of thinking, and lay like a white image in her bed. Old Dulcibella happily had charge of the money, not much, which Alice had for present use, so the doctors had their fees and were gone, and Dr. Willett of Wykford was to come again in the evening, leaving his patient, as he said, quieter, but still in a very precarious state. When the Wykford doctor returned, he found her again too ill to think of leaving her. At midnight, Tom was obliged to mount and ride away to Hatherton for the other doctor. Before the Hatherton doctor had reached the Grange, however, a tiny voice was crying there. A little spirit had come, a scion of the Fairfield race. Mrs. Tarnley wrote to Harry Fairfield, to Wyvern, to announce the event, which she did thus. Sir, Master Harry, it has come a surprise. Mrs. is this morning give birth to a boy and heir. Baby's well, but Mrs. Fairfield low and dangerous. Your servant, Mildred Tarnley. Dulcibella, without consulting Mildred any more than Mildred did her, wrote also a letter, gentler and more gracious, but certainly no better spelled. When these reached Wyvern, Harry was from home. It was not till 4 days had passed that Harry Fairfield arrived in the afternoon. He had thrown his horse's bridle to Tom in the stable-yard, and appeared suddenly before Mildred Tarnley in the kitchen door. "Well, how's the lady in the straw?" inquired Harry, looking uncomfortable but smiling his best. "How is Miss Alice?" "Mrs. Fairfield's very bad, and the doctor hadn't much hopes of her. She lies at God's mercy, sir." "She'll be better, you'll find. She'll be all right soon. And when was it? You put no date on your note." "On Friday, I think. We're so put about here I scarce know one day from t'other." "She'll be better. Is anyone here with her?" "A nurse from Hatherton." "No one else? I thought Lady Windale might have come." "I was going to send over there, but Dr. Willett said no." "Did he? Why?" "Not yet a bit. He says she'd be in his way and no use, and maybe worked her into a fever. Very likely, said Harry. Isn't it a boy? Boy, yes, sir. A fine thumping baby, and like to do well, and will prove belike a true open-handed Fairfield, and a brave Squire of Wyvern. Well, that is as may be. I'll not trouble him. I've more than enough to my share as it is, and there's some things that's better never than late. And I'll live and die a bachelor. I've more years than my teeth shows. Harry smiled, and showed his fine teeth. There's Fairfields took a wife later than you, said she, eyeing him darkly. Too wise, old girl. You'll not catch me at that work. Wives is like Flanders mares, as the Squire says, fairest afar off. Hey? Snarled old Mildred, with a prolonged note. No, lass, I don't want, nohow, to be Squire of Wyvern. There's more pains than gains in it. Always one thing or t'other wrong. One begs and t'other robs, and 10 cusses to one blessin'. I don't want folks to say o' me, as they does of some, Harry's a hog, and does no good till he dies. Folk do like an estate, though, said Mildred, with another shrewd look. Aye, if all straight and clear, but I don't like debts and bother, and I have seen how the old boy's worried that way till he's fit to drown himself in the pond. I can do something, buying or selling, and little and often, you know, fills the purse. Mildred was silent. They do say, I knows it for certain, there is a screw loose, and if you know where, I think. But how can I help that? The Dutch woman, I know, can prove her marriage to poor Charlie. But never you blab, no more will I. There was no child of that marriage, neither chick nor child, so being as she is, 'tis little to her how that sow's handled. 'Twould be a pity poor Charlie's son should lose his own. And you may tell Alice I'm glad there's a boy, and that she'll have no trouble from me, but all the help I can, and that's a fact, and that's God's truth. Well, well, that is queer. I never heard a man speak as you speak. There was a cynical incredulity in Mildred Tarnley's tone. Listen now, here we be alone, eh? Said he, looking around. You may say so, said she with a discontented emphasis. I'll tell you a thing in a minute, old Tarnley, only they say old vessels must leak. Will you be staunch? Will you hold your tongue on't if I tell you a thing? Aye, said Mildred, because one barking dog sets all the street to barking, you know, he added. You know me well, Master Harry. I could hold my tongue always when there was a need. And that's the reason I'm going to talk to you, said Harry. And no one knows it, mind, but yourself, and if it gets out, I'll know who to blame. Twon't get out for me, said Mildred, looking hard at him. One devil drubs another, they say, and if the young squire upstairs has a foot in the mud, I've one in the mire, said Harry. If his hat has a hole, my shoe has another. 'Tis a bad bargain where both are losers. Well, I can't see it, nohow. I don't know what you're driving at, but I think you're no fool, Master Harry. You never was that, and it's a cunning part, I've heard, to play the fool well. And Harry did look very cunning as she cited this saw, and for a moment also a little put out, but he quickly resumed, and staring in her face surlily, said he, Well, I am cunning, I hope I am, and you're a little bit that way yourself, old Mildred, no fool anyway, that I ever could see. Crafty I may be, I ha' lived years and seen folk enough to make me, but my heart weren't set never on pelf. £1,000 and a bottle of hay is all one at doomsday. So it is, said he, but there's a good many days twixt this and doomsday yet, and money'll do more than my lord's letter any place, and I'll not deny I'd like Wyvern well enough if my hand were free to lay on it, but I ha' thought it well over, and it wouldn't fit me nohow, I can't. You're the first Fairfield I ever heard say that the Wyvern wouldn't fit him, said she. Is that beer in the jug? He asked, nodding towards a brown jug that stood on the dresser. Yes, sir. Would you like a drink? Aye, if it bain't stale. Fresh true, just as you was coming in, sir, said she, setting it down on the table. I'll fetch ye a glass. Never mind a glass. A ranting dog like me can drink out of a well bucket, much less a brown jug. And clutching it carelessly by the handle, He quaffed as long and deep a draught as his ancestor and namesake might after his exhausting flight from Worcester a couple of 100 years before. "You are puzzled, old girl, and don't know whether I be in jest or earnest. But good or bad, wives must be had, you know, and you never heard of a Fairfield man yet that was lucky in a wife, or hadn't a screw loose, sometime about they sort of cattle. And you're an old servant, Mildred, and though you be a bit testy, you're true, and I may tell you things I wouldn't tell no one, not the governor, not my little finger. I'd burn my shirt if it knew, and ye won't tell no one, upon your soul, and as ye hope to be saved?" "I can keep counsel, I'm good at that," said Mildred. "Well, I need not say no more than this. There's them that's quiet enough now, and will be, that if they thought I was Squire of Wyvern, I'd make the world too hot to hold me. I'd rather be Harry Fairfield, at fair and market, than Archbishop of Hell, I can tell ye, having no liking for fine titles and honour and glory, with a tethered leg and a sore heart. Better to go your own gait, and eat your mouthful where you find it, than go in gold with a broken back, that's all, and that's truth. If 'twas otherwise, I'd be down in the mouth, I can tell you, about the young gentleman upstairs, and I'd ha' liked his birthday no better than a shepherd loves a bright Candlemas. But, as it is, no matter. 'Tis better to me than a pot of gold, and I drink the little chap's health, and I wish she had a sieveful of them, and that's God's truth as I stand here." And Harry backed the declaration with an oath. "Well, I believe you, Harry," said Mildred. "And I'm glad on't," she added after a pause. "I'm very glad. There's been ill blood overmuch in the family," she resumed. "It's time there should be peace and brotherhood. God knows, I'm glad to hear you speak like that, sir." And so saying, she extended her dark, hard palm to him, and he took it and laughed. "Every man knows where his own shoe pinches," said he. "'Tis a shrewish world, old girl, and there's warts and chilblains where no one guesses, but things won't be for ever. 'Tis a long lane, you know, that has no turning, and the burr won't stick always. Aye, Master Harry, as I've heard the old folks say, be the day never so long, at last cometh evensong." "And how is the lady herself?" said he. "As bad as can be, a'most," answered Mildred. "Who says so?" he asked. "The doctor, he has no opinion of her, I'm afeard, poor little thing." "The doctor, does he? But is he any good?" "It's Dr. Willett of Wykford. He's thought a deal of by most folk down here. I don't know, I'm sure, but he seems very nice about her, I think, and kind, and looks after the baby too." "That's right, I'm glad of that. I'd pay something myself rather than it should be neglected. But what does he say o' the boy?" "Doing very well, nothing against him, but, you know, 'tis only a few days, and or soon to judge yet a bit." "I wonder, could she see me for a minute?" "Hoot, man, how come that into your head? Why, the room's dark, she never speaks above a whisper, and not 5 words then, and only, maybe, thrice in a day. You don't know what way she is. 'Tis just the turn of a halfpenny whether she'll live till morning." "That's bad. I didn't think she could be that bad," said he. "She is, then." "'Twould do her no harm to know that there's some rent, about £30, due from Riddleswake. I'll give Tom a bit of a note to Farmer Wycraft, and he'll pay it. It's settled to her for her life, I know that, and she'll be wanting money, and see you that the child wants nothing. I have lots of reasons why that child should do well. This ain't bad beer, I can tell you. Another mug of it wouldn't hurt me, and if you can make me out a mouthful of anything, I'm beastly hungry." A bit of cold corned beef, some cheese, and a loaf Mildred Tarnley produced, and Harry made a hearty meal in the kitchen, not disturbing that engrossing business by conversation, while old Mildred went to and fro into the scullery and back again, and busied herself about her saucepans and dishes. "Now get me a pen and ink and a bit of paper. There's no one in the house will be worse of a little money, and I'll write that note." And so he did, and handed it to Mildred with the air of a prince who was bestowing a gift. "There, that will make the mare go for a while longer. And look ye, where's old Dulcibella Crane? I'd like to shake hands with her before I go." Upstairs, with her mistress. Tell her to come down and see me for a minute. And mind, old Tarnley, ye must write to me often, tomorrow, and the next day, and where's my hat? On my head, by Jove, and so on, for if anything should happen, if little Alice should founder, you know, there should be someone, when she's off the hooks, to look after things a bit, and the governor won't do nothing. Put that out of your head, and 'twill all fall on my shoulders, and send her down to me, old Dulcibella Crane, I mean, for I'm going, and unless I'm wanted, I mayn't see ye here for many a day. Thus charged, Mildred Tarnley went away, and in a few minutes old Dulcibella appeared. From her, after he had examined her as to the state of the lady upstairs and of her baby, he exacted the same promise as that which Mildred had made him, a promise right often to Wyvern. He did not mind making her the same odd confidence which he had made to Mildred. There was no need, he thought, for Dulcibella was soft-hearted, and somewhat soft-headed too, by no means given to suspicion, and as she had not the evil that attends shrewdness, neither had she the reliability, and she was too much given to talking, and his secret would then become more public than he cared to make it. And tell the mistress I wish her joy, do you mind, and I'd like to stand godfather to the boy whenever the christening is, and to put me to any work she thinks I'm fit for, and tell her I wrote about a handful of rent that's coming to her, and good-bye, and take care of yourself. And who's nursing the baby? We feeds it with goat's milk, and such like, by direction of the doctor. Wouldn't ye like to see it? Not this time, I'm off. But who's taking charge of him? Amongst us the poor little darling is, but mostly me. Well, that's right, and look after it well, and I'll give you a bit of money when it's on a little, and don't forget to write, and you needn't say nowt to old Mildred, for she's going to write too, and might take off if she knew that you was writing also, do you see? Yes, Master Harry, surely none shall know, and I'm thinking ye would like to see it, and it would be nothing the worse, you'll find, and it is such a darling. And it's so like its poor papa that's gone, eh? But I haven't no time, dear, this bout, and you may give his worship my kind regards, and tell him the more he thrives the better I'm pleased. And old Chimneys won't stand for ever, and he won't be long kept out of his own, and I'll keep them aloof that would make or meddle or mar. And good-bye, old Darcy Crane, and mind what I said. And clapping her on the shoulder with his strong hand, he smiled after his fashion, and wagged his head, and strode into the yard, mounted his horse, and was soon far away on the road from Carwell Grange. End of chapter 39. Chapter 50 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 50. Bertha Velderkaust. Harry Fairfield, when crossing Cressley Common, he reached the road that diverges eastward, took that turn and rode towards Hatherton. Surely enough, he looked when he slackened his pace to a walk at the foot of the long low hill that interposes between the common and that town. He had a short pipe in his pocket, with a big bowl and a metal cover to it, into which he stuffed some pinches of tobacco. A shilling went a good way in that sort of smoking, and Harry was economical. And soon his pipe was in full play. This narcotic helped his cogitative powers, and he had a good deal to think about. He was going to see his old friend Bertha Velderkaust in her new situation, and he was considering how best to approach her. From such ruminations, too vague and irregular to be reduced to logical sequence and arrangement, there arise, nevertheless, conclusions by no means unimportant and quite distinct enough. By this time he had smoked his pipe out, and looked down from the summit of this rising ground upon the pretty town spreading among the trees, with its old tower and steeple, its court-house, its parsonage, and that high-walled stronghold on the right, in which the object of his visit was at present secluded. When, having complied with all the formalities, he obtained an entrance and obtained permission to visit that person, it was her pleasure to keep him waiting for some time for his audience. Harry grew cross and impatient, the more so as he heard that she had a friend with her, drinking tea and reading the newspaper to her. As Harry Fairfield was one of those persons who are averse to sacrificing themselves without a good consideration, the reader will conclude that his object was not altogether to serve the old soldier. If it had been only that, I think he would have left the town of Hatherton re infecta. As it was, he waited, and at last was admitted. This lady, Bertha Velderkaust, chose to be known among her neighbours in misfortune as Madame Bertha Fairfield of Wyvern, which style and title she preferred to that by which she had been committed to the safekeeping of the jailer. When Harry Fairfield stepped into her small apartment, he found her dressed, and bedizened in a way that a little surprised him. She had on a sky-blue satin dress, caught up at one side with a bunch of artificial flowers. She had a lace scarf and a lace coiffure lying flat across her head, with a miniature coronet of Roman pearl in the centre, and lappets depending at each side. She had a double necklace of enormous Roman pearls about her throat, and a pair of pink velvet slippers embroidered with beads and bugles, and this tawdry figure sat on the side of her truckle bed to receive him, with the air of a princess in a pantomime. She accumulated her finery in this way, I think, for the purpose of impressing the people about the prison with a due sense of her position and importance. It may not have been quite without its effect. "Hello, madam, I came to tell you some news," said he, as soon as the door was closed. "But, by the makins, you most took my breath away at first sight of ye." "Pity to have so nice a man breathless. Deplorable pity. Suppose you go away. I did not ask you to come and get your breath again in the air of my place." "What place may that be? Not Hoxton Old Town, hey?" "Not at all, Wyvern, dear child," she said, in a quiet sneer. "Oh, thank ye. Yes, I will. I'll take a mouthful there, as you are so good." As he concluded this speech, Master Harry put out his tongue at the blind lady with a grimace that was outrageous. "I'll hide my name no longer," she said. "I'm Mrs. Fairfield of Wyvern." "That is as may be," he answered serenely. "I say I'm Mrs. Fairfield of Wyvern," repeated she. "Boo!" answered Harry. "Beast! By that noise, what do you mean?" "I'll tell ye by and by. Come, you mustn't be cross. It wastes time." "More time than we know what to do with in this house," she sneered. "Well, that's true for some, I'll not deny. But there's some as is pretty well worked, I hear, eh? And so long as we bain't, we may endure the leisure, for as bad as that is, business here, I'm told, is a deal worse." And Harry laughed. "Pleasant was my Harry always," again sneered the lady. "And you heard of poor Charlie, of course?" he asked. "Yes, of course. Every one is not like you. I did hear. I don't thank you," she answered tartly, and turned her pale, malignant face towards him. "But, dear girl, I could not. There were difficulties, eyes a-watching on all hands, and ears cocked, and I knew you could not be long without knowing. So you heard, but mayhap you haven't heard this. There was a child born of that marriage." "Marriage?" And with an oath, the big Dutchwoman burst into a discordant laugh. For a moment, Harry was alarmed, but the laugh was not hysterical, purely emotional, and an escape for pent-up scorn and fury. "Well, anyhow, there's a child, a boy, and a fine, hale little chap, with a big bald head, and a bawling mouth as ever a mother hugged, the darling." "Well, let the brat lie on the dung-heap. You'll not lift him," said the lady. "I'll not meddle or make. I'm not over-hot about Wyvern. I'd rather have a pocket full of money than a house full of debts any day. And anyhow, there he is, and 4 bones that's to walk off with my share out." "I should have got mourning," said Bertha Velderkaust, speaking from some hidden train of thought. "Bah! No one to see you here," said Harry. "If I had money or credit, I'd have got it," she said. "That's very affectionate of you," said Harry. "But why do you dress like that? Why do you dress like the lady with the glass slipper, Cinderella, at the King's ball in the storybook?" "I should dress, you think, like Cinderella over the coal scuttle?" "Well, I wouldn't set the folk a-laughing when I was in no laughing humour myself. Not it makes much odds, and I do suppose it don't matter. Not it." "It does matter something, perhaps, and perhaps nothing, but I know who I am, and I won't let myself down," said she. "I don't want to lose myself among these people. I'll keep myself distinct. I'm too high to put my foot in the mud." "Too high to put your foot in the mud? Too high? Oh, put your foot on the pavement," said Harry mischievously, with his eyes on this impulsive lady, and hitching his chair off a little to secure a fair start. "You'll be too high, I'm thinking, to get your foot to ground at all, one of these days, if you don't look sharp. It's too high a flight, I'm told, to touch terra firma with the top of your toe. The gallows, I mean, and that's what you're coming to quick, I'm afeard." As Harry concluded, he stood up, intending to get out, if possible, without the indignity of coming to hand-grips with a woman. The Herculean lady in sky-blue satin and Roman pearls leaned forward with sharpened features, but neither extended her arm nor attempted to rise. Then she sighed deeply and leaned with her shoulders to the wall. "Off in a coach for this bout," thought Harry. "Thank you, kind lad. Always the same," she sneered quietly. "You wish it, no doubt. But no, you don't think it. I know better." "Why the devil should I wish you hanged, Bertha? Don't be a fool. You're not in my way, and never can be. There's that boy, and, for reasons of my own, I'm glad he is. I'm glad he's where he is, and Wyvern will be for him and not for me. Never." "Harry, dear, you know quite well," she drawled softly, with a titter. "You'll poison that boy, if you can." "You lie," said Harry, turning scarlet, and then as suddenly pale. "You lie. And so that's answered." Here followed a silence. The woman was not angry, but she tittered again and nodded her head. "Wyvern's out of my head. I never cared about it. I had my own reasons. I never did." He swore furiously, striking his hand on the table. "And I won't see that boy ruined. My flesh and blood, my own nephew. No, no, Bertha, that would never do. The boy must have his own. I'll see you made comfortable. But that lay won't do. You'll find it won't pay nohow." "Speak out, man. What do you mean?" said Bertha. Come, Bertha. You're no fool," wheedled he. "There isn't a sound ahead from this to London, and though you be a bit hot-headed, you're not as bad as you'd have us believe. 'Tain't the worst always that has an over-hasty hand. Why, bless ye, girl, I'd be sorry you were hurt, and I hope to get ye out of this without scathe or scorn, if you'll let me." "Well, come, what's in your mind, Harry Fairfield?" she asked. "I'll tell ye what it is. Can you do no good, nohow, being hard on that boy? I know, and you know, you were never married to poor Charlie." "You lie!" cried the lady bitterly. So they were quits on the point of honour. "Now, Bertha, lass, come now, reason. Don't you be in a hurry, and just listen to reason, and I'll make it better to you than 50 marriages." "Don't you think I have no advice? I've engaged Mr. Wynell, the best attorney in Hatherton, and I know what I'm about." "The better you know it, the better I'm pleased. But the lawyer folk likes a little bit of a row. They seldom cries kiss and be friends until their hands be well greased, and their clients has a bellyful of law. Therefore it's better that friends should put their heads together and agree before it comes to that sort of milling. And I tell ye shall be cared for. I'll see to it, if you don't be kicking up no rows about nothing." She laughed a quiet, scornful laugh. "Oh, ho! Master Harry, poor little fellow. He's frightened, is he?" "You're damnably mistaken," said he. "Frightened indeed. I'll see who's frightened. I know there was no marriage. I know it. And it won't be trying it on me. You'll just get yourself in the wrong box. Where's the use of running your head into a cotton bag? Cotton bag, your own head. Who's to do it? There'll be clumsy fingers that can't tie that knot, lass. Come, you're a clever girl. You're not to be talking. Not like a fool, I know everything about it. If you try that on, it will turn out bad. 'Tain't easy to green Harry Fairfield. I don't think he was ever yet fooled by a lass, but where he chose to be fooled, and it's pretty well allowed there's no use trying to bully him. I ought to like you, if all that is so, said she, for you are so very like my own self. I'm not trying to bully you, girl, nor to sell ye neither. You were always a bit rash, and too ready with your hand, but them's not the worst folk going. We Fairfields has a touch of it, and we shouldn't be hard on quick-tempered folk like that. There was no lass that I ever met, gentle or simple, that could match ye for good looks and pleasant talk, and ye dress so beautiful, and if you had but your eyes this minute, you'd have who ye liked at your feet. And Harry Fairfield repeated this view of her charms with an oath. If ifs and ands were pots and pans, repeated the lady with a sigh of gratification, and with that foreign accent and peculiar drawl which made the homely proverb sound particularly odd. I forgot the end, but there would be no use in tinkers, I think. Well said, Bertha. There's none like ye, not one, this minute so handsome, exclaims he. Not that chit down at Carwell Grange, I dare say, eh? Alice, not fit to stand behind your chair. If ye could but see her, and just look in the glass, you'd answer the question yourself, he replied. There it is again, if I could look in the glass. It is 14 years since I did that. If I could see that fool of a girl. If, she said, with an irrepressible simper. The old proverb again, ifs and ands were pots and pans. 'Twas old Mistress Tarnley who used to say that. A damned old witch she always was, she broke out, parenthetically, and should be broke alive on the wheel. Bang away with the devil's broomstick, and break her to smash for me, said Harry, but I'd sooner talk of yourself. Hang me, if you ever look better. There's no such figure, and by the law it's looking up. It is better and better every day. I like a tall lass, but ye beat them all by the law, and ye shows off dress so grandly. Now don't think, foolish thing, I like compliments. In at one ear and out the other, she said, with the same smirk, shaking her great head. Hoot, lass, compliments indeed. Why should I? Only this, that knowing you so long, I just blurts out everything that comes uppermost, and it's a pity you shouldn't have money to dress as you should. I never had that, said the lady. Never, I know that well, and if you won't be said by me, you'll have less. I don't think you know much about it, said Bertha serenely. Now, Bertha, child, you mustn't keep contradicting me. I do know a great deal about it, everything. There was no marriage, never. As long as Charlie lived, you never said that. You always backed me. I'm not going to tell lies for no one, said he, sulkily. Not going? Why, you have been lying all your life. You'd lie for a shilling any day, all lies, you mean miserly liar. Come, Bertha, draw it mild, won't she? Did you never hear say o' the Fairfields that they were a quick-tempered folk? And it's an old saying, don't knock a mad horse over the head. It's true, all I said, she laughed, and that's why it stings. And did ye never hear that true jests breed bad blood? He laughed. But, no matter, I'm not a bit riled, and I won't. I like ye better for speaking out. I hate that mealy-mouthed talk with that fine-spoken folk goes on we. I likes a bit of a rub now and then. If ye were too civil, I couldn't speak my own mind neither, and that would never do. Get along with ye. Have you any more to say? Shall I say it out, plain and short, and will you hear it through? He asked. Aye. Well, here it is. If you don't sign that, I think you'll be hanged. No, you don't, she said more quietly. I do, by... And he swore. No, you don't, she repeated in the same tone. Who is to do it? Charlie's gone, and vilely as he used me, he never would have done that, and Alice won't, she told you so. I'm better informed, I believe, than you fancied. so don't you suppose I am at all anxious? I want to take you off in a coach, and you won't let me, said he. Thanks, simple Harry, she sneered. And I'm coming this day week, and then it will be within 10 days o' the sizes, and I'll be discharged, and I'll bring separate actions against every soul that had a hand in putting me here. Ask my attorney, said the lady, with a pale, angry simper. And Judge Risk is coming down, and you'd better ask your attorney, as you talk of him, whether he's a hanging judge or no. Cunning beast, all won't do, she said sarcastically. Well, Bertha, this day week I'll be here, and this day week will be your last chance, for things will begin that day, and no one can stop them. Lord have mercy on us, she whined, with an ugly mockery and an upturning of her sightless eyes. You may be saying something like that in the press room yet, if you won't take the trouble to think in earnest before it's too late. Now listen once for all, for it's the last words I'll say. That's all true, you say. Charlie's gone, and if he was here instead of in Kingdom Come, 'twould ha' been all one, for he would never ha' moved a hand in the matter, nor ha' suffered it. And as for Alice, she won't neither. But if you don't sign that paper by this day week, and make no bones about it. Here he swore a hard oath. Blind as you be, I'll open your eyes, and I'll prosecute the indictment myself. Goodbye, ma'am, and think between this and then. Harry Fairfield strode from the room, and was still full of the grim emotion which had animated the close of his interview, when he reached the little inn at which, but a few weeks before, his brother Charles had stabled his horse when making his last visit to Hatherton. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 51. Sergeant-Major Archdale. Harry Fairfield was a captain in his county militia. It was right that the House of Fairfield should be represented in that corps. Charlie, who was of an easy, compliant temper, would have taken the commission and the light duties if that dignity had been put upon him. But Harry chose it. It extended his acquaintance, added to his opportunities of selling his horses, and opened some houses, small and great, to him, in a neighbourly fashion, when making his circuits to fair and market. He knew something of games, too, and was shrewd at whist and draughts, and held a sure cue at billiards. On the whole, his commission turned him in something in the course of a year. It was upon some regimental business that Sergeant-Major Archdale was awaiting his return at Wyvern. Harry Fairfield, as it happened, was thinking of the sergeant as he rode into the yard in gloomy rumination. "Well, Archdale, what's the news?" said he, as he dismounted. The news was not a great deal. After he had heard it, Harry paused for a while, and said he, "Quite well, Archdale, I hope?" "Well, sir, I thank you." Again Harry paused. "How did you come, Archdale?" "Walked, sir." "Walked? Oh, very well." There was another pause. "Archdale, you must go in. Here, Clinton, get some luncheon for Sergeant-Major Archdale. A drink of beer and a mouthful won't do you no harm, and, Archdale, before you go, let me know. I may have a word, and I'll say it walking down the avenue. Get Mr. Archdale some luncheon, Clinton, and some sherry." "I thank you, sir," said the Sergeant-Major. "'Tis more like a supper for me. I've had my dinner, sir, some time." And with a stiff military step, the sergeant followed Clinton into the house. The Sergeant-Major was above the middle size and stout of body, which made him look shorter. His hair was closely cut, and of a pale blue iron grey. His face was rather pale and smooth as marble, full and long, with a blue chin and a sort of light upon his fixed lineaments, not exactly a smile, but a light that was treacherous and cruel. For the rest, his military coat, which was of the old-fashioned cut, and his shako, with all the brasses belonging to them, and his Wellington boots, were natty and brilliant, and altogether unexceptionable, and a more perfectly respectable-looking man you could not have found in his rank of life in the country. Without a word, with a creak in his boots, he marched slowly in, with inflexible countenance, after Lintern. The Squire met Harry in the hall. "Hullo! It's a week a'most since I set my eyes on ye. You'll look out for some other place for that mad filly ye brought of Jim Hardress. She's broke a boy's arm this morning in the stable. I'll not look after him, I promise ye. 'Tis your affair, mind, and you'd better look sharp, and delay may cost ye money. You're over clever. The devil owes ye a cake this many a day, and he's a busy bishop, and he'll pay ye a loaf yet. I promise you. She shan't be kicking my men, and she bites the manager beside. Get her away, mind, or, by my soul, I'll sell her for the damage." So old Squire Harry stalked on, and the last scion of his stock grinned after him, sulkily, and snarled something between his teeth, so soon as he was quite out of hearing. "Whose arm broke, Dick? Or is it all a damned lie, or the governor's?" inquired Harry of a servant, who happened to be passing at that moment. "Well, yes, sir. Jem Slade's arm was broke in the stable. 'Twas a kick, sir." "What kicked him?" "The new horse that came in on Thursday, sir." "Mare, you mean?" "Why, that thing's a regular lamb. She never kicked no one. A child might play with her. More like 'twas the governor kicked him." "And what did he do with his arm?" "The doctor down in the town set it, and bound it up with splints, sir." "Well, I didn't tell him, mind that. I wasn't here, you know. Good-natured of the doctor, I'll not deny, but he shan't be sending in no bills to me. And how's Jim since? Getting on nicely, I'll swear." "I don't know, sir. I didn't see him since." "Hoot! That's all right. I warrant ye. And ye can tell old Slade if he likes it. I'll get him a bit of a writing to the hospital for Jim. But it won't be nothing, not a bit." And with this economical arrangement Harry dismissed the subject for the present, and took his stand upon the hall door steps, and smoked his pipe, awaiting the close of Sergeant-Major Archdale's repast. The long shadows and lights of golden sunset faded before the guest appeared, and twilight and the moths were abroad. Almost as the servant informed Harry Fairfield that Mr. Archdale was coming round to the hall door to receive his commands, the Sergeant-Major appeared in front of the house, and Harry Fairfield stepped down to the court and was received by the militiaman with a military salute. "I'll walk a bit with you, Archdale. I want a word about another matter, not regimental business. We'll walk down towards the gate." Stiffly and silently the Sergeant-Major marched beside the smoking gentleman, who, having got a little way from the house, knocked the ashes out of his pipe and dropped it into his pocket. "That militia soldiering is beggarly pay for a man like you, Archdale, and I want a clever fellow by and by, for when the Squire goes off the hooks, and that can't be a long way off, I'll have a deal of trouble looking after things, for there's a young chap to succeed, and a plaguey long minority 'twill be, and one way or another the trouble will fall to my share, being uncle, you see, to the little fella. Am I making it plain what I mean?" "Quite plain, sir," said the cold voice of the Sergeant-Major. "Well, there's the property down at Warhampton, a devilish wide stretch of land for the rental. There's good shooting there, and 2 keepers, but I doubt they makes away with the game, and they want looking after. And there's the old park of Warhampton. You know that part of the country?" "Yes, sir. Well." "I know you do. Well, it should turn in a good penny more than the governor gets. I can't bring it home to them, but I know what I think. Where the horse lies down, the hare will be found, and I doubt the park book's doctored. There'll be a sort of steward wanted there, do you see? Do you know Knowlton Farm?" "Yes, sir." "Well, it's a nice thing, a snug house, and as many acres as you'd want to begin with. The tenant's going after harvest. You'd be the very man for it, and I'll tell them I'll do all I can to serve my nephew, but I must live myself too. I've nowt but my time and my wits to turn a penny by, and if I try to manage for him, I'll want the best help I can get, do you see? And you're the man I want. I've got no end of a character of ye for honesty and steadiness and the like, and you're a feller can use his eyes and hold his tongue, and you'd have the farm and the house, you know them, rent-free, and the grazing of 3 cows on the common, and it's none of your overstocked bare commons, but as sweet a bit of grass as you'd find in the kingdom, and he shall have £50 a year beside, and the farm's nigh 40 acres, and it's worth close on 100 more. And if you do all we want well, and I'm sure you will, I'll never lose sight of ye while grass grows and you and me lives." "I thank you, sir," said the cold, clear voice of Archdale. "And there's a little bit of a secret. I wouldn't tell another about it myself, Archdale. I'll tell you, though," said Harry, lowering his voice. "Yes, sir," said Archdale, in the same cold, stern way which irritated Harry. "Well, I'm not talking, mind, to Sergeant-Major Archdale. If you like the other thing at Knowlton best." "Knowlton best, sir. Certainly. Thank you. But to Mr. Archdale of Knowlton, and steward of Warhampton, mind ye, and 'twill be settled next harvest." "I thank you, sir." "Don't walk so quick. We're getting over the ground too fast. Well, there's a thing you'll have to keep dark for me." "You'll find me confidential, sir. My superior officers did." "I know that well. I know you, Archdale, and that is why I chose you out of 1,000. And it's a confidential fellow, damned confidential, I want. For the country's all one as the town for talk, and tongues will keep going like the bells on a sheep walk. And there's many a bit of nonsense that's no great odds, when all's told, that a chap wouldn't like to have made the laugh or the talk of the countryside." "Yes, sir," said the inflexible Sergeant-Major. "You held the same rank in the line, Sergeant-Major, didn't you?" "Yes, sir," said the Sergeant-Major, and saluted from habit. "I thought so, and that says a deal for you, Mr. Archdale, and I remember one of your papers says you were the youngest sergeant ever made in your regiment." "Yes, sir." "Well, that says a lot too, and a very responsible office that is. Egad, from all I have seen, I'd say the sergeants has more to do with the state of a regiment than all the other officers, commissioned or non-commissioned, put together. There's a good deal depends on 'em, sir." "You keep to yourself, Archdale. That's the way to rise." "I was a man of few acquaintances, sir, and confidential with my superior officers, and few words, but I meant 'em, sir, and made the men do their duty." "That's the man for my money," said Harry. "Will you be ready for Knowlton Farm by the middle of next month?" "Yes, sir, I expect." "I'll settle that for ye then, and the pay and the commonage. I'll settle that with my father tomorrow, and we'll get the writings drawn. I thank ye, sir." "And, wait a bit. I told you," said Harry, perhaps a little embarrassed, "there's another little thing you must manage for me." "Yes, sir." He almost wished Mr. Archdale to ask questions and raise difficulties. This icy surface, beneath which he saw nothing, began to embarrass him. "Every fellow's a fool once or twice in his life, you know, Archdale, and that's the way rogues make money, and honest chaps is sold. No fools at the fair, no sale for bad ware, you know." He looked for sympathy in the face of the Sergeant-Major, but he found there neither sympathy nor ridicule, but a serene, dignified, supercilious composure. "Well, I'm not married, and more's the pity," he said, affecting a kind of jocularity, uneasily. "But among 'em they've made me a present of a brat they calls my son. I must just put him to nurse and provide for him, I do suppose, and keep all quiet, and ye look out some decent poor body that lives lonely and won't ask no questions, nor give no trouble, but be content wi' a trifle, and I'll gi' it to you every quarter for her, and she'll never hear my name, mind, nor be the wiser who owns it, or where it came from. I'd rather she thought 'twas a poor body's. If they think a fellow's well-to-do, it makes them unreasonable, and that's the reason I pitched on you, Archdale, because you're a man of sense, and won't be talking like the prattling fools that's going. And is it settled? Is it a bargain?" "Yes, sir. I thank you, quite," said Archdale. "Well then, ye shall hear from me by the end of the week, and not a word, mind, till all's signed and sealed about Knowlton Farm, and about t'other thing, never. The stars is coming out bright, and the sunset, did you mind? Well, it's a frost tonight, it's come dark very sudden, sharp air." He paused, but the non-commissioned officer did not venture a kindred remark, even an acquiescence in these meteorological speculations. "I heard the other day you made an organ for Mr. Arden. Is it true?" said Harry, suddenly. Just a small thing. 3 stops, sir. Diapason, Principal, Dulciana. Well, I don't know nothing about such gear, except hear the old organ o' Wyvern on Sundays, but it's clever o' you. How did you learn? Prentice, sir. 2 years to an organ builder in Westminster, Mr. Lomas, and he died, and I was put to the army, said Archdale. Well, I may give ye a lift that way, too. They were talking of an organ for Warhampton Church. We'll see. I'll not forget. I thank you, sir, repeated Archdale. Any more commands from me, sir? Mr. Archdale stood stiffly at the gate, drawn up, as it were, at right angles to Harry Fairfield. No, nothing, Archdale. I'm glad the thing suits you, and it may lie in my way to make them better than you think for. Good night, Archdale. Good night, Sergeant-Major. Good night, sir. And Archdale wheeled to his left, and with his back towards the village of Wyvern, marched away at so stiff and regular a quick march that you could have fancied the accompaniment of drums and fifes. Harry stood at the iron gate, one half of which was open, and he kicked a stone listlessly into the road, and, leaning on the old iron arabesques, he looked long after that portly figure receding in distance and melting in twilight. Night's the mother of thought, I've heard say, said Harry, rousing himself, and swinging the great valve into its place with a clang. But thought won't do to dine on. Hullo! Gate! Gate! Jorrocks! Any one? He shouted. Lock the gates, some of you, and make all sure for the night. And with these orders to Jorrocks, he marched back under the ancestral trees to the old hall of Wyvern. Who was to keep the hearth of the Fairfields aglow? The light of the old squire's life was flaring low in the socket. A tiny taper was just lighted in darksome Carwell. And Harry Fairfield, was he ever to take his turn and illuminate the Wyvern world? End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 52. A Talk with the Squire. Harry proved how hungry he was by eating a huge dinner. He had the old dining room to himself, and sipped his brandy and water there by a pleasant fire of coal and spluttering wood. With a button or two undone, he gazed drowsily into the fire, with his head thrown back, and his eyes nearly closed, and the warmth of the fire, and the glow of the alcohol flushed his cheeks and his nose and his forehead to a brilliant chrism. Harry had had a hard day's riding. Some agitations, great variety of air, and now, as we have seen, a hearty dinner and many glasses of brandy and water, and a hot fire before him. Naturally, he fell asleep. He dreamed that the old squire was dead and buried. He forgot all about the little boy at Carwell, and fancied that he, Harry Fairfield, draped in the black mantle with which the demure undertaker hangs the mourners in chief, had returned from the funeral and was seated in the old oak parlour, just in all other respects as he actually was. As he sat there, master of Wyvern at last, and listening, he thought, to the rough tick of the old clock in the hall, old Tom Ward seemed to him to bounce in, his mulberry-coloured face turned the colour of custard, his mouth agape, and his eyes starting out of their sockets. "Get up, Master Harry," the old servant seemed to say, in a woundy tremor, "for may the devil fetch me if here bain't the old master back again, and he's in the blue room calling for ye." "Ye lie," gasped Harry, waking up in a horror. "Come ye quick, Master Harry, for when the squire calls, it's ill tarrying," said now the real voice of Tom Ward. "Where?" "In the blue chamber." Where am I?" said Harry, now on his feet and looking at Tom Ward. "By jingo, Tom, I believe I was dreaming. You gave me a hell of a fright. And is he there really? Very well." and Harry walked in and found the old Squire of Wyvern standing with his back to the fire, tall, gaunt, and flushed, and his eyes looking large, with the glassy sheen of age. "Well, why didn't you tell me the news, you fool?" said the Squire as he entered. "Damn ye, if it hadn't a been for Tom Ward, I shouldn't have heerd nowt of the matter. So there's a brat down in Carwell Grange. Ha ha! Marriage is honourable, I've heerd tell, but housekeeping's costly. 'Tis the old tune on the bagpipe. That's the way to Beggar's Bush. When marriage gets into the saddle, repentance gets up at the crupper. Why the devil didn't you tell me the news? Why didn't you tell me, you damned weatherhead? So I would have told ye to-night, but I fell asleep after dinner. It's true enough, though, and there's doctors and nurses and caudles and all sorts. Well, for Charlie he's out of the way. Dead mice feels no cold, you know, and she's a bad 'un. Alice Maybell's a bad 'un. The vicar was a thankless loon, and she's took after him. She went her own gait, and much good it did her. Sweetheart and Honeybird keeps no house, and the devil's bread is half bran. She'll learn a lesson now. I was too good to that hussy. Put another man's child in your bosom, they say, and he'll creep out at your sleeves. She's never a friend now. She's lost Charlie, and she's lost me. Well might the cat wink when both her eyes were out. She'd like well enough to be back here again in Wyvern, damn her. She knows who was her best friend by this time, right well pleased wi' herself. I'll be bound the day she gied us the slip and ran off with the fool Charlie, down in the mouth, I warrant her now, the jade. I dare say the parson's down at the Grange every day to pray wi' my lady and talk o' resignation. When all their rogueries breaks down, they take to cantin' and psalm singin', and turns up their eyes, the limers, and cries the Lord's will be done. Welcome death, quoth the rat, when the trap fell. Much thanks to 'em for taking what they can't help. Well, she's a bad 'un. A black-hearted, treacherous lass she proved. And Charlie was a soft fellow and a mad fellow, and so his day's over. And I was just a daft old fool, and treated according. But time and thought tames all, and we shall all lie alike in our graves. And what's the boy like? The old man resumed. Is he like Charlie? He was asleep, and the room dark, so there was no good trying to see him, said Harry, inventing an excuse. Not a bit dark or light, not a bit? He's Ally's son, and good won't grow from that stock, never. As the old bird crows, so crows the young, and that foreign madam I hear swears she was married first to poor Charlie. And what's that to me? Not that spoonful of punch. She's up in limbo, and if her story be true, why then that boy of Ally's ain't in the running, and his mother, bless her heart, needn't trouble her head about Wyvern, nor be wishing the old Squire that was good to her under the sod, to make way for her son, and then there's you to step in and claim my shoes and my chair, and cellar key, and then Madam, what's her name, Van Trump, or something, will out wi' a bantling, I take it, and you'll all fight it out, up and down, kick, throttle, and bite, in the Court of Chancery, or where you can. And what is it to me who wins or who loses? Not that bit of lemon peel. And if you think I'm going to spend a handful of money in law to clear up a matter that don't concern me, no more than the cat's whisker, you're a long way out in your reckoning. Be my soul, ye are. For I'll not back none of ye, and I won't sport a shillin', and I don't care a damn. Ye'll fight the battle over my grave, and ye'll take Wyvern who can, and 'twill cost ye all round a pretty penny. Ye'll be sellin' your shirts and your smocks, and you're pretty well in for it, and ye can't draw back. Well lathered is half shaved, and it won't break my heart, I promise you." And the old man chuckled and hooted and wagged his head fiercely as he declaimed in his own way upon the row that was coming. "Don't ye spare one another for my sake. Take Wyvern who can. I'll keep my hands in my pockets, I promise ye. What have I to do wi' other folks' windmills?" So the old squire stormed on more serenely than he had done for a long time. "Make another tankard of that thing, Tom. Make a big one, and brew it well, and fetch a rummer for yourself, lad." "Beggars breed for rich men to feed," resumed the squire. "A son at the Grange o' Carwell, no less. Well, I a taken enough and too much on my shoulders in my day, and 'tis often the least boy carries the biggest fiddle. She's a sly lass, Alice. She'll find fools enough to help her. I a done wi' her. She's a bad 'un. Look at that harpsichord thing there she used to play on." He pointed to the piano. "I got that down from Lunan for her to jingle tunes at as long as she liked, and I'd had it smashed up and pitched in the river, only 'twould make her think I cared enough about her to take that trouble about her lumber. She turned her back on me when she liked, and I'll not turn my face on her when she lists. A graceless hussy she was and is, and grace lasts but beauty blasts. And so let it be for me. That's enough. I take it there's no more to tell. So take ye a candle if you're sleepy, man. No use dawdling sluggard's guise. Loath to bed and loath to rise." And so, with a gruff nod, he dismissed him. And in came Tom Ward with the punch before very long. "That's good, Tom. That'll warm your ribs. How long you been here?" "Wyvern always, but a long time in the house." "Tom, a long time wi' the family." "'Tis 60 years ago, Tom. I remember you in our livery. Isabel and blue, them's the old colours. They don't know the name now. Salmon, they calls it. We ha' seen Christmas pretty often in the old house. We'll not see many more, I'm thinking. The tale's nigh done. 'Twasn't bad times wi' ye here, Tom. We can't complain. We ha' had our share. And after cheese comes nothing, as the old folks used to say. Take the rummer, and sit ye down by the door, Tom. There's Master Harry. I'd rather hae a glass wi' ye, Tom, than a dozen wi' him. A damned pippin squeezin' rascal. Tom, ain't he a sneak? No Fairfield, Tom, ain't he? Ain't he, damn ye?" "I won't say that all out, sir. He's a tall, handsome lad, and Master Harry can sit down and drink his share like a man." "Like a beast, ye mean. He never tells ye a pleasant story, nor laughs like a man. And what liquor he swallows, it goes into a bad skin, Tom. He's not hot and hearty in his cups like a Fairfield. He has no good nature, Tom. He's so close-fisted and cunning. I hate them fellows that can't buy at the market and sell at the fair, and drink when he's drinking, damn him. He's always a watching to do ye, just like his mother, a screw she was, and her sons like her, crooked to sell and crooked to buy. I hate him sober, Tom, and I hate him drunk. Bring your glass here, old lad. A choice mugful you've brewed tonight. Hold it straight, you fool." "What was I saying? The old things is out of date, Tom. The world's changin', and 'tain't in nature, Tom, to teach old dogs tricks. I do suppose there's fun goin', though. I don't see it, and the old folks beginnin' to be in the way as they were always, and things won't change for us. We were brave lads, we Fairfields, but there's no one to come now. There won't be no one after me in Wyvern House. To the wrestlin' on Wyvern Fair Green when I was a boy, I mind the time when lords and ladies had come riding down for 20 miles round, and all the old stock of the country, some on horseback and some in coaches, and silks and satins, to see the belt played for, and single stick and quarter-staves. They were manly times, Tom, and a Fairfield ever first in the field. And what year is this? I was 20 the week before that day. 'Tis 64 years ago, when I threw Dick Dutton over my shoulder and broke his collarbone, and Dutton was counted the best man they ever brought down here. And Meg Weeks, you'll mind Meg Weeks, wi' the hazel eyes, was looking on, and the wrestling's gone, and not a man left in the country round that could tell a quarter staff from a flail. And when I'm gone to my place in the churchyard, there's not a Fairfield in Wyvern no longer, for I don't count Harry one. He's not a Fairfield, by no chance, and never was. Charlie had it in him, handsome Charlie. I seen many a turn in him like me, I did. And that Captain Jolliffe's died only t'other day that he shot in the arm at Tewkesbury, only 20 years ago, for saying a wry word o' me. Old Morton read it yesterday. He says in the Lunan paper. But it's all over wi' Charlie. And stand up, Tom, and fill your glass, and we'll drink to him. Old Tom Ward was the first to speak after. Hot blood and proud, sir, and a bit wild when he was young. More than that, there's nowt to be said by any. A brave lad, sir, and the good-naturedest I ever see. He shouldn't be buried where he is, alone. I don't like that, nohow. He wouldn't have done so by you, Squire. He liked ye well. He liked every one that was ever kind to him. I mind how he cried after poor Master Willie. They too was very like and loving. Master Willie was tall like him and handsome. Don't ye be talking o' them at all, you fool, broke in the squire violently. Stop that and hold your tongue, Tom. Damn you, do you think I'm foolish? Light my candle and get ye to bed. The tankard's out. Get ye to bed, ye damned old fool. And he shook the old servant hard by the hand as he spoke. End of chapter 52. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 53 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery. By Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Harry Fairfield grows uneasy. A few days later, Harry Fairfield rode from Wyvern into the picturesque little town of Wykford, and passing the steep, narrow bridge, pulled up near the church, at the door of Dr. Willett. Harry had something to say to the doctor, but like a good diplomatist, that shrewd dealer in horses preferred letting the doctor talk a bit on his own account first. He found him in slippers and dressing gown, clipping his evergreens that grew in front of his house, the hour of his forenoon excursion not having yet arrived. "Woodman, spare that tree," said Harry, quoting a popular song facetiously. The doctor looked up. "And how is Dr. Willett this morning?" said Harry. Oh, is that you?" said the doctor, straightening his back with a little effort, for he had been stooping to his task, and old backs don't unbend in a moment. "Quite well, thank you. So are you, I see." "Can't complain. And how's the old Squire?" said the doctor. "How's the old house?" answered Harry. "Staunch and straight, and like to stand forever." I see no change in him. And all well over at Carwell? Far from it, said the doctor. And who's sick? The poor young mother. Very ill indeed, said he. Nervous, low, and feverish she has been, and yesterday, when I saw her, it was plainly fever, quite declared. What sort of fever? Asked Harry. Well, the nerves are very much engaged, began the doctor. Take care it ain't typhus, said Harry. The baby hain't got it, I hope. No, the child's all safe. There's typhus down at Grice's Mill, and a child in scarlatina in the glen, I hear. Is there, huh? It has been going a good deal at that side, I'm told, said Dr. Willett. There's Lady Windale at Olton. Very good-natured she seems to be. Wouldn't she take the child and nurse it for a while? It's a nice place, well enclosed, and lies high. Not likely to get in there. I attended a patient there in dropsy once, when it was let, and the Windale's away in India. Aye, she's good-natured. She'd have the mother and child together with a welcome, but she says she won't take no one's babby to nurse away from its people, and she's right, I think. So the young chap must stand his ground and bide the fortune of war, you know. What time should you be there today? He inquired. 3 o'clock. Very well, then. I'll be passing at the mill end of the glen about that time, and I'll ride up and look in just to hear what you have to say, and I'll get home by Cressley Common. It'll do me as well as t'other way. I turned aside a bit to reach you and hear the news, and I must be jogging again. Goodbye, Doctor. Is your church clock right? Said Harry, looking up at the old tower and pulling out his watch to compare. The clock goes as it pleaseth the clerk, the old saw tells us. But we all go by the clock here, and it does keep right good time, said old Doc Willett, with his hand over his eyes, reading its golden hands and figures, as Harry was. Well, then, Doctor, goodbye, and God bless ye, said Harry, and away he rode without hearing the doctor's farewell. At Carwell Grange at 3 o'clock there was the gloom and silence of a sick house. The tiptoed tread of old Dulcibella and her whisperings at the door were scarcely audible, and now and then a weary moan was heard in the darkened room, and the wail and squall of a little child from another room not far off. Old Mildred Tarnley had undertaken the charge of the child, while Dulcibella, with the aid of a neighbor brought in for the occasion, took charge of the sick lady. Before 3 o'clock came, to the surprise of this sad household, Harry Fairfield arrived. He did not come riding, he arrived in a tax cart. He had got through more real work that day than many men who were earning their bread by their labor. Give this one a feed, Tom. And how's all here? Said he, throwing the apron off and jumping down. Bad enough, I'm afraid, sir. Worse? I don't know, sir, till the doctor comes, but can't be no better, for I heard Mrs. Crane say she didn't close an eye all night. I hope they're not forgetting the child in the hurry, said Harry. Mrs. Tarnley and Lily Dogger looks after him turn about. That wouldn't do nohow, you know, said Harry. And give her a good feed, Tom. Good dog, good bone. She came at a good lick, I can tell you, up the glen. The doctor will be here soon. Aye, sir. Well, I'll stay here till I hear what he says. And there's sickness in Carwell Glen here, I'm told. I desay, sir. There's a good deal going, I hear. Ye needn't take her out of the shafts, Tom. Fix her head in a halter by the gate, in the ring there. If you have a nose-bag at hand, and come in here. She's as quiet as a lamb. I want to talk to you a bit. I'm going to buy 2 or 3 fillies, and think of any you may have seen down about here. Old Tarnley's in the kitchen now, is she?" "I think she is, sir." "Well, think of them fillies if you can. There's business to be done if I can get 'em to suit." So in marched Harry and tapped at the kitchen window and nodded and smiled to Mrs. Tarnley. "So you're all sick down here, I'm told. But sickness is better than sadness. That's all I can say, lass," said Harry, pacing much in his usual way into the kitchen and clapping his big hand down on Mildred's shoulder. "Sick, sore, and sorry we be, sir. Your brother's not that long buried that there should be no sadness in the Grange. His own house that was, and his widow's, that is. Sickness may well be better than sadness, but 'tain't turnabout wi' them here, but one and t'other both together. And that slut upstairs, Miss Dogger, if you please, out of the scullery into the bedchamber. She's no more use to me than the cock at the top of Carwell steeple. I never knew such times in Carwell Grange. I'm wore off my old feet. I can't stand it long, and I wish 20 times in a day I was quiet at last in my grave. A gruntin' horse and a grumblin' wife, they say, lasts long. Never you fear. You won't die this time, old girl, and I wouldn't know the Grange if you wasn't here. 'Twill all be right again soon, I warrant. No wind blows long at the highest, you know. And we'll hear what the doctor says just now." "Hoot! What can the doctors say? But just the old thing. The leech to the physic, and God to the cure, and death will do as God allows, and sickness shows us what we are, and all fears the grave as the child does the dark. I don't know much good he's doing as much as he did for Master Charles, not but he's as good as another, and better than many a one, maybe, but he costs a deal of money, and only Lady Windale came over here yesterday, poorly though she is, and not able to get out of her coach, and saw Mrs. Crane, and lent a 50-pund note to keep all straight till the young lady, please God, may be able to look about her and see after 'em herself. We'd a been at a sore pinch before the week was out. Pity's good, but help's better. 'Tis well in this miserly world there's a kind one left here and there, that wouldn't let kindred want in the midst of plenty. There's Squire Harry Wyvern, and his own little grandson lying up in the cradle there. And look at you, Master Harry. I wonder you hadn't the thought." Harry laughed, perhaps the least degree awkwardly. "Why, chickabiddy," began Harry. "I'm none of your chickabiddies. I'm old Mildred Tarnley o' the Grange o' Carwell, that's in the service o' the family. Her and hers many a long year, and I speaks my mind, and I shouldn't like the family to be talked of as it will for meanness. If there's a want of money here in times of sickness, 'tis a shame." "Well, you know there's no want, but the governor's riled just now, and he'll come round again, and as far as me, I'm as poor a dog as is in the parish. Take me and turn me round and round, and what more am I than just a poor devil that lives by horses, and not always the price of a pot of stout in my pocket. 4 farthings and a thimble makes the tailor's pocket jingle. Your tongue's a bit hard, Mildred, but you mean well, and there's kindness at the bottom of the mug, though the brew be bitter. "I think I hear the doctor," said Mildred, placing her palm behind her ear and listening. "Aye," said Harry, "I hear him talking." And forth he strode to meet him. Before he went up, Harry and the doctor talked together for a little in the panelled sitting-room with which we are familiar. "I'm sure to see you here, eh?" "Before I go? Yes. I shall look in here." "All right," said Harry, and the doctor walked up the stairs on his exploration. End of chapter 53. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 54 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 54. A Drive to Twyford. In less than 10 minutes the doctor came down. "Well?" said Harry over his shoulder, turning briskly from the window. "No material change," replied the doctor. "It's not a case in which medicine can do much. The most cheering thing about it is that her strength has not given way. But, you know, it is an anxious case. A very anxious case. I hope they're taking care of the child. Old Dulcibella Crane would be a deal better for that sort of thing than that dry old cake Mildred Tarnley. But then Allie would half break her heart if you took old Dulcibella from her. Always used to her, you know. And what's best to be done? It would be bad enough to lose poor Allie, but it would be worse to lose the boy. For though I'm willing to take my share of work for the family, there's one thing I won't do, and that's to marry. I'm past the time, and damn me if I'd take half England to do it. I'd like to manage and nurse the estate for him, and be paid, of course, like other fellows, and that's what would fit my knuckle. But by Jove, if they kill that boy, among them there would be no one to maintain the old name of Wyvern. And kill him they will, if they leave him in the hard hands of that wiry old girl Mildred Tarnley. She's a cast-iron old maid, with a devil's temper, and she has a dozen other things to mind beside. And I know the child will die, and I don't know anything to advise. Damn me if I do. The house is in confusion, and very little attention for the child, certainly," said Dr. Willett. "And that damned scarlatina, beyond a doubt, is in the glen there." The old doctor shrugged and shook his head. "I talked to the governor a bit," said Harry, "thinking he might have the child over to Wyvern, where it would be safe and well looked after, but he hates the whole lot. You know it was a stolen match, and it's no use trying in that quarter. You're going now, and I'll walk a little beside you. Maybe you'll think of something, and I haven't no money, you may guess, to throw away, but rather than the child shouldn't thrive, I'll make out what would answer." "That's very kind of you, sir," said Dr. Willett, looking at him admiringly. "They certainly have their hands pretty full here, and a little neglect sometimes goes a long way with a child." So they walked out together, talking, and when the doctor got on his horse, Harry walked beside him, part of the way towards Cressley Common. When he came back to the Grange, Harry asked to see old Dulcibella, and he told her, standing on the lobby and talking in whispers, "The doctor says she's not able to understand anything as she is at present. Well, you know she's wandering just now, but she may clear up a bit for a while by and by. Well, the doctor says she's not to be told a word that can fret her, and particularly about the child, for he says this is no place for it, and he won't be answerable for its life if it's left longer here. And there's scarlatina and fever all round, and ye have as much as ye can handle here already." so few as there is without nursing children. And Dr. Willett says he'll have it well attended to by a person near Wykford, and I'll bring old Mildred over with it to the place this evening, and we'll get it out of reach o' the sickness that's going, please God," said Dulcie Bella after a pause. "Amen," added Harry, and walked down, whistling low, with his hands in his pockets, to tell the same story to old Mildred Tarnley. "'Tis a pity," she said darkly, "the child should be sent away from its home." "Especially with scarlet fever and typhus all round," said Harry. "And away from its mother," she continued. "Much good its mother is to it. Just now she mayn't be able to do much." "Oh, but she can, though," interrupted Harry. "She may give it the fever she's got, whatever that is." "Well, I can't say nothing else, but it's a pity the child should be took away from its natural home and its own mother," repeated Mrs. Tarnley. "And who's taking care o't now?" demanded Harry. "Lily Duggar," answered she. "Lily Duggar? Just so, the slut! You said yourself today you wouldn't trust a kitten with." Mrs. Tarnley couldn't deny it. She sniffed and tossed up her chin a little. "You forget, lass, 'twas never a Wyvern fashion nursing the babbies at home. I wasn't, nor Charlie, poor fellow, nor Willie, nor none of us. 'Twas a saying with the old folk, and often ye heard it, 1 year a nurse, and 7 years the worse. And we all was tall, well-thriven lads, and lives long, without fever or broken bones or the like, floors us untimely. And anyhow the doctor says so it must be. There's no one here wi' all the sickness in the house has time to look after it, and the child will just come to grief unless his orders be followed. So stick on your bonnet, and roll up the young chap in blankets, and I'll drive ye over to the place he says. It brings me a bit out of my way, but kith and kin, you know. And I told the doctor if he went to any expense I'd be answerable to him myself. And I'll gie ye £1 for good luck. So you see, I'm not sich a screw all out as ye took me for." "I thank you, Master Harry, and I'll not deny but 'was always the way wi' the family to send out the children to nurse, and what Mr. Charles would have done himself if he was alive, as every one of us knows, and for that reason what the lady upstairs would have done, if she had have been able to talk about anything. I'm sorry I have to drive ye over, but I'll bring ye back tonight, and you know I couldn't drive and manage the babby, and the folk would be wondering when the child set up the pipes in the tax cart, and I'd soon have the hue and cry behind me. Hoot! I wouldn't allow no such thing as let the poor little thing be druv so, all alone, like a parcel of shop goods. No, no, the family's not come to that yet a bit, I hope," cried Mrs. Tarnley. "Give me a lump of bread and cheese and a mug of beer. I don't think I ever was here before without a bit and a sup, and it wouldn't be lucky, you know, to go without enough to swear by, anyhow. And there's no hurry, mind. You needn't be ready for a good hour to come, for Willett won't have no nurse there sooner." Harry went out and had a talk with Tom Clinton, smoked his pipe for half an hour, and Tom thought that the young squire was dull and queerish, and perhaps he was not very well, for he did not eat his bread and cheese, but drank a deal more beer than usual instead. "Bring a lot of lollipops and milk, or whatever it likes best, will ye, to keep it quiet. I can't abide the bawling of children." Lily Duggar, with red eyes and an inflamed nose, blubbered, heartbroken, and murmured to the baby, lest old Mildred should overhear and blow her up, her leave-takings and endearments, as she held it close in her arms. Beautiful enough to us men, utterly mysterious is the feminine love of babies. Lily Duggar had led a serene, if not a cheerful, life at Carwell Grange up to this. But now came this parting, and her peace was shivered. Old Mildred had now got up, with her threadbare brown cloak and her grisly old bonnet, and had arranged the child on her lap. So at last, all being ready, the tax cart was in motion. It was late in the autumn now. The long days were over. They had dawdled away a longer time than they supposed before starting. It turned out a long drive, much longer than Mildred Tarnley had expected. The moon rose, and they had got into a part of the country with which she was not familiar. They had driven 14 miles or upward, through a lonely and somewhat melancholy country. It was, I suppose, little better than moor, but detached groups of trees, possibly the broken and disappearing fragments of what had once been a forest, gave it a sad sort of picturesqueness. Mildred Tarnley was not a garrulous person, and had not spent her life at Carwell Grange without learning the accomplishment of taciturnity. But she remarked and resented the gloomy silence of Master Harry, who had never once addressed a word to her since they started. Toward the close of their journey, she observed that Harry Fairfield looked frequently at his watch, and hurried the pace of the mare, and altogether seemed to grow more and more anxious. They had been obliged to pull up twice to enable her to feed the baby, who was now fast asleep. "'Tis right," she thought. "He should look ahead and mind his driving while we're getting on, though a word now and then would not have troubled him much. But when we stopped to feed the child there was no excuse. He got down and settled the buckle at the horse's head. He got up again and drew the rug over his knees, and he leaned on his elbow back upon the cushion, and he never so much as asked was me or the baby alive." They now reached a gentle hollow, in which a shallow brook crossed the road, and some 4 or 5 habitations of a humble sort stood at either side. One, under the shade of 2 gigantic ash trees, had a sign depending in front, being a wayside inn of the humblest dimensions. A village this could hardly be termed, and at the near end Harry pulled up before a building a little above the rank of a cottage, old and quaint, with a large leafed plant that in the moonlight looked like a vine growing over the prop of a sort of porch that opened under the gable. If the mare was quiet at the Grange, you may be sure that her run to Twyford had not made her less so. Harry helped old Tarnley down, with her little charge in her arms, and led her silently into the neat little room with tiers of delf ornaments in brilliant colours on the cupboard, and a Dutch clock ticking in the nook by the fire where some faggots crackled, and a candle was burning on the table in a bright brass candlestick. Mrs. Tarnley's experienced eye surveyed the room and its belongings. She descried, moreover, a ladder stair which mounted to a loft, from whose dormant window, as she looked from her seat in the tax cart, she had observed the light of a candle. Very humble it undoubtedly was, but nothing could be more scrupulously clean. It had an air of decency, too, that was reassuring. There was a woman there in a cloak and bonnet who rose as they entered and curtsied. Harry set a lumbering armchair by the fire and beckoned Tarnley to occupy it. Then he asked, "How soon is the Warhampton bus expected?" 25 minutes, please, sir," answered the woman with another curtsy and a glance at the clock. "That woman from Willets is coming by the bus," he said gruffly to Mildred. "'Tis a snug little place, this, and as clean as a bone after a hungry dog. Would you mind," he continued, addressing the stranger or hostess, whichsoever she might be, telling Archdale if he's here, I want a word wi' him at the door. He's over the way, I think, sir, with the horse. I'll call him, please her. So off she went. This is where poor Charles said he'd like to have his child nursed, Twyford. 'Tis sweet air about here, considered. He was expecting a babby, poor fellow, and he talked a deal wi' me about it the day he was took. Wouldn't ye like a bit to eat and a glass of beer or something? They have lots over the way, for as poor as it looks. And here's the pound I promised ye, lass, for luck, you know, when we was leaving the Grange. He drew forth the hand with which he had been fumbling in his pocket and placed the piece of gold in hers. "Thank you, Master Harry," she said, making a little instinctive effort to rise for the purpose of executing a curtsy, but Harry, with his hand on her shoulder, repressed it. "Sit ye quiet and rest yourself, after jogging all this way. And what's that bundle?" "The baby's things, sir." "All right. Well, and what will you have?" "I feel a bit queerish, Master Harry, I thank ye. I'd rather not eat nothing till I gets home, and I'll get my cup of tea then." "Not eat?" "Nothing, sir, I thank ye, Master Harry." "Well," said Harry, so far forth relieved, but resolved, cost what it might, to make Mildred happy on this particular occasion, "if ye won't eat, I'm hanged but ye shall drink some. I tell ye what it shall be, a jug of sherry negus. Come ye must." "Well, Master Harry, as so you will have it, I'll not say ye nay," consented Mildred graciously. Harry went himself to the little pothouse over the way, and saw this nectar brewed, and brought it over in his own hand, the tankard in one hand and the glass in the other. "Devilish good stuff it is, Mildred, and I'm glad, old lass, I thought of it. I remember you liked that brew long ago, and much good may it do you, girl." He was trying to be kind. He had set it down on the table, and now as he spoke he laid his hand on her shoulder, and she thought she might have wronged Master Harry with his rough jests and shrewd ways, and that he had more of the Fairfield in his nature than she had always given him credit for. Out he went again, and talked with Archdale, who was in plain clothes and a round hat, with a great coat buttoned up to his smooth blue chin, and a gig whip in his hand. Archdale, as usual, was severely placid and brief, and as Harry talked with him outside, Mildred Tarnley thought she heard a step in the loft over her head, and another sound that excited her curiosity. She listened, but all was quiet again. Harry returned in comparatively high spirits. "Well, Mrs. Tarnley," said he, "the bus is a bit late, I'm thinking, but anyhow he can't wait," and he pointed over his shoulder at Mr. Archdale, who stood at the door. "He'll drive you back again, and he knows the road as far as Cressley Common, and you can show him the rest. And you'll want to be back again with poor Alice. And the doctor will look in here often in the week, almost every day, and tell you how the little chap's going on. And see, here's a very respectable woman. What's her name? She was here this minute, and she won't be leaving till after the bus comes in. And you leave her the baby, and I'll wait here till I see it in charge of the nurse that's coming from Wykford. Come in, will ye? Not you, the woman, I mean. Now, Mildred, give her the baby." The woman had a gentle, cheerful, and honest face, and looked down with the angelic light of a woman's tenderness on the sleeping face of the little baby. "Lord love it," she murmured, smiling, "what a darling little face." Mildred Tarnley looked down on it too, she said nothing. She bit her lips hard, and her old eyes filled with tears that welled over as she surrendered the baby without a word, and then hastily she went out, mounted to her seat in the tax cart, and was driven swiftly away by a companion as silent as he who had conveyed her there. End of chapter 54. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 55 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 55. How Fares the Child? Dr. Willett called regularly at the Grange, and kind Lady Windale was daily there, taking the doctor's directions about jellies, wines, and such other good things as the depressed state of the patient called for, notwithstanding her fever. In a few days more he changed this treatment. The patient, in fact, could not be got to swallow these things. Dr. Willett became more perplexed. It was not exactly gastric fever, but he thought it more resembled that flickering, treacherous fire than any other fever with which he was acquainted. There are sicknesses that will not be cured through the body. The mind diseased, which is the parent of these impracticable maladies, of which when people die they are said to have died of a broken heart, disdains the apothecary's boxes and bottles, knows nothing of them. A heartache, of which it is no more than an unusually protracted fit, has its seat in that which no apothecary can hear, see, feel, or understand. When the immortal, and in this life inscrutable spirit, which is the unseen lodger, the master of the body, sickens, all sickens. In its pain all below it writhe and wither, and the body, its ultimate expression, reflects but cannot mitigate its torment. Dr. Willett, too, complained that the child was ill, and that it must have been ill before it left the Grange. On this point he and Mildred Tarnley had a sharp battle. When both parties had cooled a little, he admitted that possibly the symptoms might not have been sufficiently developed to have excited the attention of an uninstructed observer. The Grange was growing all this time more awful. Death seemed to have made his abode there, and the shadow of the hearse plumes seemed to rest upon the windows. Courage flagged, despair supervened, and Mrs. Tarnley's temper grew all but insupportable. A day in such situations seems very long, and many had passed since the baby had made his journey to Twyford. The doctor seemed desponding, and stood longer silent by his patient's bed this day than usual. His questions were briefer, and he was less communicative than usual when he was going. Mildred Tarnley was making up her mind that the blow was inevitable, and was secretly wishing it might come soon, since come it must. The father buried but 2 months since, the mother sinking into an untimely grave, and the poor little baby also dying. Was this family accursed? What a blight was this? The doctor had said that he would return by Grice's mill. It had been dark some time, and was now about 7 o'clock. Tom was down at the forge, Dulcibella and Lily Dogger both upstairs, and she quite alone in the kitchen. She was more uncomfortable than she had ever been before about Alice that night. She had seen in the doctor's countenance that day, as he told her he would look in again on his return up the glen, that which had profoundly alarmed her. And now, sitting alone in this dark kitchen, She was infested by gloomy forebodings and terrible fancies. She went upstairs to the sick lady's door. At that hour no amendment was probable, and there certainly was none. Down again she went. The idea had got into her head that the patient would die that night, and she grew nervous and tired of listening for death watches, and picking incipient winding sheets off the candle. I wonder Master Harry doesn't come here, if 'twas only to ask whether his sister was dead or alive, and why old Willett don't come. Smelt out a good supper somewhere, and he's stuffing his gut, I'll warrant, while the poor ladies take in the rattles. Mildred Tarnley could take this no longer, and she went out and down the dark road that leads to the glen of Carwell, close by, down which, with the uselessness of impatience, she went to look for a sight of the absent doctor and listen for the tread of his horse. Nothing cheered by that darksome walk and the solemn and solitary view down the Carwell road, she stood gazing down toward distant Grice's mill until she tired of that too, and in dismay and bitterness retraced her steps toward the Grange. On entering the yard, she saw a man's figure approaching her from the kitchen door. She thought it was the doctor's for a moment, but it was not. And with a lord! Who's that? Gasped in fear that sounded like fury. She stood fixed as the old pump. "Ah, don't you know me, woman?" said Harry Fairfield, surlily. "I've only a few minutes. You'll have to come wi' me in the morning over to Twyford." "To Twyford?" "Aye, to Twyford, and why the devil do ye leave the yard door open? I walked into the kitchen and right up the stairs, looking for ye, and knocked at Ally's door. I think you're cracked. And what's to fear here down in the Grange? Hoot! If 'twarn't for form's sake, we need never draw bolt from one Christmas to another. There was a woman found with her throat cut by the 3 pollards between this and Hatherton on Tuesday. If you like sit down here, 'tis little to me. I'll come here at 8 o'clock in the morning to fetch ye. Is the child sick?" "Not it was. But it's getting all right. That is, if it be the child." "What the deil d'ye mean, Master Harry?" "I was looking at the child this morning, and damn me if I think it's the same child we left here," said Harry. "Why, sir, Mr. Harry, what's this?" "I say I misdoubt it's not the same child, and ye must come over and look at it. Don't ye say a word of the matter to no one. No more did I. If you do, we'll never come to the bottom of it." "My dear Lord!" exclaimed old Mildred, turning paler and frowning very hard. "I won't stop. I won't eat anything. I can't delay tonight. My nag's by the bridle there, beside the scales. And any message to Wykford? I'll be passing Willett's house." "Well, well," repeated Mildred, gaping at him still, with scarcely a breath left her. "Sin is sin, be it seen or no. Judgment follows. God has feet o' wool and hands o' iron. Sweep before your own door, lass. You're a bit daft, bain't ye?" said Harry with a sudden glare in his face. "God forgive us all." "Amen," said Harry, and there came a pause. "Women and fools will be meddling," he resumed. "Lord love ye, for mad cows deaf ears, they say. On my soul, 'twould make a cow laugh. And if ye don't mind, ye may run your head against the wall." "I will go to-morrow and look at the child," said Mildred, with sudden emphasis, clapping one lean hand down on the other. "That's all I want ye. Come, what mischief can ye make of that? Clear your head. There's two things shouldn't anger ye. What ye can help and what ye can't, said Mildred. I'll go wi' ye in the morning, Master Harry. That's the least we can do, and the most. How's Allie? Dying, I think. She'll be gone before daybreak, I'm thinking. That's bad, said Harry. Good hap or ill hap, as God awards. I know nowt against her. Poor little thing, said Harry. I blame myself, but what could I do? If aught's gone wrong wi' the child, poor lady, 'tis well she were gone too. There's many a fellow'd knock you on the head for less, replied Harry, with a very black look. You women has a hintin' funkin' way wi' ye. Ye like to ladle the drippin' over a fellow's legs, and say ye meant the mutton. Can't ye speak out, and say what ye mean, and get it off your stomach, and let me know, and I'll answer it straight like a man and a Fairfield, damn me. I'll go wi' ye to-morrow, and I take it that's what ye want. Well, this I'll say. If ye suppose I'd hurt that poor baby to the value of a pin's point, you're a stupider and wickeder witch than I took ye for, and I wish poor Allie could hear me, and I'd swear to her on my knees, at her dying bed, by the Creator that made me, that I'll work for that boy, as if he was my own, till I make him safe in Wyvern. And can't ye see, woman, damn ye, that I can have but the boy's good in my mind, when ask ye to come over on such an errand to Twyford? Well, I do suppose. 8 o'clock? And there's 2 feet will be cold air then. I'm afeard. Don't be a fool no more, and I forgive ye, Mildred, said he, extending his hand, and don't ye mind a lick wi' the rough side of my tongue. 'Tis a way wi' us Fairfields, and there wasn't many of 'em would have stood to let ye rile them as you did me. And bolt your doors, mind. And poor Allie, I hope she may do yet. And mind ye, 8 o'clock sharp. So Harry departed. Mildred stood and looked after him for a time. There's nothing never goes right at the Grange, she said with a short, hard sigh. Nor never did, nor never will. And after a pause, with another sigh, she said, No, no, I won't think it. I couldn't think it. 'Tain't in one of them. They might be tickled wi' a lass, or hot-tempered wi' a man, and a bit too hard wi' tongue or hand. But the like o' that, I can't believe it, never. And I wish I hadn't a heard that. I'm most sure I heard the child cry in the loft there. I'm sorry I didn't say so then. I don't know why, and I don't know now, what it should be no more than another. But I didn't like it. It looked like somewhat hid, I can't say, but my heart misgave me. Old Mildred walked into the house. She had other thoughts now than the poor lady upstairs. They were remorseful, though. She could hardly say for what she could blame herself. Perhaps she overrated her authority, and fancied she could have prevented the baby's being taken away. But it might be all quite right. Men were so stupid about babies. A pretty hand a Fairfield man would make of a nursery. At all events, the morrow would clear a great deal up. The morning came. The doctor had looked in, and, as often happened, had surprised the lookers-on by pronouncing positively that the patient was not worse. With a qualm at her heart, Mildred asked him when he had seen the child, and watched his face hard, while he answered quite frankly that he had seen it the day before, that it was decidedly better, and it might possibly do well. When should he see it again? There was nothing alarming. Probably tomorrow. Certainly not later than the next day. There was nothing urgent. The chances were rather in favor of its recovery, but of course there were the risks, and we weren't to holla till we were out of the wood. With this cheer, Mildred was much comforted, so much reassured that when 8 o'clock came next morning and brought no Harry Fairfield, she felt rather relieved of a bore than disappointed. 2 days later, Dr. Willett reported more favorably than he had yet done on Alice. His account of the boy, however, was by no means so cheery. Harry looked in still later, and talked the matter over with Mildred. "I thought, ye see, I might just be making a fool of myself, and another o' you. So I went over there quietly next day, and I'm sure it was a mistake. The child's thinner a deal, and its colour gone, and it was dark almost when I saw it, and she held the candle too low, and cast a shadow from its nose, by Jove, across its face. You never see so queer a monkey as it looked, and so I held my tongue, but made over here to put our heads together and make sure the matter. But when I went next day and saw it in the daylight, by Jove, it was all right. The child, and no mistake. But it is grown awful thin and wry-faced. Only you couldn't take it for any other. And the doctor sees it every second day, and I'm glad to hear that poor little Alice is getting on so well. She'll be on her legs again in no time, I'm thinking." After Harry had gone, Dr. Willett arrived with a very ill account of the baby. "Dying, poor little thing, its heart wrong, and all the organs. But you mustn't tell Mrs. Fairfield. It may cost her her life if she begins to fret about it. And just tell her it's quite well, for it's true, you know. It's nearer heaven, and best of all when it gets there. So tell her when she asks that it was sent in charge of careful people to get it out of the reach of the infection that is in the neighborhood, and keep her mind quiet." A few days later, the news of its death arrived in the kitchen, and Lily Dogger, who was afraid to give way to her emotions before Mrs. Tarnley, abruptly rose and ran out, and throwing her apron over her head, broke into absolute screams of crying under the great old trees that stood by the scales. Here there was a sad secret to disclose when the time came, and poor Alice was strong enough to bear the story. In the meantime, Harry Fairfield came and had a stormy interview with old Mildred. The doctor, he swore, didn't know his business. The women at Twyford had neglected the child. He'd see to it. He'd be a devil among the tailors. He'd open their eyes for them. He had often got £50 for a less neglect of a filly. They should smoke all round for it. And there now was Wyvern without an heir. For, damn him, if he'd ever marry, he wouldn't for St. Peter. It wouldn't do, it wouldn't be, at no price. And there was old Wyvern, and never a Fairfield, to see tankard filled or faggot fired in the old house. Harry was not married, although he had insinuated some matrimonial ambiguities in his talk with old Mildred. But I believe he swore truly when he vowed that he never would marry. He had quite made up his mind on that point for some time. For the rest, his threatenings ended in the noise they began in. In truth, there was no ground for complaint, and both nurse and doctor had done their duty. Alice recovered. I do not attempt to describe the long morning that followed, the sweet, the bitter, and the terrible recollections that ever after tinted the image of Carwell Grange in her memory. As soon as she could bear removal to her kind kinswoman, Lady Windale insisted on taking her to Alton. After a time they travelled, and finally returned to Alton, where they lived on together in the happiness of great and tried affection. A difference of 35 years did not separate them any more than the interval of a generation did Naomi and Ruth. Lady Windale being one of those gifted women in whom the girlish spirit burns high and bright, so long as life itself continues, full of sympathy and gaiety, with a strong vein of romance, and a pleasant sense of the ridiculous, and also fine, immovable affections, was to one who had suffered calamities so dire as had befallen Alice Fairfield, a more delightful companion than any of her own age could have been. For when it was needed, there was the graver charm of a long and sad experience, and there were also the grander teachings of religion, and these were not obtruded or vaunted in any wise, but rather toned her thoughts and feelings, with their peculiar, sublime, and melancholy thoughts, in which all things are subdued and also glorified. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 56 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 56. The Old Squire Leaves Wyvern. The old folk can't go on living always. The king's messenger had called at Wyvern, and the old squire must needs get up and go. Sickness was a cross he had never been used to bear, and now that it was laid on his old shoulders, he knew that he could not keep his feet very long. He had the Wyvern lawyer who did the business of the estate up to his room, and the parson, and his own son, Harry Fairfield. He made the attorney read the will, which he had told him to bring up with him, and the squire listened as it was read slowly. After the clergyman had gone, "Have ye aught to say to that, son, Harry?" said the old squire. "'Tis an old will, father," said Harry. "It ain't," said the squire. 8 years less 2 months," said the lawyer. "About the age rum's fit to drink," said the old squire. "What say ye to it? Now's your time, son. Priests, women, and poultry, they say, has never enough. There's been changes since, and I don't see why Wyvern should be charged so heavy." "There's 300 a year to Alice. That's what ye mean?" said the old squire. His son was silent. "Well, I don't owe her nothing, that's true, but I'll let it stand, mind. And, Harry, lad, the day ye do a good thing, there will be 7 new moons. What was parson a-whispering about in the window wi' ye?" he asked of the attorney after a time. "Some claim upon the vicarage, which he thought you said you meant to remit by will." "I thought upon it, and I won't. Paternoster built our churches, and our father pulled 'em down. There's o'er many parsons for the churches, and o'er many churches for the people. Tell him I won't." "What the devil made you talk about that to him?" said Harry, with a dark look, when he and the attorney had got out of the room. "My dear sir," said the lawyer, "we must be true to our clients. And beside, don't you remember the clergyman said he'd be here tomorrow at 1 to administer the Lord's Supper, and he'll be certain to speak of it then to our client." At nightfall the squire grew worse, and his head wandered. "Tell that white-faced vicar, Maybelle, there's never a one but the thankless in hell. I'll not sit under none o' his sermons. Aye, he frowns at that." "Hey, dear," whispered the housekeeper, gazing at him from the hearth where they were sitting. "And who does he mean, ma'am?" asked the nurse. "God knows. Old times, I suppose," she answered. "There's a glass broke, Tom. Who's kicking up the row?" mumbled the squire. "Play, women, and wine undoes men, laughing." "Aye, light it. I'm very dark." "Who's he, ye fool?" "Joan and my ladies, all one in the dark." "That's Tom Ward he's thinking on," said the nurse. "Aye, he liked Tom ever. He wouldn't think 'twas Wyvern without Tom," answered the housekeeper. In a little time he said more distinctly and sternly, "The dead should do nothing. So that's the bishop. Aye, aye, the devil, mind ye, isn't always at one door. If there was a good man here, he'd put a clout over that face. Ye'll never do it." Then it would sink into mumbling, and then again grow more distinct. At last the morning came, and the squire, so many hours nearer death, was nevertheless now like himself. In due course the clergyman arrived, and the housekeeper and serious Jim Hopper of the mill close by attended to make up a little congregation, with whom the dying squire was to receive the most comfortable sacrament before setting out on his long journey. "You're distinctly a Church of England man?" inquired the clergyman gently. "Aye, what do you take me for? I make it a rule, dear sir, to inquire. I have once or twice found Presbyterians and other dissenters among the attendants at my church at Nottingham before I came here, and I am happy to hear so clear an answer to my inquiry," said the clergyman with a gracious solemnity. "The crow thinks her own bird fairest. Go on," said Squire Harry. After these rites were over, the squire needed rest. Then, after an hour or so, he called for Tom Ward. "Well, Tom, we ha' lived a long while together here in Wyvern, you and me, and, be the day never so long, at last cometh evensong, as they say, and now the doctor thinks my time be come, and I sent for ye to shake hands, Tom, and bid ye good-bye." Tom was drying his eyes hastily, and his old face was more puckered than ever. "Your honour was always kind to me." "Come, Tom, you mustn't be crying, man. Penny in pocket's a merry companion, and I wrote ye down for something in my will. And ye ha' brewed me many a tankard, Tom. Ye'll never brew me another, and I wouldn't go without a word and a shake by the hand." When this was over, the nurse signed to Tom to go. I wonder how the grim old man, with near a week's white stubble on his chin, felt as he saw Tom Ward glide away softly with tears on his rugged cheeks. For Tom it was the breaking up and foundering of old Wyvern in the deep. He was too old to live in the new Wyvern that was coming, mayhap. "I'll never get the old days out o' my head, nor ever like the new, and 'twon't be long, I'm thinking, before I follow him down the ash tree road to Wyvern churchyard." And so for the old squire it came, the last day of light, and the first of death. It was a stately funeral in the old-fashioned way. All the good old houses of the county were represented there. The neighbours, great and small, mustered. The shops in the town were all shut, and the tenants attended in masses. This solemn feast and pageant over, the fuss subsided, and Harry entered upon his reign with a gravity becoming his new prerogative and responsibilities. Sergeant-Major Archdale was an influential and prosperous and reserved minister under the new regime. He had a snug berth at Warhampton, as Harry Fairfield had promised, and from that distant legation he was summoned every now and then to Wyvern, and there conferred with the Squire. I have called him Sergeant-Major, but he was so no longer. He had retired some time before from the militia, and was now plain Mr. Archdale. End of Chapter 56. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 57 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 57. Marjory Trevellian. In order to throwing a light upon the nature of some of the duties of Mr. Archdale, we must convey the reader in spirit to some little distance. In the sequestered country about 12 miles south of Twyford, in a pretty nook formed by a wooded hollow close by the old by-road to Warhampton, stands an antique cottage, with a loft and 2 little windows peeping through the very steep thatched roof, and high, narrow gable and wall alike streaked and crossed with those black oak beams which form the cage into whose interstices our ancestors built their brick and plaster. The steep roof runs out over a little porch which has a bench on one side of it. Another stone bench stands under the lattice window, the woodwork of which casement, as well as the black spars crossed and mortised in the walls, and even the curved black chimney, look shrunk and warped by time, by which too the hatch at the door is rounded and furrowed, and the stone seat and window stones worn into curves and hollows, and such and so venerable is the air of the structure, with its ivy-bound porch, that one might fancy it the very farmhouse in which Anne Hathaway passed her girlhood. Here dwelt good Mrs. Marjory Trevellian, some 50 years old and upward, with, I think, the kindest face and pleasantest laugh in that part of the country. A widow of many years, not very happy in her marriage, and quite content with her experience of the wedded state. Quiet, cheerful, very industrious, with a little farm of 3 acres and a cow. Spinning sometimes, knitting at others, and when she could, taking in washing, and in all things approving herself diligent, cheerful, and honest. With this kind, cheery, honest dame lived a little boy, the son of a Mr. Henry. That was all she knew distinctly about his people. She called him her fairy and her prince, and when curious people questioned her closely, she said that his father was a merchant, unfortunate in business, as the phrase is, that he was living perhaps in concealment and in distressed circumstances, or possibly was dead. All she could say for certain was that she received a small allowance for maintaining him, which was paid punctually every 3 months in advance, and that as to the name of the boy, his Christian name was William, and his surname Henry, and that she called him her prince, or her fairy, and he called her Granny. She idolized this pretty boy, and he loved her with the tenderness which a child bestows upon a loving nurse, something more than filial. The boy remembers no other home but this, and no other friend but Granny. He was now a little past 11. His life had been solitary but cheerful. Was there not the pond only 30 yards away from their doorstep, in which he sailed his fleet of ships made of corks, which old Peter Durden gave him? He was a cousin of Marjory Trevellian's, and lived in the village 2 miles away. He used to call every Sunday, and to bring these corks in his pocket, and a bit of such lead as tea is wrapped in, to make the keels of their navy. He was dressed in a blue swallow-tailed coat with brass buttons. His drab trousers were very short, his stockings faded sky blue, and his shoes clumsy and clouded and highly polished. He wore a chestnut wig of a long and lank cut, and his forehead slanted back very much, and his nose came forward, and a perpetual smile expanded his cheeks, which were as red and smooth as a ripe apple. His countenance was not very wise, though very good-natured, rather silly, I'm afraid, and I think he took more interest in this sort of shipping than was quite compatible with strength of mind. As these ships glided with thin paper sails across the pond, while Master Henry watched them in grave absorption, Peter's raptures expressed themselves in continuous peals of laughter. These were great occasions in the solitary life of Fairy. There were a set of big boxwood 9-pins, skittles, I suppose, with balls, battered and discolored. I never knew how they got into the cottage, but they looked 100 years old, if a day. Many a game with these on the smooth patch of sward on the other side of the pond had pleasant old Marjory with her darling. In its seclusion, its life was monastic, but not in its liberty. The boy was on the whole very happy. Looking on honest Marjory as mistress of all she surveyed, it never struck him that in the points in which her dietary differed from his, she was practicing a compulsory economy. The article of meat was not often found in her bill of fare, but conscientiously she placed the little fellow's bit of broiled meat before him every day, and told him when he inquired why she had none for herself, that she did not like it, and that it did not agree with her, which he accepted as undoubted truths, and wondered and regretted secretly. On winter evenings their tea was very cosy. A wheaten cake, baked on the griddle, a new-laid egg each, and a cup of tea from the many-coloured delf teapot, a good deal burnt on the side next the fire. With the door barred and the window carefully closed, the fire burning cheerfully, and their candle lighting the party, who so happy? And was there not the old Robinson Crusoe, with binding black with age, and a frontispiece showing the hero with his grave countenance and beard, his tall cap and goatskin dress, his musket over one shoulder, and his umbrella over the other, and recounting his marvellous life in the quaint old type of Queen Anne? And was there not that other literary treasure, the old folio volume of Captain Cook's, Commodore Anson's, and other seafaring worthies' voyages round and up and down the world, with no end of careful old copper plates, showing Pacific islands, curious volcanoes, flotillas of armed canoes, thick-lipped miscreants with rings in their noses and birds' tails enlivening their foreheads, and long processions of official people, priests, etc., with a small white pocket handkerchief each, by way of dress. But better far than these, which together with her Bible and prayer book constituted Marjory's library, was that good creature's inexhaustible collection of fairy tales, received traditionally and recounted viva voce, and prefaced with the rhyme which even at this distance recalls me to the nursery fireside, with the far-off tones of a kindly voice, that I shall hear no more. Once upon a time there was a king and a queen, as many have been, but few I have seen, except in pictures. And starting with this little trumpeting and summons to attention, the ois, 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 an immutable prelude of an ever-varying sequel, good Marjory, the herald of ever-new wonders, would tell her tale of dwarfs and castles, of godmother fairies and malignant enchantresses, broken-hearted princes and persecuted princesses, and enchanted palaces and awful forests, till the hour came for the little fellow to get to his bed and enter the no less wonderful land of dreams. Another person who contributed to the regular entertainment of the boy was Tom Orange. Tom Orange called at the cottage sometimes at intervals of 3 months, sometimes for perhaps half a year, on the first of each month, and was always made welcome by Marjory Trevellian, and feasted with rashers, and whatever else her humble larder afforded, and on going had established a mysterious right to a shilling tip, which he always made it a point should be an honourable secret among them. What might be the nature of his business the little boy neither knew nor cared, but Tom Orange was in the boy's eyes the ideal and epitome of all that was enchanting, brilliant, and exhilarating. Tom was somewhat long and lean, with a face also long and always smiling, except when it was making a grimace, an art in which he excelled almost every other blackguard I have heard of. His clothes and hat were seedy, and for so merry a person, he was wonderfully poor. Tom Orange's accomplishments were infinite. He could dance a hornpipe with all the well-known airs and graces of a sailor. He could protrude his mouth till it assumed a shape quite unknown to physiognomists, and with a delicate finger turning his eyelids inside out, make the pupils of those organs quiver strangely, while he uttered a sound like the call of a jackdaw. He could sing a variety of comic songs, with refrains delivered with a volubility which distanced admiration, and made his very audience breathless, and some of these were relieved with occasional dialogue of matchless character and humour. He could swallow any number of pennies you pleased, and take them all out at different angles of his body. He could put several potatoes under his hat, and withdraw them all without touching either the hat or the potatoes. He could keep 3 balls always in the air together, and he could balance 2 chairs upon his chin. In short, as I have said, his accomplishments were innumerable and extraordinary, and the only wonder was how so universal a genius could possibly possess so few shillings, and so many seedy articles of dress. Tom Orange, too, was great at skittles, and gave his pupil wonderful new lights. He taught him also how to guard, stop, and strike according to the principles of the noble art of self-defense. In fact, it would have been difficult to discover a more fascinating companion and instructor of youth. Possibly it was as well, however, that his visits were so far between, and as brief as fortune ordained them to be. It was no wonder, however, that these visits were looked for by the boy, as the return of the life and excitement of an annual fair might have been by the ingenuous youth of some other rural district. There was but one point on which Marjory was obliged to impose a prohibition upon the child. It seemed a trifle, but in reality was a gigantic privation. "No, darling, you mustn't talk to any other boys, nor play with them, nor go near them. If you do, you'll be took away by your friends, and I'll never see you again. And what will poor Granny do then without her darling?" And Granny's eyes filled with tears, and the boy cried, and hugged her passionately, and this little agony gave place to wild affection and a glow of unspeakable delight and happiness, and was celebrated by a hot cake that evening, and new-laid eggs, and a great tea, and stories to no end. And she found her darling that night crying in his sleep, and was sure he was dreaming of leaving the old cottage. And she wakened him with kisses, herself crying. So these two persons, notwithstanding some disparity of years, were wonderfully happy in one another's society, and if they had each their will, would have fixed things as they were, and neither grown older nor younger, but just gone on living so forever. End of chapter 57. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 58 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 58. The Enchanted Garden. Marjory Trevellian was what is accounted among her class a good scholar, and she had taught the little boy to read and write, to say his tables, and to cipher, as she termed the initiatory arithmetical exercises. It was plain, however, that the boy was not abandoned to chance, but that an eye was upon him, and some friendly, if not conscientious, direction controlling his destiny. In one of his visits, Tom Orange handed her a letter written in the same neat clerk's hand, in which the short memorandum that accompanied each remittance was penned. Having read the letter, she was thoughtful. When Tom had gone away, she said, "You are to be taught like a gentleman, as you are, my darling. And you're not to be sent to school for 3 or 4 years. And in the meantime, Mr. Wharton, he's a kind, good gentleman, is to teach you for 2 hours every evening after the school is over. You know his house. It is about a mile away from this, just halfway on the road to the grammar school." "But I'm to live at home, Granny, all the same?" inquired the boy in great trepidation. "Lord love it, to be sure he is," beaming on him with great affection. "Only 2 hours, and everyone likes Mr. Wharton, and I'm desired to go to his house to take his orders tomorrow." So she did, and the new order of things was established with very little disturbance of the old. The narrow road which the boy every afternoon passed to and from Dr. Wharton's house makes about halfway a sudden curve. It is a wooded road, not without little ups and downs, and formidable ruts, and blocks of worn old stone, so large as to shock all the rules of modern road-making. Upon this curve, so as nearly to front the boy's line of march, is a very old fruit garden, with a discolored ivy-grown wall, on which are growing moss and houseleek, and here and there tufts of grass and wallflower. Over the wall are seen ancient standard plum and cherry and pear trees, and beyond them the upper windows, and the steep grey roof and slender chimneys of a house as much out of date as the garden. In the garden wall is a tall door with worn fluted pilasters, corresponding in antiquity with the rest of the building and its belongings. This stone framework has an iron door, old-fashioned and fancifully wrought into arabesques of spikes, leaves, and stars, facing the quiet road, and within this a strong wooden door. Fruit trees are, of course, always interesting to boys, but quite another interest mingled in the feeling with which little Willie viewed such glimpses of the old grey house, and its background of dark and towering timber as his approach afforded, and he often wished, as he passed, that a hole in the wall might afford him a peep into the old garden, and a glimpse of its owners. He sometimes heard their voices. A clear, childish laugh he had heard more than once from among the tall fruit trees and climbing roses that overtopped the wall, and a sweet female voice also faintly prattling with the child. One evening, as he returned from Dr. Wharton's, with his books buckled in his strap swinging from his hand, having slackened his pace as usual, when he found himself under the garden wall, to his infinite delight, the inner wooden door, which had always obstructed his curiosity, was open. The outer gate of iron walls and foliage was locked, but through its bars he could see at last the garden. Its trees were old and overgrown. It was wonderfully dark, with roses and other flowers growing here and there, and one straight walk leading up to the house, and continuing the line of the narrow bridge, which at the iron door crossed what seemed a sort of moat, whose banks were overgrown with docks and nettles. He could see part of the steps leading up to the door of the house, and a portion of one of its windows. The rest was concealed by the thick foliage, and the effect of this little glimpse was increased by the deep shadow of the foreground. It was not very far from sunset, and the small birds were already singing among the boughs, and the deep shadow, the antique and neglected air, and the silence of the place gave it, in his romantic eyes, a character of monastic mystery and enchantment. As he gazed straight up the dark walk towards the house, suddenly a man turned the corner of the yew hedge that met the bridge's parapet close to him, and walking straight up to the door, with a gruff look at the little boy, shut and locked the wooden door in his face. So all was gone for the present. He knew there was no good in looking through the keyhole, for envious fortune had hung a spray of sweetbriar, so as effectually to intercept the view, and nothing remained but the dingy, chocolate-coloured planks before him and the foliage and roses trembling over the old wall. Many a time again he passed and repassed the door without a like good hap. At length, however, one evening he found the envious wooden door once more open, and the view again disclosed through the iron bars. A very pretty little girl with golden hair was standing on tiptoe near, and with all her soul was striving to reach an apple with a stick, which she held in her tiny fingers. Seeing him, she fixed her large eyes on him, and said, with an air of command, "Come and climb up the tree and get me that apple." His heart beat quick. There was nothing he liked better. "But I can't get in," he said, blushing. "The door's locked." "Oh, I'll call Mamma. She'll let you in. Don't you know Mamma?" "No, I never saw her," answered the boy. "Wait there, and I'll fetch her." And so she was gone. The first flutter of his excitement was hardly over when he heard steps and voices near, and the little girl returned, holding the hand of a slight pale lady with a very pretty face, dressed all in black. She had the key in her hand, and smiled gently on the little boy as she approached. Her face was kind, and at once he trusted her. "Oh, he has left the inner door open again," she said, and with a little nod and smile of welcome she opened the door, and the boy entered the garden. Both doors were now shut. "Look up, little boy," said the lady in black, with a very sweet voice. She liked his face. He was a very handsome little fellow, and with an expression earnest, shy, and bright, and the indescribable character of refinement, too, in his face. She smiled more kindly still, and placing just the tip of her finger under his chin, she said, "You are a gentleman's son, and you are nicely dressed. What is your name?" "My papa's name is Mr. Henry," he answered. "And where do you go to school?" "I don't go to school. I say lessons to Mr. Wharton, about half a mile from this." "It is great fun, I suppose, playing with the little boys, cricket and all that?" "I'm not allowed to play with the little boys." "Who forbids you?" "My friends won't allow me." "Who are your friends?" "I never saw them." "Really? And don't you live with your papa?" "No, I live with Marjory." "Do you mean with your mamma?" "Oh, no, she died a long time ago." "And is your papa rich? Why aren't you with him?" "He was rich, Granny says." "But he grew poor." "And where is he now?" "I don't know." "I'm to go to school," he said, acquiring confidence the more he looked in that sweet face. "My friends will send me in 3 years, Granny says." "You're a very nice little boy, and I'm sure a good little fellow. We'll have tea in a few minutes. You must stay and drink tea with us." The little fellow held his straw hat in his hand, and was looking up in the face of the lady, whose slender fingers were laid almost caressingly on his rich brown hair, as she looked down smiling, with eyes in which the water stood. Perhaps these forlorn childhoods had a peculiar interest for her. "And it is very polite of you, taking off your hat to a lady. But put it on again, for I am not a bit better than you. And I'll go and tell them to get tea now. Dulcibella," she called, "Dulcibella, this little friend is coming to drink tea with us, and Amy and he will play here till it comes. And don't mind getting up. Sit quiet and rest yourself." And she signed with her hand, smiling, to repress her attempt to rise. "Well, darling, play in sight of me till your mamma comes back," said the rheumatic old woman, addressing the little girl. "And ye mustn't be pulling at that great rolling stone. Ye can't move it, and ye may break your pretty back trying." With these and similar injunctions, the children were abandoned to their play. He found this pretty young lady imperious, but it was pleasant to be commanded, and the little boy climbed trees to gather her favorite apples, and climbed the garden wall to pluck a bit of wallflower, and at last she said, "Now we'll play ninepins. There's the box. Set them up on the walk. Yes, that's right. You have played. Who taught you?" "Granny." "Has Granny ninepins?" "Yes, ever so much bigger than these." "Really? So Granny is rich, then?" "I think so." "As rich as Mamma?" "Her garden isn't so big." "Begin, do you? Aha! You've hit one. And who plays best?" "Tom Orange does." "Does your Mamma know Tom Orange?" "I dare say she does." "Dulcibella, does Mamma know Tom Orange?" "No, my dear." "No, she doesn't," echoed the little girl. "Who is he?" "What? Not know Tom Orange? How could that be?" So he narrated on that brilliant theme. "Tom Orange must come to tea with Mamma. I'll tell her to ask him," decided the young lady. So these little wiseacres pursued their game, and then had their tea, and in about an hour the little boy found himself trudging home with a sudden misgiving, for the first time, as to the propriety of his having made these acquaintances without Granny's leave. The kind voice, the beloved smile of Granny received him before the cottage door. "Welcome, darlin'. And where was my darlin', and what kept him from his old Granny?" So they hugged and kissed, and then he related all that had happened, and asked, "Was it any harm, Granny?" "Not a bit, darlin'. That's a good lady, and a grand lady, and a fit companion for ye. And see how she knew the gentle blood in your pretty face. And ye may go, as she has asked you, to-morrow evening again, and as often as she asks ye. For it was only the little fellows that's going about without edication or manners that your friends, and who can blame them, doesn't like ye to keep company with. And who'd blame them, seeing they're seldom out of mischief, and that's the beginning of wickedness. And you're going, but, oh, darlin', not for 3 long years, thank God, to a grand school, where there's none but the best." So this chance acquaintance grew, and the lady seemed to take every week a deeper interest in the fine little boy, so sensitive, generous, and intelligent, and he very often drank tea with his new friends. End of chapter 58. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 59 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 59. An Old Friend. I'm going now to describe the occurrences of a particular evening on which my young friend drank tea at Stanlake Farm, which was the name of the house with the old garden to which I have introduced the reader. A light shower had driven the party in from the garden, and so the boy and Amy were at their ninepins in the great hall, when the door being open, a gentleman rode up and dismounted, placing the bridle in the hand of a groom who accompanied him. A tall man he was, with whiskers and hair dashed with white and a slight stoop. He strode into the hall, his hat on, and a whip still in his hand. "Hullo! So there you are, and how is your ladyship?" said he. "Skittles by the law. Bravo! 2 down, by Jove. I'd rather that young man took you in hand than I. And tell me, where's Allie?" "Mamma's in the drawing-room," said the young lady, scarcely regarding his presence. "Now play. It's your turn," she said, addressing her companion. The new arrival looked at the boy and paused till he threw the ball. "That's devilish good, too," said the stranger. "Very near the 9, eh? But a miss is as good as a mile, and I don't think he's quite as good as you. And she's in the drawing-room? Which is the drawing-room?" "Don't you know the drawing-room? Well, there it is." And the young lady indicated it with her finger. "My turn now." And while the game was pursued in the hall, the visitor pushed open the drawing-room door and entered. "And how is Miss Allie?" "Oh, Harry, really!" "Myself as large as life. You don't look half pleased, Allie. But I have nowt but good news for you today. You're something richer this week than you were last." "What is it, Harry? Tell me what you mean." "So I will. You know that charge on Carwell, £140 a year? Well, that's dropped in. That old witch is dead. You might have seen it in the newspaper, if you'd taken one. Bertha Velderkaust. No love lost between ye, eh?" "Oh, Harry, Harry, don't," said poor Alice, pale and looking intensely pained. "Well, I won't then. I didn't think 'twould vex you. Only you know what a head devil that was, and she's dead in the old place, Hoxton. I read the inquest in the Times. She was always drinking. I think she was a bit mad. She and the people in the back room were always quarreling, and the father's up for that, and forgery. But 'twasn't clear how it came about. Some swore she was out of her mind with drink and pitched herself out of the window. And some thought it might have been that chap as went in to rob her, thinking she was stupid. And so there was a tussle for it. She was main strong, you know, and he chucked her out. Anyhow, she got it awful, for she fell across the spikes of the area rails, and she hung on them with 3 lodged in her side. The mad dog fox she was. "Oh, Harry, how shocking!" "Oh, pray don't!" exclaimed Alice, who looked as if she was going to faint. Well, she lay there without breath enough to screech, twisting like a worm for 3 hours, it's thought. "Oh, Harry, pray don't describe it. Don't, I implore. I feel so ill." "Well, I won't, if you say so. Only she's smashed and cold in her wooden surtout, and her charge is reverted to you now, and I thought I'd tell ye." "Thank you, Harry," she said very faintly. "And when did you come here?" "I only heard this morning," asked Harry. 5 weeks ago. Do you like it? Ain't it plaguey lonesome?" "I like the quiet, at least for a time," she answered. "And I'm thinking of getting married. Upon my soul, I am." "What do you think of that?" "Really? Sure as you're there, but it won't be none of your love matches. Bring something, lass, along wi' thee, if thou intend to live wi' me. That's my motto. Sweetheart and honeybird keeps no house, I've heard say. I like a body that can look after things, and that would rather fund £50 than spend 100. A nice wife and a back door hath made many a rich man poor, as they say, and besides, I'm not a young fellow no longer. I'm pushing 60, and I should be wise. And who's the little chap who's playing skittles wi' Annie in the hall?" "Oh, that's such a nice little boy. His father's name is Henry, and his mother's been dead a long time. He lives with a good old woman named Marjory Trevellian." "What's the matter, Harry?" "Nothing. I beg your pardon. I was thinking of something else, and I didn't hear. Tell me now, and I'll listen." So she repeated her information, and Harry yawned and stretched his arms. For want of company, welcome trumpery. "And I must be going now. I wouldn't mind drinking a glass of sherry, as you're so pressing, for I've had a stiff ride and dust drouthy." So Harry, having completed his visit characteristically, took his leave and mounted his nag and rode away. End of chapter 59. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 60 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 60. Tom Orange. Little Miss Amy had a slight cold, and the next tea party was put off for a day. On the evening following Harry's visit at Stanlake Farm, Marjory Trevellian, being at that time absent in the village to make some frugal purchases, who should suddenly appear before the little boy's eyes as he lifted them from his fleet upon the pond, but his friend, Tom Orange, as usual in high and delightful spirits. Need I say how welcome Tom was? He asked in a minute or two for Marjory, and took her temporary absence with great good humour. Tom affected chilliness, and indeed the evening was a little sharp, and proposed that they should retire to the cottage and sit down there. "How soon do you suppose, youngster, the old hen will come home?" "Who?" Marjory Daw down the chimney. Oh, Granny? This nickname was the only pleasantry of Mr. Orange which did not quite please the boy. Tom Orange had interpolated his performance of the jackdaw with his eyelids turned inside out and the pupils quivering, which, although it may possibly have resembled the jackdaw of heraldry, was not an exact portraiture of the bird familiar to us in natural history. And when this was over, he asked again, "How soon will she be home?" "She walked down to the town, and I think she can't be more than about halfway back again. That's a mile, and 3 miles an hour is the best of her paces, if she was running for a pound of sausages and a new cap. Hi-ho, and alas and alack-a-day! No one at home but the maid, and the maid's gone to church. I wrote her a letter the day before yesterday, and I must read it again before she comes back. Where does she keep her letters?" "In her work-box, on the shelf." "This will be it, the very identical fiddle," said Tom Orange playfully. Setting it down upon the little deal table and opening it, he took out the little sheaf of letters from the end, and took them one by one to the window, where he took the liberty of reading them. I think he was disappointed, for he pitched them back again into their nook in the little trunk-shaped box contemptuously. The boy regarded Tom Orange as a friend of the family, so confidential, and as a man in all respects so admirable and virtuous, that nothing appeared more desirable and natural than that excellent person's giving his attention to the domestic correspondence. He popped the box back again in its berth. Then he treated the young gentleman to Lingo's song, with the ragtag merry derry periwig and hatband, etc., and at the conclusion of the performance admitted that he was dry, and with a pleasant wink and the tip of his finger pushing the end of his nose a good deal to the left, he asked him whether he could tell him where Mrs. Trevellian, who would be deeply grieved if she thought that Tom was detained for a drink till her return, kept her liquor. "Yes, I can show you," said the boy. "Wait a minute, my guide, my comforter and friend," said Tom Orange, and he ascertained from the door-stone that no one was inconveniently near. The boy was getting a teacup off the shelf. "Never mind sugar, my hero. I'll sweeten it with a thought of Marjory Daw." The boy explained and led him into the dark nook by the hall door. Tom Orange, well pleased, moved almost on tiptoe and looked curiously and spoke under his breath, and he groped in this twilight. "Here it is," said the boy frankly. "Where?" "Here." "This?" said Tom, for his friend had uncovered a crock of water. Tom Orange glared at him and at the water with grotesque surprise, and the bona fides of the boy and the simplicity of the situation struck Tom comically, and exploding good-humoredly, he sat down in Marjory's chair and laughed hilariously. Having satisfied himself by a confidential dialogue that Marjory Daw had no private bottle of comfort anywhere, this agreeable fellow so far forgot his thirst that he did not mind drawing water from the crock, and talked on a variety of subjects to the young gentleman. In the course of this conversation, he asked him 2 topographical questions. One was, "Did you ever hear of a place called Carwell Grange?" And the other resembled it. "Did you ever hear of a place called Wyvern?" "No. Think, lad. Did you ever hear Mrs. Trevellian speak of Wyvern or of Carwell Grange?" "No." "Because there is the tallest mushroom you ever saw in your life growing there, and it is grown to that degree that it blocks the door, so that the squire can't get into his own house, and the mushroom is counted one of the wonders of the world, upon my little word of honour as a gentleman. And, since there's neither drink nor victuals, suppose, my lord, we play at skittles. And if she's not back by the end of the game, tell her I had to go onto the bridge to see lame Bill Withershins. And I'll be back again this evening, I think, or in the morning at latest." The game was played, but Marjory did not appear, and Tom Orange, entertaining his young friend with a ludicrous imitation of Bill Withershin's knock-knees, took his departure, leaving his delighted companion in the state which Moore describes as being usual. When the lamp that lighted the traveller at first goes out. So, having watched Tom till he was quite out of sight, he returned to his neglected navy on the pond, and delivered his admirable Crichton's message to Marjory Daw on her return. End of chapter 60. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 61 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 61. The Hour and the Man. Supper time came, and Tom Orange did not return. Darkness closed over the old cottage, the poplar trees, and the town, and the little boy said his prayers under the superintendence of worthy Marjory, and went to his bed. He was disturbed in his sleep by voices talking in the room. He could only keep his eyes open for a little time, and he saw Tom Orange talking with Mammy. He was at one side of the little table, and she at another, and his head was leaning forward, so as to approach uncomfortably near to the mutton fat, with a long snuff in the middle. Mammy, as he indiscriminately called Granny, was sobbing bitterly into her apron, and sometimes with streaming eyes speaking so low that he could not hear, to Tom Orange. Interesting as was the scene, slumber stole him away, and when he next wakened, Tom was gone, and Mammy was sitting on the bed, crying as if her heart would break. When he opened his eyes, she said, "Oh, darlin', darlin', my man, my own blessed man, my darlin'," and she hugged him to her heart. He remembered transports similar when 2 years ago he was very ill of a fever. "I'm not sick, Mammy, indeed. I'm quite well." And with these assurances and many caresses, he again fell asleep. In the morning his Sunday clothes, to his wonder, were prepared for him to put on. The little old faded crimson carpet-bag, which she had always told him, to the no small content of his self-importance, was his own, stood plump and locked on the little table under the clock. His chair was close beside Mammy's. She had all the delicacies he liked best for his breakfast. There was a thin little slice of fried bacon, and a new-laid egg, and a hot cake and tea. Quite a grand breakfast. Mammy sat beside him very close. Her arm was round him. She was very pale. She tried to smile at his prattle, and her eyes filled up as often as she looked at him, or heard him speak. Now and then he looked wonderingly in her face, and she tried to smile her old smile and nodded, and swallowed down some tea from her cup. She made belief of eating her breakfast, but she could not. When the wondering little man had ended his breakfast, with her old kind hands she drew him towards her. "Sit down on my lap, my precious, my own man, my beautiful boy, my own angel bright. Oh, darlin', darlin', darlin'." And she hugged the boy to her heart and sobbed over his shoulder as if her heart was bursting. He remembered that she cried the same way when the doctor said he was safe and sure to recover. "Mammy," he said, kissing her, "Amy has birthdays, and I think this is my birthday. Is it?" "No, darlin'. No, no," she sobbed, kissing him. "No, my darlin', no. Oh, no, 'tain't that." She got up hastily and brought him his little boots that she had cleaned. The boy put them on, wondering, and she laced them. With eyes streaming, she took up one of the little cork boats, which he kept on the window stool, floating in a wooden bowl. "You'll give me one of them, darlin', to old Mammy for a keepsake?" "Oh, yes. Choose a good one, the one with the gold paper on the pin. That one sails the best of all." And she cried bitterly before she could go on. "And this is the little box I'll put them in." And she picked them out of the bowl and laid them in a cardboard box, which she quickly tied round. "And this is the last day of poor Mammy with her bright only darlin', for your friends are sending for you today, and Mr. Archdale will be here in 10 minutes, and you're to go with him. Oh, my precious, the light o' the house, and to leave me alone." The boy stood up, and with a cry ran and threw his arms round her, where she stood near the clock. "Oh, no, no, no! Oh, Mammy, you wouldn't! You couldn't! You couldn't! Oh, darlin', you're breaking my heart! What can I do? Don't let me go! Oh, Mammy, don't! Oh, you couldn't! You couldn't! But what can I do, darlin'? Oh, darlin', what can I do? I'll run away, Mammy, I'll run away, and I'll come back when they're gone and stay with you. Oh, God Almighty!" she cried. "Here he's comin'. I see him comin' down the Hazel Road. Hide me, Mammy, hide me in the press. Oh, Mammy, Mammy, you wouldn't give me to him." The boy had got into this large old painted press and coiled himself up between two shelves. There was hardly a moment to think, and yielding to the instinct of her desperate affection and to the child's wild appeal, she locked the door and put the key in her pocket. She sat down. She was half stunned by her own audacity. She scarcely knew what she had done. Before she could recover herself, the door darkened. A hand crossed the hatch and opened it, and ex-Sergeant-Major Archdale entered the cottage. In curt military fashion he announced himself and demanded the boy. She was looking straight in this formidable man's face, and yet it seemed as if he were vanishing from before her eyes. "Where's the boy?" inquired the chill, stern voice of the sergeant. It seemed to her like lifting a mountain, this effort to speak. She felt as if she were freezing as she uttered the denial, "He ain't here." "Where is he?" demanded the sergeant's imperturbably clear, cold voice. "He's run away," she said with an effort, and the sergeant seemed to vanish quite away, and she thought she was on the point of fainting. The sergeant glanced at the breakfast table and saw that the two had taken tea together. He saw the carpet bag packed. Intimated Archdale with closed lips. He looked round the cottage room, and the sergeant sat down wonderfully composed, considering the disconcerting nature of the announcement. The ex-sergeant-major had in his time commanded parties in search of deserters, and he was not a bad slot-hound of that sort. "He breakfasted with you?" said he, with a cool nod toward the table. There was a momentary hesitation, and she cleared her voice and said, "Yes." Archdale rose and placed his fingers on the teapot. "That's hot," said the sergeant, with the same inflexible dignity. Marjory was awfully uneasy. He can't be far. Which way did he go? Out by the door. I can't tell. The ex-sergeant-major might have believed her the goddess of truth itself, or might have thought her the most impudent liar in England. You could not have gathered in the least from his countenance toward which view his conclusions tended. The sergeant's light cold grey eye glided round the room, and there was another silence, awfully trying to our good friend Marjory. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 62 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. The March to Knowlton Farm. I think, ma'am, the boy's in the house. You best give him up, for I'll not go without him. How many rooms have you? 3 in a loft, sir. The sergeant stood up. I'll search the house first, ma'am, and if he's not here, I'll inform the police and have him in the hue and cry. And if you have had anything to do with the boy's deserting, or had a hand in making away with him anyhow, I'll have you in jail and punished. I must secure the door, and you can leave the house first if you like best. Very well, sir, answered she. But at this moment came a knocking and crying from within the press. Oh, no, 'twasn't Mammy. 'Twas I that did it. Don't take Mammy. You see, ma'am, you give useless trouble. Please open that door. I shall have to force it otherwise. He added as, very pale and trembling, she hesitated. Standing as he might before his commanding officer, stiff with his heels together, with his inflexibly serene face full before her, he extended his hand and said simply, "The key, ma'am." In all human natures, the wildest and most stubborn, there is a point at which submission follows command. And there was that in the serenity of the ex-sergeant-major, which went direct to the instinct of obedience. It was quite idle any longer trying to conceal the boy. With a dreadful ache at her heart, she put her hand in her pocket and handed him the key. As the door opened, the little boy shrank to the very back of the recess, from whence he saw the stout form of the sergeant stooped low as his blue, smooth, fixed countenance peered narrowly into the dark. After a few seconds he seemed to discern the figure of the boy. "Come, you, sir, get out," said the commanding voice of the visitor, as the cane which he carried in his hand, paid round with wax end for some 3 inches at the extremity, began switching his little legs smartly. "Oh, sir, for the love of God!" cried Marjory, clinging to his hand. "Oh, sir, he's the gentlest little creature, and he'll do whatever he's bid, and the lovingest child in the world." The boy had got out by this time, and looking wonderingly in the man's face, was unconsciously, with the wincing of pain, lifting his leg slightly, for the sting of the cane was quite new to him. "If I catch you at that work again, I'll give you 5 dozen," said his new acquaintance. "Is this his?" said he, touching the carpet bag with his cane. "Yes, sir, please." He took it in his hand and glanced at the boy. I think it was in his mind to make him carry it, but the child was slender, and the bag, conscientiously packed with everything that had ever belonged to him, was a trifle too heavy. "Anything else?" demanded the sergeant-major. This, God bless him." It was the little box with his ships, And this, she thrust the griddle cake, broken across and rolled up in brown paper, into the boy's pocket. And these, and 3 apples she had ready, she thrust after him. And ho, my blessed darling, my darling, darling, darling. He was lifted up against her heart, folded fast, and hugging her round the neck, they kissed and cried and kissed, and at last she let him down, and the sergeant-major, with a cane under his arm, the carpet-bag in one hand, and the boy's wrist firmly held in the other, marched out of the door. "That's enough. Don't follow, woman," said he, after they had gone about 20 yards on the path. "And I'll report you," he added with a nod, which, with these pleasant words, she might take as a farewell or not, as she pleased. She stood on the little rising ground by the hawthorn tree, kissing her hands wildly after him, with streaming eyes. "I'll be sure to see you soon. I'll walk round the world barefoot to see my pretty man again," she kept crying after him. "And I'll bring the 9 pins, I'll be sure. Mammy's coming, my darling." And the receding figure of the little boy was turned toward her all it could. He was gazing over his shoulder, with cheeks streaming with tears, and his little hand waving yearningly back to her until he was out of sight. And after a while she turned back, and there was their 9 pins ground, and the tarn, and her sobs quickened almost to a scream, and she sat down on the stone bench under the window, for she could not bear to enter the dark cottage, and there, in Irish phrase, she cried her fill. In the meantime, Archdale and his companion, or prisoner, which you will, pursued their march. He still held the boy's wrist, and the boy cried and sobbed gently to himself all the way. When they came down to the little hamlet called Maple Wickets, he hired a boy to carry the carpet-bag to Wunning, 4 miles further on, where the Warhampton bus passes, as everybody knows, at 12:30 o'clock daily. They resumed their march. The sergeant was a serenely taciturn man. He no more thought of addressing the boy than he did of apostrophizing the cane or the carpet-bag. He let him sob on, and neither snubbed nor consoled him, but carried his head serene and high, looking straight before him. At length the novelty of the scene began to act upon the volatility of childhood. As he walked by the sergeant, he began to prattle, at first timidly, and then more volubly. The first instinct of the child is trust. It was a kind of consolation to the boy to talk a great deal of his home, and Tom Orange was of course mentioned with the usual inquiry, "Do you know Tom Orange?" "Why so?" Then followed the list of that facetious and brilliant person's accomplishments. "And are we to go near a place called Wyvern or Carwell Grange?" asked the boy, whose memory, where his fancy was interested, was retentive. "Why so?" again demanded the sergeant, looking straight ahead before him. "Because Tom Orange told me there's the biggest mushroom in the world grown up there, and that the owner of the house can't get in, for it fills up the door." "Tom Orange told you that?" demanded the sergeant in the same way. And the boy, supposing it incredulity on his part, assured him that Tom, who was truth itself, had told him so only yesterday. The sergeant said no more, and you could not have told in the least by his face that he had made a note of it and was going to report Tom Orange in the proper quarter. And in passing I may mention that about 3 weeks later Tom Orange was peremptorily dismissed from his desultory employments under Mr. Archdale, and was sued for stealing apples from Moorhampton Orchard and some minor peccadilloes, and brought before the magistrates, among whom sat, as it so happened on that occasion, Squire Fairfield of Wyvern, who was precious hard on him, and got him in for more than a month with hard labor. The urchin hireling with the carpet-bag trudged on in front as the sergeant-major had commanded. Our little friend, with many a sobbing sigh, and a great load at his heart, yet was looking about him. They were crossing a moor, with beautiful purple heather, such as he had never seen before. The sergeant had let go his wrist. He felt more at his ease every way. There were little pools of water here and there which attracted the boy's attention and made him open his box of cork boats and peep at them. He wondered how they would sail in these dark little nooks. And at last, one lying very conveniently, he paused at its margin and took out a ship and floated it, and another, and another. How quickly seconds fly and minutes! He was roused by the distant voice of the sergeant-major shouting, "Hullo, you sir, come here!" He looked up. The sergeant was consulting his big silver watch as he stood upon a little eminence of peat. By the time he reached him, the sergeant had replaced it, and the 2 or 3 seals and watch key he sported were dangling at the end of his chain upon his paunch. The sergeant was standing with his heels together, and the point of his cane close to the side of his boot. "Come to the front," said the sergeant. "Give up that box," said he. The boy placed it in his hand. He uncovered it, turned over the little navy with his fingers, and then jerked the box and its contents over the heath at his side. "Don't pick one of 'em up," said he. "Move half a pace to the right," was the next order. His next command was, "Hold out your hand." The boy looked in his face surprised. The sergeant's face looked not a bit angrier or a bit kinder than usual, perfectly serene. "Hold out your hand, sir." He held it out, and the cane descended with a whistling cut across his fingers. Another. The boy's face flushed with pain, and his deadened hand sunk downward. An upward blow of the cane across his knuckles accompanied the command, "Hold it up, sir," and a third cut came down. The sergeant was strong and could use his wrist dexterously. "Hold out the other," and the same discipline was repeated. Mingled with and above the pain which called up the 3 great black wells across the slender fingers of each hand was the sense of outrage and cruelty. The tears sprang to his eyes, and for the first time in his life he cried passionately under that double anguish. "Walk in front," said the sergeant serenely, and squeezing and wringing his trembling hands together, the still writhing little fellow marched along the path with a bitterer sense of desolation than ever. The bus was late at Wanning, and a lady in it, struck by the beauty and sadness of the little boy's face, said some kind words and seemed to take to him, he thought, with a tenderness that made his heart fuller. And it was a labor almost too great for him to keep down the rising sobs and the tears that were every moment at the point of flowing over. This good Samaritan brought a bag of what were called gingerbread nuts, quite a little store, which Archdale declined, leaving at the boy's discretion. But I am bound to say that they were served out to him from day to day with conscientious punctuality by the sergeant-major, who was strictly to be depended on in all matters of property, and would not have nibbled at one of those nuts though his thin lips had watered and not a soul had been near. He must have possessed a good many valuable military virtues, or he could not, I presume, have been where he was. Knowlton Farm is a melancholy but not an ugly place. There are a great many trees about it. They stand too near the windows. The house is small and old, and there is a small garden with a thick high hedge round it. The members of the family were few. Miss Mary Archdale was ill when they arrived. She was the only child of the ex-sergeant, who was a widower, and the new inmate of the house heard of her with a terror founded on his awe of her silent father. They entered a small parlor, and the boy sat down in the chair indicated by the sergeant. That person hung his hat on a peg in the hall, and placed his cane along the chimney-piece. Then he rang the bell. The elderly woman, who was the female staff of the kitchen, entered. She looked frightened, as all that household did in their master's presence, and watched him with an alarmed eye. "Where's Miss Mary?" "A spitting blood, sir, please." "Bring in supper," said the sergeant. The boy sat in fear at the very corner of the table. His grief would not let him eat, and he sipped a cup of tea that was too hot and had neither milk nor sugar enough. The sergeant snuffed his candle, and put on a pair of plated spectacles, and looked through his weekly paper. While he was so employed, there glided into the room a very slight girl with large eyes and a very pale face. Her hair was brown and rich. The hand with which she held her shawl across was very thin, and in her pale face and large eyes was a timid and imploring look that struck the little boy. She looked at him, and he at her silently. Her sad eyes lingered on his face for a moment, and he felt that he liked her. She took a chair very softly, and sat down without saying a word. In a little while the sergeant laid down his paper and looked at her. Her large eyes were raised toward him with timid expectation, but she did not speak. "Not well just now?" "No, sir." "You take the bottle regularly?" "Yes, sir." "You'll be better in the morning, belike?" "I'm sure I shall, sir." He lighted a candle that stood on a side table, and his dog Bion got up to attend him. It was a large pug dog, gamboge colored, with a black nose. The boy often afterwards wished to play with Bion and make his acquaintance, but he did not know how the attempt would be taken either by the dog or his master, so he did not venture. No caresses passed between the dog and the sergeant. Each did his duty by the other, and they understood one another, I suppose, but no further signs of love appeared. The sergeant went out and shut the door, and the girl smiled very sweetly on the little guest, and put out her hand to welcome him. "I'm very glad you are come here. I was very lonely. My father is gone to the workroom. He's making an organ there, and he won't come back till 8:45. That's an hour and 3/4. Do you hear? Listen." She raised her finger and looked toward the partition as she spoke, and he heard a booming of an organ through the wall. "Tony blows the organ for him." Tony was a little boy from the workhouse who cleaned knives, forks, shoes, and made himself generally useful, being the second servant, the only male one in their modest establishment. I wish I was better. I'm so out of breath talking. We'll be very happy now. That's tuning the pipes. That one's wolving. I used to blow the bellows for him, but the doctor says I must not, and indeed I couldn't now. You must eat something and drink more tea, and we'll be great friends, shan't we? So they talked a great deal, she being obliged to stop often for breath, and he could see that she was very weak, and also that she stood in indescribable awe of her father. But she said he's a very good man, and he works very hard to earn his money. But he does not talk, and that makes people afraid of him. He won't be back here until he comes here to read the Bible and prayers at 8:45. So they talked on, but all the time in an undertone, and listening every now and then for the boom of the pipes. And the little boy opened his heart to her and wept bitterly, and she cried too, silently, as he went on, and they became very near friends. She looked as if she understood his griefs. Perhaps her own resembled his. The old woman came in and took away the tea things, and shortly after the sergeant entered and read the chapter and the prayers. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Brandon.